Okay, for Mauritania, and really thrilled to meet him through Dean Mary Kate Natus, and also our guest from Oak Tree Capital, Greg and Campbell. So it's really wonderful to have you here. We have the rest of our team, and we're going to go right into presentations. It will be a rigorous day. We ask that if anyone gets a little bit tired, that you just get up, stretch, walk around, get some oxygen, because there's about 9 major presentations today. It's very exciting, and they're all coming from each person's heart, their passion, their purpose, their joy, and their hope. And part of today was to just say, we support you. We want to learn more about what you're doing. We want to help you with ideas, and that we want to build a connection for each other, to support each other. So this is not Shark Tank. This is not Lord of the Flies. This is not the smartest person in the room only gets out, or the coolest person only succeeds. This is about helping each other succeed. It's very exciting. And again, to have, we'll have guests throughout the day, patching in from all over the world. And this is the start. And it really started with one beautiful moment this past few weeks. We had our Wheaton Social Venture interns and residents, Shanai Williams, Ervin Williams, and Ariel Ferreira. And we were brainstorming with Wheaton alum, Heather Rotman, about her business. And we were encouraging her. We were looking at different ideas for her. And then we said, you know what, maybe in July, you should really pitch us. You should show us what you're selling to stop bullying in high school and middle school. And from that one idea to help Heather, we now have 9 presenters. And I think if my instinct is this is going to be a gigantic summer event for us over time. So it all really is a tribute to each of us on the team helping each other. So our first presenter will be Winslow Robinson, who is a graduate of Wheaton College, theater major, who presented his first concept of Achilles heel in 2019 in January. And to this day, his presentation has been riveting and inspiring and also compelling. So Winslow, thank you for not only being a junior consultant with GCSEN, helping us in the logistics and operations of GCSEN, moving down from Maine to help us build GCSEN, but also to keep your dream alive. And the interesting aspect of GCSEN is that we have a secondment where at least one day a week, our interns and our junior consultants and our staff all work on their own social venture. So that way we have more efforts and energies going out to the world to improve the world and move it to a better place, which is the real intention of our sponsors, including Diana Davis Spencer and Sherry and Eric Sobrato Brisson and Ann Whitehead Foundation, and Bob and Karen Jones Foundation. So, and the Len Green Foundation. So we're thrilled to have everyone working with each other. We also have Lemoyne College that has sent their junior executive down from their Heights Global Management team. And we will be working with them to promote GCSEN throughout the world to help more students in college and adult learners change the world through their own social venture. Winslow, thank you.
Oh boy. Let me just get everything set up. This is going to distract me if I don't. Okay. Hello, everyone. It has been a long time since I have given a pitch in front of real people, and this is the first time that I have ever given a pitch with my tattoo. My tattoo symbolizes something a bit different. This tattoo symbolizes my best friend who died from suicide. He is the primary motivator behind Achilles heel, which is why I'm here today. So, what is Achilles heel? The problem is 132 people commit suicide a day. Of those, 52 are veterans. Of that, suicide is the second leading cause of death in under 35. LGBT people and men are 3 times more likely to commit suicide. This is a problem. We can fix it, though. My solution is the Greek-inspired method of theater as catharsis. Back in the day, the Greeks would hold giant festivals, usually for their armies, and they would perform what is now known as the war plays or Sophocles' plays. Ajax was the primary inspiration of this, as it is a story specifically about suicide. There's a follow-up therapy component to my idea, as well as group and individual therapies. And there is low barrier to entry because I am planning on having this entire model financed and sponsored by sponsored people, so that there is no healthcare involved. So why do I do this? I've got 10 years of theater experience. I've seen people build confidence and life skills through theater, and my business will give you the power to succeed. I don't believe that it is exclusively for my target groups, which are college students, high school students, and veterans. I believe that it can work for anyone, but I want to start with these 3 target groups, as I believe these are the most compelling groups for me. And I struggled the most when I was in high school and college. So how much do I need to start? This is a big number, especially for the friends and family pre-seed round, but if I want to do this, I would like to go full-time, as full-time effort means a full-time impact. So I am asking for $450,000 to start. I'll break that down more later. There are some customer benefits to my program, as I've already kind of mentioned. Theater allows for the freedom of expression. This means you can be an absolute nut on stage and no one can judge you, because guess what? It's a character. It gives people public speaking and self-confidence skills. Unknown to many of you, I was very shy as a kid. I actually ran off stage from 2nd grade to 8th grade almost after every performance that I gave. Not great, but I still did it. So now I'm here presenting and I don't feel like running away. And finally, this is therapy at no cost. This means no financial burden for students, veterans, or college students, as this may be an obstacle to getting therapy in the first place. We find that healthcare and therapy in America are very difficult sometimes, especially if you're of lower income, and that is what this program is specifically tied to, as lower income usually means a lower quality of mental health. Please keep going. So my 4P impact. I want to give people the ability to express themselves in a healthy way. What this means is theater usually lets you let out all of the bad emotions. So I want to do that. The planet, a happier and more unified planet. People, the place. Obviously, with more people in a place, more suicide awareness, more suicide advocates, it helps destigmatize mental health. And finally, profit, that will be achieved from consistently exceeding our expectations for ourselves. What I mean by that is, since we are sponsor customers, we are not aiming to make it paid for by the students. So getting a profit would just be a nice bonus. So my business model is a nonprofit 501c3 theater program. What this means is it's structured much like many theater companies, except our mission is a bit different. The angel sponsored programs means no barriers to entry to healthcare, like I've said before. So what's the market? There's about 26 million. 264 million global depressed, but in the US there's about 40 million. That's just adults. There's about just under 1 million depressed in New England, but my target market, I would like to do a 120 student MVP, which I will explain a bit more later. This MVP will be a very rough theory explanation. So my marketing and sales, I plan to use Instagram and Facebook, as these are 2 very effective methods of getting the word out. GCSEN press, regular press from my hometown, as I have many connections there, personal connections, and through word of mouth advertising. I believe word of mouth advertising will be very effective, as it is one of the more effective ways. And you can, when you're personally communicating and giving personal experience, there's really nothing better. So why me? Theater is therapeutic. I'm going to solve an ancient problem with an ancient and modern solution. The catharsis aspect of this theater is the ancient, and the modern is the therapy follow-up. And, well, I really want to lower this suicide rate. It's a personal goal of mine as well as a business goal. Even lowering it 1% would make me just that much happier. So, meet the makers. I am Winslow Robinson. I have a Bachelor's of Fine Art in Theater. I have 10 years of theater experience, and this is my co-founder, Claire Biocchi. Claire is a music major who is currently working with JRI, the Justice Restorative Institute, which works with students, young children under 20 in Massachusetts. And she works as a therapeutic peer mentor, specializing in DBT, one of the aspects of our therapy program. So again, how much would I need to fund this? I need about $450,000. That will fund $550,000 for each, for myself and Claire, as well as $70,000 for a full-time clinician who will help us with writing theory, publishing, and all the other aspects that we are a bit more clueless about. And the rest will cover programming fees and literally every other expense, including students and what it would cost for us to get around. So finally, my growth and exit strategy. I plan to partner with schools and affiliate programs, companies, and the like. This is a 501c3, so I don't plan on selling this at any time, but at a certain point, I would like to have the name recognition, the brand recognition, and the kind of staying power that the Trevor Project has. The Trevor Project is an LGBT suicide prevention hotline, charity, and they do a lot of great work, and I would like to at least become comparable to them. So with that, thank you very much.
So we have now the format is a general pitch overview. Then there's some Q&A, 3 minutes Q&A just on this. And then the balance of Winslow's presentation will be a simulation of what he would actually sell. What's the workshop he would do? What would be an experience that someone would get in buying this or sponsoring it? Again, this is the purpose of MVP Demo Day, is to not only talk about your idea, but to see how can people actually buy it, you know, and benefit from it or sponsor it. So David, we're going to do like a 3-minute Q&A, okay? So the couple of interesting things on the finance. Did you notice that Winslow talked about, you know, a full-time effort for a full-time impact? So that's big thinking, right? To go from an idea to saying, I need $450,000 and this is why. I need 3 full-time members. Now, what's interesting is Winslow has hit a established mathematical point for many startup organizations. And that is basically, it's called revenue per staff member. And that there is something that's very consistent. I've seen it over nearly 40 years, that a full-time person allocation is about $150,000. Now, it doesn't mean that each person gets $150,000, but what it means is that you take all the costs of your effort, and that's kind of a reasonable barometer. It's something that's predictable. So if you want to go for a three-person team, you have to go for a $450,000 budget. What would be the opposite? A 3-person team on a $100,000 budget. All of a sudden, full-time compensation is lower, the ability to do programming is lower, and you can't have a serious effort. So just as we've talked about minimum wage, there's like minimum revenue per head count per full-time team member that we have to think about. And that is a very, very good historical proof point. So I think now the doing is going to be, how as a sponsor can I help you? Is it going to be kind of underwriting at a campus, and then we'll get into that. So tell us a little bit, as this idea comes to life. Certainly the compelling points, no one could argue with, right? And so maybe just what in your mind would be a sponsor mix that you would like to target, and maybe that could be part of your startup.
So something that I'd like to target is specifically my hometown. We had a suicide we had my best friend's suicide when I was in my senior year of high school, and we had 5 others in the immediate region. I don't believe that is good, and I know that there are wealthy people in my community who are donating to the school already, and I know that even though it's a public school, I would like my sponsor mix to be a mix of both people who are interested in wider suicide prevention, as well as schools who are directly interested in supporting their students, because that can help destigmatize mental health in a more effective way.
Anyone else? Question or insight?
Yes.
So I had a question. You stated that you were going to have subsequent therapeutic sessions, both group setting and individual, after you have that the theater therapy.
Mm-hmm.
And I wanted to know if you have any inkling on who will be carrying out those therapy sessions, whether it would be your partner.
So it will not be my partner, given that they do not have a therapeutic clinician's license. They have a license as a therapeutic peer mentor. What that means is they are licensed to teach CBT, DBT, and DBT skills, but they are not allowed to give professional mental health advice. So currently, what we are doing is we are seeking out a clinician who both has experience and would be willing to either give up part of their practice's clients, downsize in a way to make sure that we can all work together and we get that full-time commitment, because we were talking about it yesterday and we realized if we just hire a clinician, it's not going to work. It's not going to be nearly as effective as if we hire a clinician with a focus to work with us full-time and give us a full-time commitment to all of our engagements. As we grow, of course, we'll train more people, have more therapeutic peer mentors, but right now the plan is one clinician and trying to get both of us licensed as therapeutic peer mentors.
Great, good, okay. We go into the MVP demo mode phase.
Okay, so my therapy practice focuses on 3 different aspects. I actually wrote everything down. It's just off camera, but you can see pretty much the entire theory, the entire formula of what I plan to do. Now, this therapy practice is based in technically 4 to 5 aspects of theater. It is based in CBT, of theater and therapy. So CBT, DBT, behavioral, drama therapy, and potentially music therapy when we get to that point, as gaining mastery is a very focal point of all 3, CBT, DBT, and behavioral therapy. Each one is trying to gain mastery over a different aspect of yourself. CBT focuses on knowing yourself and recognizing your behaviors. It requires you to be very cognizant of what you're doing. DBT requires you to really look inward, analyze those quirks, traits, things that you don't like about yourself, and to accept them. It focuses on acceptance more. And behavioral corrects unhealthy behaviors through a variety of means. What this means for my program is when we follow up, we use the clinician to determine which type of therapy would be the most effective for them. Obviously, we will be teaching broader CBT and DBT skills, but for the most part, we really want to focus in on who is available. Now, my original plan was to record a whole thing from Ajax and have all of you listen to it and then give me your reactions. I can't do that. That is not, I did not have the time this week. But what I can do is tell you a little bit about what this theory is based on and why I believe it will work. So Brian Dories is a playwright and translator, director, auteur. He runs this program called the Theater of War. The Theater of War is specifically for combat veterans who have gone through a traumatic experience, and they go to this event and they listen to Greek theater, and they sit and they listen to professional actors talk. And they do a sit-down table read of a play. A table read is a rehearsed play with no action, just voice. And after every single one of them, soldiers stand and they relate to Ajax, prisoners relate to Prometheus, and they talk about how they feel either disrespected or they feel like when they come home, they have the 1,000-yard stare. This isn't exclusive to combat veterans or to prisoners or to people who are just, it's universal. High school students and college students especially in this day and age, have more mental health problems than anyone. We can see that just by looking at Cornell, Ithaca, and MIT. There's pretty much a suicide every year. That's unacceptable. I know that at Lemoyne, there were 2 this year, and that is due to inadequate funding and just not a general care about students' mental well-being, more a focus on how good the school looks from a grade perspective. In my personal experience at Wheaton College, I did not go to the college counseling center. I should have, but every time I went, I felt belittled and demeaned. This program is also a direct result of that. Mental health care is essential. So by doing this and by using Brian Dories' theory, we can make a noticeable leap in mental health, in the ways that we treat mental health. So Ajax, which I've brought up several times by this point, is a play about a man who is the sworn brother of Achilles, the hero of the Trojan War. When Achilles dies, the generals hold a competition to see who Achilles' armor will go to as a way to boost morale. Ajax wins the physical competitions, every single one of them, but loses the speech to Odysseus, who is awarded the armor for his beautiful words and none of his actions. In a rage, Ajax tries to kill all of the generals. Athena, the goddess of wisdom, drives him mad, and he slaughters hundreds of cows. Ajax realizes what he's done, decides there is no point of recourse for his actions, and throughout the rest of the play, contemplates, then commits suicide, much to the dismay of everyone around him. I plan on using Ajax as both a cautionary tale and a tale of where we can do better. So, for instance, Ajax leaves his tent. Generally, when you have a suicidal person, you do not leave them alone. And if you do, you leave them in a very safe room where you have removed everything from the room and you sit outside the door. You do not leave them unattended and you do not let them get hurt. They leave Ajax, they leave his tent unguarded. He's a general, he has that permission, and he dies because of that. What I plan to do with Ajax is use it, again, as a cautionary tale. I don't want people to feel like they are lost and that they are always being disrespected, as Ajax so discusses multiple times in the play. He laments it. This happens to everyone. Some people feel they deserve better and have been wrongly looked over. Others irrationally believe that. But I firmly believe that no matter what, we can't allow that mentality to continue. Punishment by death is ridiculous. It doesn't do anything for anyone. It doesn't better the world. And every time we lose someone to suicide, it is crushing to a community, to anywhere. So by stopping this and promoting mental health advocacy in students and veterans, we can help to destigmatize mental health and the problems that we face. So I'd like to open it up to questions, because I know this has been a lot of me talking about a lot of abstract theories and things, but I'd like to know what you want to know about my program, because I can talk about this for hours and hours and hours, but it would be more effective if you guys asked me questions.
How do I buy it?
How do you buy it?
Yeah.
So,
I mean, tell me types of programs, and what you're thinking.
Generally, there will be, right now, 3 initial levels. The high school level, the college level, and the veteran level. The veteran level will be a much more intensive program, as we want to really help. Combat veterans in particular are a bit more emotionally and mentally volatile. Seeing that I am not a veteran in any capacity myself, we would also like to partner with someone who is a veteran, as they're more likely to listen to someone who has the same shared experience as them. College and high school students, we will be going through a partner program. So for veterans, I plan to go through veteran associations. Either the VA would pay for it, or it would be pre-covered by an angel investor. Then for the high school and college level, partnering with the school, getting the funding directly from the school to fund the program. I want to make it as low cost to the school as possible, enough to cover us coming in, but coming in and staying and having an established presence, but not much more than that. I want to do this. One, it puts us either as a low-cost option and alternative to a counseling center, or a guidance counselor, who I believe would still be on staff, and I would like to train them on our theories. And 2, it establishes a presence. It gives us a foot in the door very easily, and we don't have to try quite as hard. If we have outside funding, we can approach the school and say, we would like to do this here, and you don't need to pay us. Again, that really helps with destigmatizing mental health.
President Hanno of Wheaton College, who is probably the most innovative president in the country around social impact. We've had the privilege of working with him for the last 7 years, and I worked with him for prior 14 years at Babson. He said something very powerful just in the past month. He said, higher ed has historically been education with services. He said, we have to rethink what we do and lead with services, supportive services, complemented and enriched by education.
Mm-hmm.
So it sounds like, that counseling center, which may or may not have inspired you, is maybe a potential customer for for new ways of thinking and treating.
Yes, that is one of our goals, to go to the mental health facilities of high schools and colleges, pitch this directly to them, start to alleviate any fears. I plan to go to places that I have personally been first, and then branching out as I know at least some of the people involved in my high school and that region, and I also know Wheaton fairly well. So I would like to go to those two places first.
And then one other thing from a customer point of view, the higher ed administrative area that might have flexible budget is sometimes campus life.
Yes.
The campus life can underwrite activities that go from homecoming concerts to something at whatever else. So I would say those two decision-making people inside a higher ed might be really worth doing some primary interviews with.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I'm going to look on this, see if there were any questions that came through in chat. Sean, how long is the typical program? So the typical program would probably last from 4 to 6 weeks. This is a great amount of time. Usually the length of a play is rehearsed in 4 to 6 weeks. So I plan on making this therapy group somewhat the same. We will do a self-conducted intake process. What that means is we won't be going through healthcare providers, calling them, making sure you have the right insurance and all of that. We will be covered by insurance, by our own insurance as an umbrella blanket for you to come to do us for free. As again, healthcare is a huge barrier to entry. So by getting rid of the healthcare aspect and covering ourselves, we immediately make it easier for people to come to us. And again, 4 to 6 weeks, focusing primarily on building a cohort that you feel that you can talk to. Typically, when you do group therapy, you will bond over like experiences. We are trying to avoid trauma bonding and promote genuine human connection. Trauma bonding is a phenomenon found in victims of abuse and survivors of trauma, where they will share their likened trauma and become closer. We are not trying to accomplish that. We are trying to accomplish a more unified, connected group without trauma bonding. So 4 to 6 weeks on our programming with lots of group building activities and then individual follow-ups for as long as they would like after program ends. This helps us keep it consistent, helps us give them therapy, because there's no way we can fix depression and suicidal ideation in 4 weeks, but there is great time to start.
When you say 4 to 6 weeks, is that literally residential, 8 to 10 hours a day, or is it 2 hours a day? Like what do you think the number of contact hours or the activity hours might be?
I would say that no one wants to do therapy all day. It is just ineffective to try and teach therapeutic techniques, much like it is ineffective to try and teach finance and math all day. You will, at a certain point, your brain stops learning and starts becoming bored with the material. Of course, this can be different with various hyperfixations and neurodiversities, but for the most part, after about 3 hours, you generally begin to get tired and you can't focus quite as well. So our program length would be 3 hours per day, twice a week. What that means is probably, let me do some quick math in my head, 24 contact hours directly of group programming with the therapeutic aspect of group therapy, and then individualized follow-ups per person designated by them. So probably Monday and Friday being 2 of the sessions, the 3-hour sessions with individual sessions throughout the week. Yes, you have a message.
I was wondering how you think about getting your target audience involved. Because I just think of like a classic Hollywood depiction of depression. It's the person who just in the basement doesn't want to be part of society. And then theater is very, I guess you're putting yourself out there a lot.
Yes. So the thing that I have found with depressed people is that they are longing for a group that doesn't hate them. Typically what this means is they are in their head and they are making vast assumptions based on very few people. So my personal experience with this, I personally struggled with suicide ideation and depression. So what this means for me is what that meant for me was I was desperately longing for connection and not believing that anyone in the world wanted anything to do with me. That was wrong. It was an incorrect assumption that I'm glad that I have gotten over. And what this means for my target audience is it's finding a way to engage. It's a new group of people who are guaranteed to all have the same objective in mind. Much like many residential programs, it just really solidifies the group aspect and interconnected nature of theater, which is all about building connection. And and then the therapeutic aspect of we all want to get better and we will get better together. And Erv, you had a question?
So I'd like just if you can tell me what CBT and DBT
Yes. So cognitive behavioral therapy is what CBT stands for. CBT is, again, knowing more about yourself, becoming aware of your behaviors and what they may contradict about society. A lot of people don't like CBT therapy because they feel that it is more based in correcting to the norm as opposed to correcting to connecting to self-expression, where DBT is dialectical behavioral therapy. And what that is more focused on is step-by-step ways to accept yourself. One of the techniques is wise mind, which combines your rational and emotional mind by making sure that you are not behaving irrationally by making solely emotional decisions, and you are not making purely logical decisions while ignoring your own emotional needs. So what this means is if you're going to, I won't provide an example, I can't really think of one right now, but it's essentially a way to become more knowledgeable about yourself, and someone is providing you with step-by-step ways to get better.
Winslow, you have about 15 minutes.
Oh my God. This is going much slower than I thought it would. Are there any final questions? Because
I don't think you have to use every minute if you do.
Yeah. Sean.
Yes, can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yes, so Winslow, thanks for sharing. I know that's a personal story. I appreciate that. There's a lot of, I love the idea. I like that there's some actually synergies between my idea and what you're doing. I love that you're using theater, something you already know, you have experience on both sides. So I do think it's an excellent therapeutic method, as my idea is to use music to teach success. So what I want to say is thanks for sharing. And there's a lot of synergies and we should talk more, and I may be able to help you, give you some ideas around at least the psychological part of it and how to get the repetition and how to change their ways of thinking. So I love it. Thanks.
Yeah, absolutely. I'd love to have that conversation. Thank you, Sean. Are there any final questions? Yes.
So, from what I've seen, like mental health is there are people who struggle with mental health. There's kind of like a big stigma around where they think that people perceive them as like weak if they come out with a problem. So, how do you market this to be different and so people will be willing to go to therapy and put themselves out there? Kind of like these questions. Like,
Yeah.
how are you going to market it so that people are more perceptible to it?
So, the great thing about Ajax is he is known as the strongest among the Greeks. He still kills himself. It doesn't matter how strong you are physically. It doesn't matter what your perceived social status is. It doesn't matter any of that. It doesn't matter how much money you have. You can still suffer from depression and suicidal ideation. It doesn't mean that you're weak. People all over the world suffer from these illnesses, for lack of a better term. It's a chronic condition and you can't help it. So it's something, again, by destigmatizing and making help readily available and in your face. Just out of curiosity, how many of you before today had heard of the Trevor Project? So almost everyone in this room. But the Trevor Project is not that well known because they have a very targeted demographic by targeting LGBT youth. It is seen as strong to come out of the closet as an LGBT person. So, again, there is all of these connotations surround strong, brave, surrounds LGBT people coming out. Men are perceived as weak if they get help. It's also a level of dismantling some toxic masculinity. As you saw, men are 3 times more likely to commit suicide. That's kind of crazy. It's unacceptable to me. So I want to focus on destigmatization. And if people are going to ignore help that is readily available, I find that at a certain point, many people will break down and have a crisis if they don't get help. Also, encouraging friends to recommend people to the program can be extraordinarily helpful. Someone recommended me to therapy, and that's how I started getting help. Another male recommended me to therapy, and he said, "You're never going to get better if you don't try." And I had to take those words to heart. That's why I'm standing here today. So by destigmatizing the weak connotation around getting help mentally, you're not weak, you're strong to admit that you're weak. It takes strength to admit weakness, and those who don't admit weakness often fail. Sure, we'll see examples of it in sports and stuff like that, and they're great successes and they've never had any weakness in their life, but that's what we see on the field. We don't see their life off the field. So just really focusing on destigmatization and making sure that people are very aware that getting help is a very strong and hard thing to do. Yes?
Winslow, I just want to say this is such a heartfelt presentation, and I'm very inspired. I'm inspired by your ability to expose yourself and to take on and to tell us about your closest friends, and I find it very inspiring. My one comment on the business plan, is, have you thought about how you get from 0 to 450? How do you ramp up? How do you that trajectory? Right now you have one other partner, and so what do you have ideas and alternatives for how to ramp up?
Yeah, so I've actually been in research on various clinicians throughout both my home state, Massachusetts, New York, Vermont, and New Hampshire, and Massachusetts. I plan on partnering with them first, not offering them the immediate financial compensation, as we won't have it, but saying this is a job that has the potential to earn you around $70,000 a year. This is why we want to partner with you, because you have a good reputation. This will help us secure more funding. The reputation of the clinician, as well as the techniques that they use and their overall client approval, will be really key. I've been in contact with several therapists and clinicians in my hometown, as well as my own personal therapist about the idea. All of these people have very good reputations, and the reason we're partnering with them specifically is good rep means that you'll recommend us. Your client base will go, oh, they're doing something good. I want to help them out in any way I can. So by using the clinician's reputation to ramp up to this bigger number, it really justifies the impact that we give. Yes.
Winslow, first of all, again, for our very important guest from Lemoyne College, Owen Rogers. Owen is representing the Heights Global Management Team, which is a student marketing team. And they're looking at GCSEN as a potential major project. But keep in mind, for each of you presenting, Owen has a network to students who are totally into marketing, communications, and selling and promoting. So he might be a very good resource for everyone in this room that can connect with him over time. Okay, and that's for different ways.
Great. Yeah, that would be great.
I mean, I specifically really like this idea. Like you said, like there's been a couple suicides at Moyne, both of which this year were friends of mine. So I really like this idea that you have, and the therapy behind it is really good idea. So yeah, just wanted to say that.
Yeah, I would love to have talks with Lemoyne about potentially increasing their mental health
I mean,
capabilities.
there's been a big backlash this year with students because everybody was kind of upset with the administration for not doing more and things like that. So this is a perfectly good idea for the administration to tap into something that can help, help the students. And
Yeah, absolutely. I'd love to have further conversations about that.
And one idea for the product line or service line might be, one of our faculty members from Lemoyne who we interacted with said, that's the student that we lost was in my class.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't know. I couldn't see.
Yes.
I didn't see it.
That's actually.
So there might be another way of helping kind of the field soldiers, the rest of us who are not clinical or not in the clinic, not professionals, but could be more alert.
Yes.
And more empowered, honestly, to make decisions that help someone, even if we think we're intruding on their space or not.
Yeah, it's something that actually among educators is common for them to say. They didn't see it. My high school advisor, she and my best friend's advisor, we had the same advisory period in high school. So we would be in the same room at the same time every morning with two different advisors. Both of them came to me afterwards and said, we didn't see it. What happened? That's because people are less likely to be themselves in high school and college, especially in the classroom, as they are not either fully confident in themselves or they are working, they're hiding something. They don't want people to be perceived weak, as the stigma is so often called. So again, it's a lot of focus on making sure that you can recognize the signs, however subtle they are. I do want to add a suicide advocacy recognition component later on, but I think right now by starting with prevention and turning those people into advocates as graduates of the program, that kind of ties it all together in a more concrete sense.
What's your MVP this fall? What's your minimum viable? What would make you happy before the end of the year?
So my plan is to launch within the next month. The original plan was to launch this month. Me and my partner both realized, wow, we do not have enough to launch this month. I have been constantly writing theory. Every Friday, I have been consuming large amounts of mental health materials, working through a DBT workbook, working through a CBT workbook, really ingraining all of the skills needed to teach this advocacy program. By the end of the year, what we would like to do is have our first client in some capacity. What that means is I'm going to be going to my high school, Wheaton College, and one other area. Depending on where that is, I plan on going out, talking with the people, talking with the licensed clinician that we've partnered with, and really making sure that our program is beneficial and not detrimental in any capacity. We don't want to worsen the mental health of our patients, as I will call them. We want to make sure that they are all feeling confident in themselves and really going for something that's making them happier and getting them to a better sense of themselves. Something that they feel they don't need, something that makes them feel that they don't need to hide everything and that it's okay to show weakness. Because again, that's how mental health is perceived, as weakness. But it takes a really strong person to admit that you're weak. Any final questions? Thank you very much. Hello, so we are back now and we will be starting with Ervin Williams. So Ervin, I will...
You start.
Whenever you are ready.
Well, good morning, everyone. My name is Ervin Williams. You guys can call me Erv. And today I'm presenting my business, Size 7. Now, I'm asking for $20,000 in this family and friend pre-seed round, but with one caveat. I'm asking for this $20,000 in investor money after 1 year of proven sales. But before I get into the numbers, I'd like to tell you about Size 7's heart. It all started when I was behind the small wooden desk of my 8th grade world history class. I was stuck watching my professor as she droned on about the same unengaging Eurocentric history. It was during these times where I would think back to playing chess with my grandfather on his front porch. As he taught me opening gambits and best moves, he would tell me about where he came from, about Jamaican mythos, and about my ancestors. It was during this time that I truly learned and truly fell in love with history and board games. As I went on to boarding school for high school, I used my penchant and love for these two passions in order to learn about my dorm mates, where they came from, and their cultural backgrounds. It was during this time that I realized that we truly needed an engaging and inclusive way to teach history and world cultures. See on the right, we have a Pew Research poll showing how Black and Hispanic counterparts are less trusted than those who are white in America. And on the left, you will see a graph which shows how the Asian American directed hate crimes have increased from 49 to 122 from 2019 to 2020. This poses an opportunity. To create a global community with less xenophobia and less racism. And that's where Size 7 comes in. Size 7 addresses these issues by creating board games. Yes, board games. So I design, invent, and create board games with environmentally friendly materials in order to express and explore different cultures and histories of the world. Now, when a customer buys a Size 7 board game, they're not just buying the game itself. They're buying an experience to come together, step away from computer screens and phone screens, and really learn about members of their community. They get to use well-created, well-designed, and eco-friendly materials that I laser cut and 3D print myself. An example of customer benefits is that on my floor, last year, I was able to hold a board game competition of a game that I created myself called Hostel Ludus. Right? It's a game that is a abstract strategy game, and I was able to put up $275 of my own money as a prize fund. I gave 16 participants 1 day to learn my game. And as a community, we came together to learn about Greek history and Greek culture. The 4P proposition and value proposition for Sci7 is that we create a culture of acceptance. We use environmentally friendly materials, and we promote cultural competency in the US. And furthermore, I hope to expand Sci7's offerings to allow more competitions to provide scholarships and grants to students to explore their passions about world history and world culture. Now, Sci7 is a B2C manufacturer and retailer. Customers will be able to purchase board games from the Sci7 website, and Sci7 manufactures and ships orders to the customer directly. Sci7 makes money by making board games. For example, if you see on the left, you'll see an economics of 1 unit, a $24.99 retail price with a $10 cost of goods, with an overall gross profit of $14.99. Now, the target market size is really interesting. I want to start with the Wheaton College History Club, which is comprised of about 66 people, and expand to the greater Massachusetts population, Norton, Mass as a whole, and then furthermore to a US population of middle and high school students, which has 76.4 million people and is a market size of $1.1 billion. Now, I will be marketing through the Jack Kent Cooke Foundation, of which I am a college scholar, and through social media as well. I will sell through the Sci7 website, through an Amazon store page, and P2P, person-to-person sales. You can also email me at sci7.games@gmail.com. Now, Sci7 is up against some of the biggest names in toys and gaming: Hasbro, Mattel, and Games Workshop. But unlike those names, we hit a specific niche and have a great market competitive advantage. We have created, invented, and universal board games where we can teach world cultures and world history. This is something that they simply cannot do. Now, the 12-month timeline so far is that we will be launching a website and marketing campaign with YouTube channels such as Shut Up and Sit Down Gaming, as well as History March in October 2021, and continuing to launch board games, for example, Science One that I'm working on right now, and as well as playtesting and developing new games, which we are copyrighting at this moment. Now, I'm asking for $20,000. And with that money, I will be using it to purchase materials such as wood and cast acrylic, purchasing packaging supplies for Sci7's products, as well as purchasing a second laser cutter to streamline manufacturing. Now, before we get into presenting a game that I've been developing and I'd like to show you guys, I'm up for questions. Yes.
Or a couple questions. One is, I think I really love the fact that you are positioning for growth after a proven track record, right? Very mature, very smart. So my question is, do you want to start an investor prospect list? If you need 20,000, who in this room would want to be on your investor prospect list 6 months from now?
Absolutely.
Personally, my family would.
Awesome.
Okay. Now, and then the second thing is, can people put in $20? Can people put in $100? So then all of a sudden you're starting to talk about financing. This is where Greg maybe can come in on the different ways of how do we have a Theos crowdsource this, where the GCSEN network could actually invest in you for either a great, psychic return, a game, get a game. One of our board members of GCSEN is Jamie Kent. He launched his band, Jamie Kent and the Option, through crowdsourcing, and where everybody who invested in him for $100 or $500, was guaranteed to get a CD, one CD, every 6 months, a
Jamie Kent water bottle, a T-shirt, and an invite to his online concerts. And so guess what? He now has like thousands of people that are, quote, in essence, investors in him. So these are some models for you to think about. The other thing I would think about is your positioning against the big players. It might be that they are potential allies in the future, as opposed to up against. So think of that word that as your positioning, that you will be seeking to ally with the wisest, smartest, innovative, more IDE companies in the gaming world. And then finally, for business, I think GCSEN, if we're promoting a social venture bootcamp next January with, on this fall, we might want to sponsor a couple of your game events.
Good.
So that maybe there'd be 10, 20, 30 new students that would hear about the opportunity to do a social venture bootcamp like you did. That may not be coming right out of our typical recruiting areas. So those are the things that I wanted to get on your radar.
Absolutely. And to answer a few of your questions, personally speaking, I would absolutely love to create, a investor document, an investor list. But one thing that I want for my investors isn't necessarily just their money. I want their advice, but also I want to know that they're committed in creating a world that is more accepting and more understanding. I think that's one of the mainstays of Psi 7, is that I want to promote in-person and person-to-person communication and self-love. I think that's extremely important that we highlight that, especially starting in middle and high schools, where we start learning about engaging in inclusive histories. And in terms of board game competitions and sponsors, absolutely. And in terms of giving $20, $10, I couldn't ask for anything more, and I truly appreciate that idea as well. Thank you.
Does anyone else have a question, and are there any questions on the Zoom?
I haven't seen any questions on this. I haven't seen any questions on the Zoom, so I think we are.
Hey, you mentioned just because you have Jamaican background, do you know like the board game Ludi? Because that was popular, growing up. Do you like incorporate that with Psi 7 at all? Or is it,
Yeah, absolutely.
Could you restate the question for people who might not have been able to hear?
Yeah, absolutely. So she's asking about actual like cultural board games of culture, whether that be Shang-Chi, Ludi, Zara as well is one board game, Mancala, and absolutely. For right now, I specifically want to work on innovating and creating my board games. I do plan on redesigning board games, but personally speaking, I want to add on more people who are more in tune with the different cultures I want to promote, in order to make sure that everything that I'm presenting, everything that I'm selling is really true down to the bare bones to that specific culture. Absolutely.
Great. So you want to jump into your MVP?
Perfect. Okay, so get the lights in. I'm going to invite some of my friends here today to play or to show you a little game that I created. It's using playing cards since I haven't yet been able to get some designs working. But if you know any artists, let me know. So.
There we go. So those of us in the office, I will be doing this above the board game so that you can all see it. Yeah, I should probably share that screen, huh? Here, hold this. Set up the chair. I will. Put back up.
Here. Thank you. So I'll open it so people can see. All right, so this game is played with a pack of cards. For right now, as I said before, I'm working on getting some artwork done for the cards themselves. I have not yet found a specific theme that I want to go through, but I am. Oops, okay, yeah. And please excuse my shuffling. But this game was actually originally designed when I was in 8th grade. And this game was called before Gentleman's War. Now it is titleless. But each person, this is a 3 to 6 player game. Each person starts with 3 cards. This is considered their starting hand, right? So in the starting hand, at first, we flip over 1 card. This is to decide who goes first, second, third, and fourth. So if we flip it over, perfect. So my main man Lucas here will be going first. Then everyone else flips over the starting hands. Now, this game is, you can do 4 things in this game. You can develop a card, you can attack, you can reinforce or draft, or when you fight and you collect cards inside your reserve file, you can use those. Okay, everyone put the die. Yes, so successes are 4s, 5s, and 6s, and fails are 1, 2s, and 3s. Each person rolls off on every single move except the ability to take a card from the reserve deck and put it inside their standing army. A standing army can have up to 4 cards. Right? When you attack, you elect which card can attack and which card you are going to attack. You can only attack a card that is lower in value than you. And the suits are of hearts are the lowest, then it goes to diamonds, then clubs, and then spades are the highest. Okay. And there are 2 cards here, the jokers. This card uses the jokers. And at any point in time that you pull a joker and place it in your standing army, you can take any card from the graveyard and you can put it into your standing army. Okay? And then Farough. Perfect. Okay. Okay, so Lucas, since you're first, what are you gonna do? Draft? So if it's a 1, 2, or 3, nothing happens. But if it's a 4, 5, and 6, the action resolves.
Oh, me? Okay. I'm gonna draft as well. Okay. So I take 1, right?
Yep. Take 1
Okay.
card.
And I can flip it over. You can have up to 4.
You put it, yeah. I can go next. I am going to choose to attack with my 10 against his 6. I got a 4. So the 6 is then put inside the graveyard, and then I get the difference between the 10 and the 6, which is 4 cards. And this goes into my reserve pile. So the inspiration for this game is the fact that during war or in war times, usually speaking, doesn't matter how many people that you have inside your reserves. If your standing army is destroyed, you will still lose the game. So if you have no cards in front of you, but you have a stack here, it does not matter. You will still lose. Okay. And then.
I'm a draft.
Guess
not.
I'm a draft as well.
So the whole point of the game is to knock out your opponents. And at the end of the day, although this game seems a little bit violent, this is also to teach how war does not really have a very clean, safe end. At the end of the game, you will realize that this draft deck slowly becomes less and less and less until you receive no more cards for fighting. And this is to show that at the end of the day, war doesn't really solve anything. And it more shows how it hurts people rather than helps. This game was designed mainly to show that although we gamify war, it shows that at the end of the day, you will have to fight and no one wins. So, yes.
Are we done?
For now, yeah, we are done.
All right.
In a small company, family game company. You want to talk about that a little bit?
Absolutely.
How maybe his perspective might have helped shape you as well?
My first year of Wheaton, I didn't really know what I wanted to do. I knew I wanted to do something in history, and I knew I wanted to become a corporate lawyer. So I decided to take that leap and join my introduction to business course. And that's where I had Professor Kenneth Bray, who formerly worked at Hasbro. And it's been a great experience to get to know him better and get to know the business better. After my first class and learning about it, I sat down, talked with him, and he offered to help me and mentor me in my journey through the board game industry. And I will be working further with him on marketing and on really getting my head around, board gaming, design, and sale.
Sorry, you touched on this already, but how are you picking the historical events? And I guess how are you targeting your games?
Absolutely. So for right now, it's mostly, I'm an avid history buff. So I watch a lot of history channels, and specifically I sit down and I listen out for some of the intricacies. I think history is a very targeted yet broad term, and it's mostly focused on Europe. So what I've been trying to do is learn about histories from other cultures and other areas. I have just recently been learning more about Yoruba and the Yoruban myth, as well as learning more about the Middle East and their relationship with the greater world.
Now, like, would you say close to 200 hours into this idea? You know, the 120 hours from January, social venture boot camp, the semester-long SE launch program, the social venture statement of intent. So, if you were to think back to your mindset, like last December, and versus now, is there something that is different or stronger or more focused? I was curious.
Absolutely.
200 hours in.
I feel a lot older. If you couldn't notice, I started to get some gray hair with stress and just. But I think most importantly to me, it's really having that confidence and having that space to really grow, not only as a business person or as a prospective entrepreneur, but also as a person. My business isn't just, I keep on saying this, I don't want to harp on it, but it isn't just a board game company. It's a company about cultivating relationships within a community. And that's what, if you don't remember anything else about today or about my pitch itself, I just want you to know that, when you go out and when you meet people, they're not just that person. They're the history and cultures that they have experienced and the histories and cultures of their ancestors and the people who came before them. So.
I just want to say, like, especially just celebrating your idea, because I know as a kid, all kids love games and you spend hours playing games. And if you could make something fun for a kid where you're also teaching them about how other cultures and yes, celebrate your own culture and be respectful towards other people's cultures while having fun, I think that's so incredible for the next generation. So just like kudos to you.
Brandon Witter, who's come out from Massachusetts, who's now not only all those great labels, he's also a high school instructor. And I keep wanting to say, calling him Dr. Professor, but that's not there, not yet this year. So Brandon, welcome. And he's going to have 100 students in comp sci, math, and in fabbing Fab Lab, and
Try and
so
get yourself on the
you
TV
wanna
as
say
best you
just
can. I have
reading
your
some to the
presentations.
group?
Yeah, I mean,
And he was our first, he was student one. He was the first one to use Leading
So,
Edge to come
You're
out
gonna have
2
like
years
2.
ago.
I'm not.
To work on his business while helping.
We're about to find out.
And now
But I'm 99%
this
sure.
room didn't even
I'm like
exist.
3.
so yeah, I mean, I have quite a unique journey. I'm a computer science major at Wheaton, and my junior year, I was introduced to GCSEN through a course, a computer science course where we did a mock startup. And I knew there was something special there when they offered to buy me a plane ticket back from California because I was going on vacation and I already booked the flight. So they actually wrote that cost so that I could go to the boot camp. And I loved every minute of it. I ended up doing an internship with them over the summer. And that's really when after that, I became the junior consultant. And I started to realize that with computer science, I needed to have more of an impact. And I didn't like just sitting down and coding. I didn't want to work a corporate job. And I really liked making stuff. So Wheaton, for those who don't know, has an amazing makerspace with open access 3D printers and laser cutters. And that's when I was working on my company for GCSEN, which was BuzzSafe Technologies. It was a vibrating fire alarm to help the deaf community. And that's where I really found my passion for making. And then I enrolled in Fab Academy after graduating Wheaton. Fab Academy is a 5-month-long program focused on digital fabrication. And for the first time, Wheaton hosted it at their Fab Lab. And yeah, from there, now I'm a high school teacher for digital fabrication, computer science, and I recently found out I'll have to teach a math class. So I ended up being a high school teacher.
And with Brandon's motivation, inspiration, aspiration, we're going to launch a test GCSEN high school teacher certification program. And so Brandon will be visiting with us back in August 5th and 6th. And Erv will come up from Florida so he can teach social entrepreneurship in Florida next summer as part of his summer experience. So thanks to you both, we may have a whole nother product or service offering for GCSEN, which we've really been focused on higher ed and adult learners, but there's increasing demand for high school students to embrace this. So we're going to test it.
Great. So, hello everyone. As we get back to presenting mode, we have Ariel Ferreira here to present her business. Can someone please get the lights while I hook up everything else?
Okay, I'm not blocking it.
No, you're good. There we go. Find you. Right. Sorry about the technical difficulties. We dropped off at one point, and I think we're back now, but that's behind you. And now let me share my screen. All right.
It's that one first, yeah.
Yep.
Okay. Thank you.
Perfect. I'm ready to go. Talk to the mic and you're good to go.
Okay. Hi, my name is Ariel Ferreira, and my business is the South Coast Building Initiative. So before we begin,
Sorry.
That's
Some
fine.
reason just doesn't want to cooperate with me. Please go away. Thank you.
Okay, so before we begin, it's important to note that my business has recently evolved. And this past year, I was working on the South Coast Green Building Initiative, which was an online curriculum based to help existing contractors switch their practices from extractive to those that heal the planet, which you might know as like regenerative or green eco-friendly building. But since then, after like a lot of thinking these past months and staying up some nights, I kept coming back to the idea that I originally had and where my heart really is at, and that's using carpentry as a tool to accelerate the lives of marginalized groups. So our business is in the Friends and Family Pre-Seed round, and we're hoping to raise $20,000 in order to complete a prototype in the South Coast, Massachusetts area. So I began brainstorming this idea at a young age because my father has 40 years in the building industry. And not only did I watch him work hard my whole life, but I also watched him give back to the communities around us, particularly those who are homeless. And whether it would be buying food for homeless shelters throughout his life, or when he didn't have so much, conducting homeless counts on the streets of nearby cities to make sure those who are less fortunate got off the streets in the cold. I also met these people at particular times, and as a little girl grew to understand that these individuals are more than what life has given them, and that they're just as deserving and capable of taking opportunities as we are. So also times weren't always easy for us either, and when it really got tough, I watched my father use his hands and the skills that he learned in carpentry to leverage our family's personal financial situation. And it really showed in his, after like a career setting, a stunting injury, how knowing this type of trade really has the power to save lives. So how exactly will carpentry work to accelerate the lives of marginalized people? The answer is simple. The Hudson Institute recently released a statistic that the average age of a tradesperson in the United States is 55 years old. So it means people like my dad are going to age out of the industry at a pace far faster than those who are entering the industry. So this leads for a tremendous opportunity to provide a new generation with the skills that they need in order to fill those jobs. Our product will be 2 weeks in the classroom and 2 weeks hands-on applied learning, so that way they know the fundamentals and they can use it on the field. And this is very standard for trade high schools across the United States, particularly public ones. So the people who go through our program will have job placement upon graduation at an apprenticeship level, and that'll allow them to provide a better quality of life for not only themselves, but their family and future generations. And our sponsors that'll be supporting our students will also see a return on their investment through the impact they see in the community through our students. So our impact is best understood through the magic that comes with boosting the confidence and knowledge base of people who are traditionally not given the chance to escape the cycle of poverty. We'll increase their quality of life once they graduate. Our planet will also have contributing citizens, and we'll also revamp the local economy just through the economic simulation that simply comes with spending. And we make money through sponsorship fees, and any student who wants to pay for our product out of pocket and can afford it. So as you can see above me, it's to note that this number, the fee will probably change, but just to show you what profit potential there is. So we'll start with establishing one trade school in South Coast, Massachusetts, go through the South Coast, go all through Massachusetts, and then all at a national level. And this is based on the amount of trade high schools that there are. Obviously, we won't be partnering with them, but it's just an example of what potential there is to establish these institutions throughout the United States. In order to create a pipeline for our curriculum and students to us, we're going to work with trade associations to be able to figure out where exactly populations are that would be motivated to work with us, as well as directly market to individual donors and paying students who are interested in our product and supporting us. So earlier this year, I completed the GCSEN SE launch program, and I'm interning there now. And by the end of 2021, I aim to become an expert on the state of homelessness in our surrounding communities in order to really understand the population I'm working with and be able to best suit them. See if it would even be something feasible. And then throughout 2022, I hope to begin to formulate a pilot and then inquire with trade associations in 2023 to partner with them, and then work on partnering with more organizations further on in that year. And then hopefully in 2024, launch a first pilot. And thank you, and with your help, we can change lives by building one carpenter at a time. Thank you.
We will open the floor to questions.
Thanks, Ariel. Nice job. So
Thank
for SCBI, that's
Yes.
SCBI. I'm going to say that a couple of times. SCBI. Okay. Couple of things. So is this really a pre-apprentice program in your mind? Reason being, if it is, right down the hall, Frank Falla, the owner of Falla Technologies downstairs, a major federal grant to create a pre-apprentice program for manufacturing entry for high spectrum autism and other challenged adults. And so he's actually building everything like this summer. And starting, I think, in about 2 or 3 weeks to have a whole nother cohort. So I just want to get that on your radar. He's already, got 70 years of manufacturing expertise. He's pitched to the U.S. Department of Labor at Washington, D.C. He got a major federal grant to build something new. And when you're talking about kind of trade associations, also think about, in essence, both the supply and demand. Maybe the trade association is the demand side, but BOCES or ARC or Anderson Autism Center or Chapel Haven in New Haven, Connecticut might be the supply side of really innovative, population streams. Now, you also mentioned kind of South Coast homeless, and that's different subsets. Yeah. And so, what would be the name of your voc school that you would go to? Swansea, Somerset, Seacon, Fall River? Yeah, so there's a few options, and one thing that I neglected to include in this presentation is that these people are going through things in their lives that are extremely difficult. And as we learn about through social entrepreneurship class in Wheaton, through Professor Chowdhury, is that through Grayson Bakery, there's a dignity doctor to help people with similar situations be able to sustain a career. Because a lot of the times it's not that they don't want to work or that they can't work, it's because they don't have the resources in their personal lives to be able to do so through childcare and things like that. So a federal grant or obviously my ask is extremely low and is not actually realistic to what we actually want to create. That would change. We just don't know what format, which we'll get into next because I have a little bit of a presentation and can use some ideas. But yes, federal funding and homeless population in particular is what I'm interested in eradicating poverty as a whole is the social issue that I'm really interested in and motivated towards. So in some way, shape, or form, I would really like to make an impact on that group of people. Is there any reason for homeless focus for you?
Yeah. So I mentioned our financial situation wasn't always great, but by no means did we reach homelessness. But I remember originally when I was little being afraid of seeing those people on the streets, because you think when you're younger, not having a roof over your head, you don't understand when you see people on the streets, the idea of that's terrifying. But my dad was able to bridge that fear for me and show me and introduce me. I remember one individual in particular, his name was Wayne. And these people have amazing life stories. They could be in situations like us and just really, really stuck with me. And it's something that it's just where my heart is, if that makes sense. Yeah.
Any audience questions before we move to the second piece? Yes.
So I have a quick question. So I really like the presentation. I like the way it's evolved. Just a couple of clarifying things, mechanical things, and we can obviously think about this. We have time, but during the semester and academic year. But so, do you see it as a nonprofit, for-profit, hybrid? What does your gut tell you, or what do you think?
So I like the social business structure, but obviously that doesn't exactly fit. If you read about it, it doesn't exactly fit into the capitalistic society that we. But I like the idea of for-profit business with possibly a non-profit arm, that type of thing. So I'll go into the presentation next, and I think I have a model for non-profit business and then a for-profit format, which will kind of be, you'll see.
Okay,
yeah.
I'll wait for the presentation.
Yeah.
And
I can clarify that then.
Super.
Yeah.
Do we have any follow-ups from our digital audience?
No, I don't have anything. Great job, Ariel, and the pivot, though.
Thank you.
All right, we will move on to the second piece of this presentation.
Okay, so this is more of a talk thing. It's not a pitch.
Let me get back to where.
So basically, I wanted to go through the basic curriculum, because when you think construction, building, I know I use construction, building, carpentry interchangeably, but they're honestly sort of different depending, my dad would be that's not the right word to use there. But I'll show you the curriculum that we plan to teach. Obviously, any trade would work to give people skills, but go through, and then 2 formats that could possibly be used for. Okay, so how can SCBI become a reality? And then next slide. So these are the 2 models that we're working with, and as I was talking about yesterday with David, I could really use your suggestion on if you have an idea. I really don't have how I want to execute this, is basically what I'm saying. So I have 2 ideas, but new ideas are welcome, or critiques to these would be great too. So the first one is a traditional trade school model, which is what my pitch was based off of. And we'd have investors that would sponsor a student. This would be a nonprofit way of going about this. And then I call the second one learn now, pay later. So basically you're given a loan by and kind of like a sponsor, but the sponsor would get a return on their investment. It wouldn't be something, and then we would get a return on what the product that we give. It wouldn't be something like a college loan where you're bogged down. We obviously want to put our students in like the best financial situation possible. But that's the 2 formats that we're kind of like floating around right now. So in order to teach our curriculum, it'll be obviously, like I said, in the classroom with the hands-on experience. And then the most important part being job placement. We don't want them to be stuck without a place after we teach them what to do. Now, disclaimer, I'm not a carpenter. That's my dad. So that's my business partner, but I'll give you the quick rundown of basically the 3 main components that we're going to be teaching. So first thing is framing, which is the bones of the house. It goes on top of the foundation. Some smaller carpenters would put the foundation in themselves, like my dad started off doing, but normally you'd have like an excavation company come in and do that. So just to show you kind of a visual, this is the barn that my dad did himself this past winter. It was the size of our original farmhouse, which you'll see the back of in future slides, but this is just the framing process. And then the exterior finish work would be windows, doors, and siding, kind of self-explanatory in that way. And then this is the addition that he had put on last year. This is the outside that's sort of finished, excuse the mess, but he just finished doing this, I think last spring, not this past one. And then interior finish work, which is finished carpentry. This sometimes carpenters will hire out because there's people who specialize in it, but that's something that the students would need to have under their tool belt so they could choose whether they wanted to do all 3, specialize in one, that type of thing. And then this is just an example of finished work in the progress on the right, and then it being done on the left, different rooms in the house. And then the last slide. So keeping all of this in mind, if you have ideas, the end goals of SCBI curriculum that are not negotiable are that they need to know the trade basics, the knowledge of these 3 basic components, and have a hands-on experience, and then therefore be able to be placed in a job. So, yes.
Would SCBI be placing its graduates?
Yeah, so on the administrative end, the idea would be to, first of all, the people like construction corporate companies around us, they don't have enough people. They'll hire, I don't want to say anybody because you need to know the trade, but they're looking for people all the time. So to get a list, we'll like hopefully be able to get a list together of people who would be willing to take these apprentices on, because there's plenty of building companies around. As you can see, there's a housing boom right now. That would be the plan.
I just heard a statistic that since 2005, there's a net real shortage of over 3 million homes.
Mm-hmm.
So this issue is not going to go away.
Yeah.
Number 1. Number 2, for your revenue, you might be able to get a placement fee of a person that stays there longer than 30 days, 60 days. There's headhunter placement people, for example, for IT, that make 7 figures by having a group of really skilled people that they maybe bring in from different locations, and they place them, and they kind of broker that relationship.
Yeah.
That might be interesting. And then finally, as crazy as it seems, you might want to check out like commercial driver learner schools. Like right here in Kingston, there's a CDL, Commercial Driver Learning School. So I think I was either getting a haircut and I couldn't get seen, or I was going to the bank or enter a deposit. So I walked in and said, "Hey, what's going on here?" They're like, "Hey, you want to drive a truck? In 30 days, we'll finance the fee of $5,000, and we'll place you at one of 90 truck driving companies, and your minimum earned wage is going to be between $80,000 and $120,000. Yeah, do you want to sign up?" I'm like, "Well, I'm just trying to get information," but I thought it was really interesting that they made it really easy. Mm-hmm. They made it really easy to get in, to afford it, to finance it. Yeah. They've set up, and it might be something because of the social good. There might be some entity that could finance this at a 1% tuition interest rate or something. Yeah. So these are all things to think about.
It'd be cool to have like a wing at one point that it's not necessarily being placed into an outside construction company. That was my original idea, was to do it in-house. But obviously with my dad he's only working as one person right now. He's going to be doing his first job in a few years outside of our own home. This coming year, it's just not possible to produce at like a commercial level. But if we have customers who are interested in maybe waiting longer and having apprentices build a house, sort of like trade schools do once a year, that would be cool too. Sorry.
Oh no. I have two questions. One, I've seen tiny home communities for the homeless. So I was wondering if you ever thought about having your the people who come to your school build homes for themselves, and then they could live there and then after graduating. And then my second question was have you thought about sustainable building materials? 3D printed homes is something that people have been getting into because it's less labor and it's faster a bit. So yeah.
My dad actually, so he returned to UMass Dartmouth in Dartmouth, Massachusetts. At one point he had a change of heart. He thought he wanted to become a doctor because he was I want to help people in that way. But then he found himself back in the sustainable building realm. Mm-hmm. So he has knowledge with that. Our house is it's as eco-friendly as an existing building can be to date. So he knows how, not necessarily retrofitting, which would be a more extensive process, but our house doesn't, it retains heat. So all of our new construction, and even if obviously these skills can be applied to existing construction, would be up to standard in that way. So it's it's retaining heat, and there's and we use sustainable forestry, forest, wood and stuff like that. So there isn't, not necessarily it's above the industry standard, but it's making sure that's done correctly. But I am interested in that type of stuff too, the 3D printing.
More.
Well, thanks for the presentation. I like your identification of the aging tradesperson and wonder the role that the person who's moving out of that industry is to you. So I couldn't quite tell. Are they your future teachers, but is it also a shortage of the labor? What does it mean to you?
So, so they would be the teachers. I think it's hard though, because a lot of the people working that are as old as my dad is, for context, he's 61 years old.
And this kind of model of learning skills to build housing while getting housing might be very powerful, because a mile from here is a seed song farm, an organic farm that has a network, that has people on a website that found them called Hobos, which is the organic farm picking volunteers. So people come from all over the country and work at Seasong Farm and live in their trailer at Seasong Farm while they help build Seasong Farm's produce harvesting. And so, and at the same time, they're kind of getting connected to the community. They're seeing if this is a region they want to live in. And there's this kind of residential make and build movement within organic farming that people come. So there might be something that you can learn from the model, because there's probably 10 or 15 different camps / RVs / small houses now kind of popping up in Seats on Farm for folks who have found it and want to work there and also want to look at the next step of getting into agriculture. And we have our guest speaker from the Farm Hub, which is at the other end. This is where you spend a year to be upskilled in all aspects of farming to take over one of the coming 500 farms to be abandoned in New York State.
Yeah.
So like there's these different ranges of pipeline.
That's one thing that I've been, well, similarly, but in a different area of the world I've been asked is what about like going in, like, you know, like mission trips, like building houses for people in other countries. And one of the things I'm very, very passionate about is that a lot of the times the idea is fantastic, but those houses, I've seen what it takes to build a house that lasts and that isn't going to be a financial burden in the future and leave people devastated still. So I think that there is a lot of opportunity in using the skills that these students are taught to be able to build structures that are going to last. Because if you build a house right, like our home was built out of logs from our backyard in the 1880s. We didn't own it back then, but they knew how to do it right, and they still use the steel cut nails that are basically rectangles, and they bang them in, and the house is still standing, and it will be standing in another 100 years. So it's important that these structures can last, and I think that that's a great way too to solve the homelessness issue in another direction.
And in doing your development research, I think I suggested the Firestone family.
Yes.
Based in Massachusetts, the #1 family for philanthropy and homelessness.
Yeah, they're really bought.
And so they, I think, as this gets a little bit more focused, you know, Dan Fireman, I think, is a graduate of Babson. We might be able to reach out to him, and Wheaton, I'm sure, would have some connections. But I think for a family that has given their philanthropy for homelessness, to hear about this and team up, then you're really talking about you're talking about some strength there.
Yeah.
And just off of what Professor Cass was saying, like you really have an opportunity to provide homeless people with dignified housing, especially now. Like I know I'm seeing a lot more homeless people where I live. Like I've never seen that because of the pandemic, you know?
Yeah.
So, but somebody having a dignified home to go home to, and the fact that you can do it maybe at a cheaper rate, if like the 3D printing materials, it's about $100,000 for that machine. And then you just need 1 to 3 people to operate it, and you could like pump out like a home within like a week or 2 or so with that. So you have the opportunity to give people a place to feel safe, you know, maybe even for the first time. So I think you're doing incredible work.
Thanks, I appreciate that.
A very practical question. So I think you've got some really great suggestions. I think you should put them in a bucket.
Yeah.
And then really focus.
Yeah.
Because I think that there are like 50 different directions you can go in. But what would be the length of the course? So when does it start? When does it finish? What are you looking to as kind of model curricula? Like what, or have you done that work yet?
Yeah, so for example, when you go into trade school in high school, you complete 3 years of 2 weeks off, 2 weeks on in Massachusetts to be able to learn how to build a house. So realistically, you build 1 house a year as a construction company. And now if you have enough of a crew to do more, you can, but realistically, a company does 1 at a small level. So also realistically, they need to build more than 1 house to be able to be an apprentice because you need that repetition of every step. So I think 2 years is sufficient to be at an apprentice level once they graduate. Now, people who graduate trade high school have a little bit more credibility than just being an apprentice. They consider it because they're coming from an institution more of like apprentice, like junior carpenter level. So that's a little bit of a differentiation because that could change too. I'm not sure yet, but that's kind of the timeline that you look at when you're learning how to build.
So you're saying they do the 2 years of on and off, basically.
Yeah.
Yeah, and again, and this we can discuss later. I mean, when you get to the 2-year level, I guess you're also potentially competing with associate's degrees and as an alternative. So it's just kind of envisioning kind of, well, what are the other options for someone who might be going into this kind of program? And then what does it look like in terms of what happens afterwards? Because again, if I'm thinking of it, just as you said, from your father's perspective or other builders' perspectives, right? It's much better to get someone who has some training, who's an apprentice that you can build up, because they have some skills, so you don't have to build them from zero, but they're still not as expensive as a journeyman or a master carpenter, right? So there's probably some sweet spot there that I'm not aware of, but maybe you'll kind of get to.
Yes.
Well, keeps them coming. The one thing I was thinking of is how you are thinking of yourself versus I don't know the infrastructure out there, but a traditional apprenticeship in this industry. Like, how do you accommodate specifically the homeless people that you're working with? Because I think homeless people have mental health issues more so than your average apprentice.
Definitely. That's kind of why, because obviously there's like tech schools that you can go to like for college that are available to like anybody who chooses to do that instead of going to college. But like you're saying with mental health issues, I briefly mentioned the Dignity Doctor at Gregston Bakery. So they take incarcerated individuals and give them a job in a bakery. And the Dignity Doctor's job is to make sure that they have the mental health counseling, family services, and other things like that to ensure that they can keep their job and make sure that minor crisis is like having to rush out to go pick up a sick kid from school or take care of their child for a day doesn't make them lose a job. So I think in a different way, obviously it'll have to be specialized to our cohorts, but to make sure that there's a significant infrastructure within the company that supports the students going through, because obviously you can't ignore that they have lives stuff too. And another important part is that they're also being supported financially throughout the program. We can't ignore that either. So it's all a moving part, and those aren't things that we're gonna ignore at all.
Can I recommend Achilles heel?
Right? Yeah. Partnerships everywhere, GCSEN.
Yeah, I'd definitely be interested in that.
Yeah.
And just on to what you were saying, like I think with you providing them the apprenticeship, it will help with the mental health just like not innately, and then also getting counseling, because I think, you know, just what I'm learning about adulthood is like where all can be like, you know, one bill or one, you know, unexpected payment away from being homeless. And when you have everything stripped from you, of course, that's going to make you, you know, stressed out to the point where it can cause physical mental health, you know, symptoms. So once you start regaining that dignity and a job and things that make you, you know, a part of society, and I think a lot of those mental health issues will start to, you know, not necessarily fade away, but be able to be in control where they're able to, you know, get the skills that they
that
need.
confidence.
Exactly.
Hold up, checking the audience. We don't have any audience questions,
So I
so.
have a suggestion / question.
Yep.
So in terms of housing these this institute and teaching them, have you thought about maybe reaching out towards some teachers at these technical institutes, asking them to offer some of their time, or even offer some like spaces, so going through the basics here, they can get like feed them into like a 1 or 2 year certification?
Yeah. So the plumber who works on my house knows the people who who own and founded MTTI, which is a similar. It's comparable to like a college that teaches trades, except it's for adults. And they offered my dad a job, so I'm sure that there's people there that would be willing to help us too. And also there's in my area, there's the trade schools that my dad went to, my grandfather went there as well, and things like that. There's definitely a lot of connections. I live in a very populated area, even though it's suburban. And Providence is 15 minutes one way, and then New Bedford's 25 the other way, and then Fall River is literally 5 minutes away, which are all Providence not so much, but like post-industrial devastated. So yeah, we'll work with those.
Do we have any questions from our virtual audience?
I would say just for the next step of maybe building on Professor Imran's question, kind of the next, it would be cool to do a schematic now of kind of three key funding sources, 3 key models of kind of homeless, like I said, Hope program out of Brooklyn, program models, and then kind of vote models, and then see what we can build to get to market and test, and I think it's going to be exciting and certainly very powerful.
Yeah, we'll get there.
All right, thank you very much.
We will have Shanai Williams presenting Be Heard. Lucas, if you could get the lights, please.
Show me some love.
I'll do the rest. Exit out of the ones that are done. Such an order that all this must be taken. There we go.
Hello, everybody. How are we feeling? My name is Shanai Williams, and I'm the founder of Be Heard.
For some reason, we can't hear that mic.
Hello?
It's technical difficulties.
Okay, never mind. We can hear you now.
Okay. Yeah. Can you switch it?
Yep.
Okay. Oh, sorry. So today I'll be asking for $20,000 as a startup cost for my business. Okay. So I was wondering, like, I think of a different. I try to keep it different every time I do this pitch, but I was thinking about how when you're like talking to somebody and you're like passionate about what you're talking about, and like you notice that they're like not paying attention anymore, and they're just like their eyes are glazed over, and you're just like, okay, well, I guess whatever. I prefer that. I prefer for people to do that than the thing my mom used to do when I was younger. Instead of letting me tell my full story, she would say, before I get into it, she'd be like, so how was your day? And I'll start, and she's like, the short version, like immediately. She would say the short version. My dad started saying it, my family started saying it, and then when I got to school, people around me just didn't want to hear me talk. It was a tough time. It was tough, and I ended up using humor to start to get people to listen to me. But when life got a little more difficult, like after elementary school, that didn't really work for the things that I wanted to talk about. And so writing came in clutch. And that's what I want to talk about today. Okay, so I'm from the Bronx, and a lot of kids in the Bronx, they're very funny, but they also have the same trouble I had. They're not listened to, like in general, kids usually aren't listened to. But kids in the Bronx are definitely not listened to for the things they actually want to say and the struggles they are facing at home, or the things that they need to talk about. There's no ears for anybody. Nobody's listening. And they also don't have, because they're used to people like shutting them down, they don't have the tools to start getting people to listen, or the tools to express in ways that are healthy and effective for them. And because I feel I have those tools, I want to bring those tools and resources to the Bronx and empower the next generation through communication and youth development. So my MVP would be a free summer workshop with a youth-led showcase at the end. It would include 2 free meals at each session. It's a creative writing workshop because that's what I love to do. That's what I'm passionate about. And youth empowerment to get them to feel more able to express themselves and like understood and listened to. The customer benefits, youth benefit from receiving steady meals, a place to be away from home, mental health support, and a creative outlet that they can take home with them and use at any point. People, my 4P impact, basically youth gain better self-esteem. They're learning from people in their community, people who look like them, talk like them. It builds community. We're gonna make profit through sponsored customers. I'm not expecting any of my customers, my students, the people I want to target, to pay for it, because that is kind of counterproductive to the whole point. And so basically schools and like the DOE and like other youth serving programs would be paying for me to exist in their neighborhoods, and will be teaching environmentally friendly habits throughout. It's a nonprofit organization. Like I said before, it's contracted workshops. We'll be receiving grants, and it'll be profit per seat. So basically with this, our pilot is going to be 6 groups of 15 7th graders. We're gonna start with 7th grade because in 7th grade, that was like the toughest year. And I did like a little survey on my family, and they also felt like it was their toughest year. So I felt like it would be good. The price per seat is $250. And so for the pilot, it'd be like around like 22,500. And honestly, when we were going through and trying to find the numbers, we did all Bronx school districts, and it goes up to 47 mil. And then we did New York State school districts, and it's already at 750 mil. And so we're like, when you get to the rest of the country, when you get to the rest of the states, and then outside of the country too, there's a whole bunch of kids struggling, and clearly there's a lot of money in this. Okay, so the underlying magic is basically that these workshops are a complete experience. It wasn't until high school that I actually started getting into writing because there was no resources in the Bronx. And so in high school, I ended up going to school in Manhattan and Soho. And there was so many opportunities. I was in programs every day. I was always outside of my house. I was in writing workshops I was probably in 5. I was in a few programs, and I was doing open mics. I was hosting open mics. I was writing my heart out. I was getting published. Like, there were so many things that I was able to do that I had no idea about when I was in the Bronx. And as great as that was, and as much as I learned how much I love to write, and how much I love to facilitate that, and how much I love to like host open mics and all those things, I was still struggling at home. Like, I still didn't have enough food to eat. I still didn't really like my parents, and they didn't really like me. Like, it just wasn't a healthy situation for me. I was only feeling free and great at these programs, but only on the side of writing and expressing myself. I wasn't being taken care of in other ways. I still had to figure the rest out. So, because I know that, because I know that, and because I want to show these kids that I hear them before they even walk into the room, and like that I understand that they're going through things that I can't see, and I don't need them to tell me what it is. I want to make sure that they have food. I want to make sure that they have people that they're like, I want them to feel listened to, and I want them to also be able to take away something from the workshop, which is the writing aspect, and like learning that you can journal in like tough situations, and that there's other ways to form your words, and not to be like just to have healthier ways to like communicate and effectively like build yourself up. So basically these are Be Heard is mine, obviously. Urban Word NYC was one of the programs I was in, and Girls Right Now was another program I was in. And although they both seem to almost have everything I have, they don't have food, and food is important. Like, you have to eat to live. So right now my team is really me. It's me, and my board of advisors is Mike and David. Yeah, I'm hoping to grow my team. I need to. Current status, I've interned with one of my competitors, and it was great. I've been facilitating creative writing workshops for a minute. I've been facilitating a lot of workshops, and I'm going to facilitate one for y'all for my MVP in a few minutes. I have a lot of experience working with youth. I love them. I received $500 from GCSEN. I'm soon to receive $3,200 from my scholarship foundation posse. And for the next 12 months, I'm hoping to get my team together. I need more people on deck. I need a stronger draft of my financials. It's not bad, but it could be better. And I'm interning here, spending at least a day a week on Be Heard. I'm asking for $20,000. Originally, I was asking for $16,000, but I felt like I needed a little more. Basically, the breakdown: legals 5,000, information tech 6,000, promotional workshops, basically to get the word out about my business and stuff, and like get people interested so that they want to like do the contracted workshops. 5,000. And then, and like also that's like making sure I have food for them and make sure like, you know, they have the ability to get there, because that's also counted for. Like they shouldn't have to pay for anything to get to where I'm at. And then personal expenses, basically I put the extra 4,000 would be for me to like fully insert myself in it for at least a month so that I could actually get the show on the road. Because an investment is me, is an investment in this business and an investment in these kids. Marketing and sales strategy, we'll basically be using social media, and we'll use GCSEN and student showcases that the kids are going to do, as well as newsletters. These are my financial projections. It's basically supposed to go up like 0.1 each year. The gross income for year one is 57,000, and then it goes up to 64,500. Wait, actually, I'm lying. Sorry. The net profit. This is what you're talking about. The first year is 10,695, and then the second year is 14,626, and then the third year it goes down a little bit to 13,615, only because we need to hire more people. It can't just be me. So yeah. But thank you for listening to my presentation. I hope that you choose to invest in Giger.
Questions? Nate, wow, you know, like you can see 200 hours in. You know, I remember our first week together, where you were, where you're at, how strong you are, how focused you are. Really, congratulations. Your financials were modest and real. That's called garage numbers. Those are real numbers. It's not some MBA BS spreadsheet number, which grows with all sorts of false inflations. I think it's understated, believe it or not. I think there's something very, very powerful here. And while you were talking, we just got a friend of GCSEN who's a major lawyer in New York, whose family is from the Bronx, saying he's so excited about today. And I saw that you had $5,000 in legal, and that's, I'm assuming, for setting up a legal structure for nonprofit education foundation. Is that right? So, you know, offline, let's talk to Paul Marino and see if we can get his major law firm to adopt, you know, underwrite the pro bono setup for you and save you $5,000. So I'm so happy that you presented, because now I have a specific thing that we can go after. The other aspect.
Hello, my name is Dan Evans from Storm King Analytics. I think someone left a message on this phone number earlier.
Hi, Dan. We can all hear you right now.
Maybe I have the wrong
Please
phone
put
number.
yourself on
I'm
mute.
sorry. Somebody had left a message, then I just hit return, so maybe it captured it wrong.
Got it.
I'll double check.
Okay, he's on.
So that's one. And then today, our guest speaker, our book signing author, Amy Wu, is a storyteller. She's incredibly accomplished NYU undergrad journalism, Columbia Journalism School, worked for every major, a large number of major media outlets. And you know, for her life, it's about connecting and telling stories. So I hope that you'll be able to make sure you chat with her, as well as Flor, in particular, because I know that you're both into this communication significantly. So Amy is going to have limited time, so make sure that I connect you to her, or that you just say I, because she's going to have to leave at 1:15, and Zara too. From a communications point of view, I think the three of you totally need to just like surround Amy and make sure you get in touch with her. So the two real resources I think we can
Great. So that will do it for the pitch. Shanai, if you would like to explain your MVP.
Okay, so I'm gonna do a creative writing workshop with y'all. So get ready, it's interactive. Basically,
Well, see,
yeah. Thank you. Well, I don't want to sit down. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Pens. You need pens, pencil. If you have a laptop, you can use your laptop. You need pencil.
I got plenty of stuff over here.
I gave everybody pieces of paper. If you don't have 2 pieces of paper, let me know. Everybody on Zoom, y'all can also do this. You can just use your laptop or a piece of paper. Also, just do your thing. Just let me know if you're gonna participate, because it's I don't like I can't.
Yeah, give us a hand raise in the reactions if you plan on participating in this exercise, please.
Or just type it in the chat or something too.
Thank you, Sean, and thank you, Kyle.
Okay. All right. So first things first, we're gonna go around the room, and we're just gonna do a check-in, just a check-in, from 1 to 5. How are you feeling right now? 1 is like horrible, and 5 is doing great. Well, actually, sorry, David.
I think I'm between a 3 and a 4.
Okay.
10, what's the scale?
1 to 5.
Oh, 1 to 5. I'm doing.
Okay.
I'm at 4.5.
Yeah, really close.
Really close.
Everybody's.
Okay. Okay.
3.5. Sorry, I think you
We'll throw it to the back.
4. A good 4. I'm at a 5 because this whole idea started with just one person. The fact that we had this whole room jacked up and people online, it all started with Heather, helping Heather get to her next step. The fact that everybody's here, it's just a dream for sure. So I'm 5.
If you asked me yesterday, I would have said 2, only because work has been so hectic. But just seeing the spirit of innovation in everyone that has gone so far, a 5, because you guys inspire me.
4.5.
4. Okay. And how are you feeling?
Well, when I started, I was definitely at a 2, but now that we've gotten past this and everything's running smoothly, I'll say a 5.
I'm definitely at like a 3.5. 3.5. And that's okay because it's gonna get better. And Sean, you can put yours in the chat if you want.
Yeah,
I could verbalize it. So regarding demo days, a 5, but just personal life stuff, 2.5, right? So got to be able to balance them.
Okay, so we're gonna do a free write, just a free write, just to get the cobs out of your head, and then I'm gonna show you a poem. Not mine, but I'm gonna show you a poem. Bless you. But just do a free write. We're gonna do it for like 3 to 5 minutes. Just get whatever it is. If you are thinking, I don't know, whatever you're feeling, or if you got a to-do list to write something, just take the moment to just write. Just write for the full 5 minutes. Don't put your pen down. Don't try to, if you can't think of something to write, you say, I can't think of something to write. I can't think of something to write. I can't, until you start writing something, okay? So we're gonna start that with 10:50. It's 10:49. I'm gonna stop y'all at 10:52.
I remember seeing rainbows, and my mother in her Sunday school teaching voice saying, rainbows are a present from God, a promise after the great flood that it would never happen again. And I saw beauty in the covenant of a God that would give everything a second chance. And growth spurts came with different types of lessons. Me, the pastor's son, had to get other teachings like real men never put their hands on a woman. And this was around the time my father became an imaginary thing. He would drown our home in clenched fist baptisms. My ignorance questioned why my mother stayed. My curiosity questioned how a preacher could lay hands, but there be no healing. I promised myself I would never become my abusive father, but I only learned to never hit a woman. I never learned what to do when you're being hit. I was so afraid of becoming my father, I didn't realize I could become my mother. But I was taught real men can't be abused. Real men take pain, don't show emotion, be still-faced, rough exterior. Even if everything inside of you is crumbling, I had to be the type of man that gets respect for not hitting back or learning how to run away and leave. I used to think rainbows were so beautiful until I learned what it meant to be the earth to an abuser's flood and only exist in the memory of the rainfall, to represent a past you did not choose to inherit. My parents laid down the path of broken homes and my feet followed off instinct. The mother of my child treated me like a mistake that she had to drown into correction. And I don't know how many times I heard it would never happen again, but it always did. July 31st, that's the day my son took his first steps. And she must have felt invincible that day. Decided she could take the abuse outside the home. But she knew as long as she could call the police before I did, she could still look like the victim. Tell them I was trying to kidnap my own son, even though we were the ones hostage to an abusive relationship. July 31st, that's the day I went to jail for domestic violence. The type of joke Job and God would laugh at. They painted me in the image of my father and it looked just like her. But I guess that's me just being a black man again, going to jail for something I didn't do. And still, I stayed for my son, just like my mother stayed for us children, because she always threatened to take my son away from me. So I felt like I didn't have any choice but to crawl back into her arms. She told me, if I don't love her, then I don't love my son. But then I realized I was raising my own son in the same type of home I was trying to escape from. Somewhere I found the strength to leave. She turned the threat into reality. Today marks another record for the longest it's been since I've seen my son, but I'm not gonna let any custody law keep us separated forever. It's the promise I give to myself, the rainbow my son gets to have without knowing the flood that preceded it, so that we can be a promise in the sky together.
Could you unmute that mic? Great.
Yep. We're good. So with that,
reactions?
Wow.
Yeah.
I just love these prompts because since high school, writing has always helped me. So I really, I think what you're doing with creative writing and bringing it to like schools and stuff like that, it's so therapeutic. And
So we're gonna go around again. Just maybe like something, like a theme. Point out a theme you heard or something that stuck out to you. Okay.
Sorry, move the mic with you.
So, a theme that I saw was good intentions gone bad.
Fatherless home.
You said fatherless son?
Fatherless home. Fatherless home.
Frustration.
Control. Yeah.
Issues. Imran?
Frustration. Rainbows many sides.
So after the storm comes the rainbow. Resilience.
Struggle.
Passion.
Unconsciously continuing a cycle of abuse, but realizing it and breaking it.
Funnily enough. So we're gonna write to a prompt, and Winslow was kind of spot on. The prompt is basically, when is the time that you continued a pattern, like you unknowingly continued a pattern? That's the prompt. Maybe sit with it for a second, or we're gonna get like 10 minutes to write to it. Do we have a problem with music playing during, like, do we need to focus? That is a question for everybody. You're good? You're good? If I play music, is it gonna distract anybody from being able to write? Okay. You can write this in whatever format you want. I tend to write poems. You don't have to write poems. If you want to tackle writing a poem, free to. But poem, prose, whatever, however you feel. At the end, we will, you can be as honest as you want, like as honest as you need to be if you just need to keep it for yourself. But we are going to share out. Everybody does not have to share out. We're probably going to have maybe 2-3 people share out, people who are comfortable. But we are going to give at least, everybody's going to have one line from what they wrote and they're gonna offer that to the group. Okay? Okay, we're gonna get 10 minutes. Is everybody good? Good to go? Looks like everybody's pretty okay. Winslow, you good over there?
Yep.
Okay. We're gonna start. Winslow, do you want to start?
No.
We'll start from Mike.
I just raised my hand.
Oh yeah? Do you want to share
a
the?
GCSEN dollar or
Am I gonna pay you?
a dollar?
This is a free donation.
I'm only kidding. I've had situations where like everybody just sits on their hands. And I'm
Yeah.
Like, all right, I'll pay somebody $1.
No, I get it.
So yes, thank you for this workshop. I do have basically, fight or flight. Which path is right? Avoid this void with activity, or find the strength to give constructive confrontation a chance. Explore, forgive, breathe, heal, and grow. So be here now, be heard. Wow.
That was nice. That was good.
Great.
I didn't know Mike was a poet.
Right. Shakespeare.
I also wrote one for Shanai.
Oh,
Said Shanai is a boss, giving cobwebs in the brain a toss, moving my fingers to write what my heart and my mind know is right. To write and be heard is the power for good in the written word. Like sunlight for the trees, the written word helps us be. Write it up, light it up, speak it out, leave no doubt. Be present, be now, be heard, be wow.
You need to get signed.
Yeah, you should.
Where's the album?
No, I think Zara wrote that.
Get to Wild Part 2 is a poetry.
Sean said he'll sign you.
Yeah, it's a rap album by Mike Caslin.
I didn't know this was coming.
On the fly. Okay, does anybody else want to share their entire? Okay, go ahead.
I'll go. I'm pulling close because I only have one contact in right now.
Awesome.
Anxiety has been pulling me to pieces, stretching my limbs out, bashing my brains in. So many days, so many times, so many minutes, I want to give up because I feel like I've given all I've got, poured myself so dry the Sahara Desert takes pity on me. But every time I get to that point, a well of water appears out of the abyss, filling what I thought was empty, whether it's a mirage or reality. It keeps me going. It keeps me on that journey towards success. In this entrepreneurial journey, there's always bumps in the road, but just when you think you're about to crash, the path becomes clear and God whispers in my ear, you still have more to do, follow your passion, and in that, you'll help yourself and millions of others. What's meant to be is already yours. Now go get that shit.
Period. Thank you for sharing. It's funny because you said you're the one who pointed out resilience, and that's what it sounds like.
Yeah.
Okay. Does anybody else want to share? Okay, go ahead, Ervin.
So this one is called Another Lost Soul.
Okay.
This isn't personally me. This is a character that was inspired. I don't like to write from my perspective. So, and trigger warning, I do use that word. So
Do what you gotta do.
Don't feel comfortable with it. My father was more like my sperm donor, and his father donated to the broken home pipeline running through my city. So I can't really blame him for not knowing how to raise a child on two broke hoes digging in empty soil. And these walls I built with the sin of my ancestors' hopes haunt the black boy hit by a stray bullet when I was just trying to get mines. His skin richer than the tar oil they shoot out from vines, slithering under our feet, and I wonder, will they remember my name? Because I can't remember my own. And the shank shivved between my ribs that niggers spat from their lips doesn't sound like mine. Doesn't sound like mama's kisses or the sugar-flavored candy for 29 cents. Doesn't sound like grandmother humming to Nina Simone. Doesn't sound like thick-lipped lullabies or absentee father blues. 88904 doesn't sound right. But 1 out of 3 of us are ended up right where I am now, or dead from the residue of gunpowder on the tip of an officer's gun. I'm sorry, sir. But my book's never updated like the news app on your phone screaming headlines of another one shot, another warning shot to the dome, another drug dealer, gangster, thug, another lost soul. And you look at me and ask, well, will I go? You think there are 3 paths for me. drug dealer, gangbanger, or in the hole. And instead of reaching back, you built another prison for us to go.
This is the thing I love about facilitating workshops. You never know what you're gonna get.
Wow.
Because, yeah, literally, like, I feel like writing just brings people like to the place that they really want to be at. The place, the part that they don't get to show all the time, or the part that they really want to show. Here it is, and that is the whole point of Be Heard. Thank you, Erv. Thank you.
I didn't know Erv was a poet also.
Spoken word poet. He said, period. The other thing I wanted to say, in my workshops and stuff, it would like always be, what is it? What is it? OMG. I forgot. It's gone.
You're talking about the facilitators?
Like, oh, free, like, just, no, it's just like, obviously there's no obias or isms, but it's like, it's, what is the, no censorship.
Censorship.
There you go. You write what you need to write. You say what you need to say. Does anybody else want to go?
Can I go?
Yes, you can.
All right. So I didn't really write what the piece meant to me, but to me it's fully loaded, right? So I could have taken that into many places. So for me, I just wrote something that's going to transcend that piece, time, and everything else, right? So here it is. We become our predominant thoughts, or our actions are based on our past conditioning. To get to new results, one must change their programming, right? So we've been programmed so we have to change that. So here's a little piece on paradigm. So you can call it paradigm, you can call it mindset, you can call it conditioning. So your paradigm is a mental program that has almost exclusive control over our habitual behavior. And almost all of our behavior is habitual. I'll read that again. A paradigm is a mental program that has almost exclusive control of our habitual behavior. And almost all of our behavior is habitual. So that's our subconscious. We do it when we're not even aware of it. Just like from his father to the son, doing it because that's what he saw mostly in practice and predominant thought, he became the same thing. Okay.
Thank you for sharing.
I'll share now.
Oh. Ready?
I'm not gonna read the whole thing, but I was scared. I wrote more about my experience with the same thing. I was scared that by leaving, I would hurt someone else, but staying, I was doomed to a stagnant future that wouldn't have made me happy in the first place. To break free, I needed to understand myself. I remember hearing from a friend that they intended to ruin me. Weeks later, I heard, "I ruined his life," they were quoted saying. And as a sophomore in high school, who had already struggled with suicidal ideation, it nearly broke. But thanks to those experiences, it's why I'm here today.
Thank you for sharing. Okay. Is anybody else feeling brave today or feeling truly inspired? I don't want to take up too much time either. So, I wanted everybody to get, we don't have time for that.
I wish we had.
I wish we had more time.
Okay.
Thank you. Amazing workshop. I think we have a new consultant workshop for boot camp. Now, right, hours, 45 minutes is not long enough. Yeah. We actually had like 5 boot camps ago at Week. We had a haiku wizard.
Yeah.
She came in and taught everyone how to talk about their business in haiku, which is like unbelievable experience. Like it completely changed the program. So we're going to talk about this, how we can do benefit, benefit your services.
So we are back from our mini break. We will be going into Flor, who is a junior consultant with GCSEN.
Always do. Second. Beautiful. I didn't screen share. Alrighty, Flor, whenever you are ready.
All right, perfect. Thank you. Hi guys, my name is Flor Najera. Most of you know me, and some of you don't. But I'm a junior consultant here at GCSEN. I do a little bit of everything here. So, well, today I'm gonna be showing you my business. The name of my business idea is Popol Vuh Studios, which means Book of the Community in Mayan language. I'm also thinking about probably naming the business Najera Studios after my last name. We'll see. But it is a marketing, videography, photography, public relations, communications, services firm. So today I am asking you guys for $20,000. And later on, I will be telling you more about why I want to ask you this amount of money. So my why, well, I want to move the world to a better place by providing high quality and well thought marketing campaigns and services to my clients. I currently have two clients. One is GCSEN Foundation, and the second one is called Najera. It's with New York State. I'm looking forward to helping them move their company and the world to a better place. And as you not that yet. And you can see here those like images there. Eventually I would like to rent a space where I can have people come in and be creative and use the right tools and have the right direction to promote their own businesses as well. Next. So the social problem. Digital creators are on the rise, as we can see it on Instagram and TikTok. We see a lot of influencers nowadays, and brands are struggling to compete with them. And I want to help brands tell their stories and tell their audiences that their products and services matter as well. So I believe I will have the opportunity for my marketing firm to bring brands and creators and artists together to network and share their work and services to the world. Social solution. Well, I will be offering marketing workshops to help companies tell the world about who they are. And I want my studios to be a safe place for creators to come and explore their creativity. Business model. My business model is B2B and B2C. Target market. I will be targeting baby boomers, millennials, Gen Z, and they will be mainly in New York, Kingston, Poughkeepsie, Mount Vernon, and New Rochelle. Kingston because Jason is here, Poughkeepsie because I live there, and Mount Vernon and New Rochelle is because the other company, New York's Najera, that they are located in that area, and then the United States. So I had a little bit of trouble just finding the right numbers for the market size. So I'm not sure if this is the right numbers, but in the world, there are apparently 7,865 marketing agencies. And then in the USA, there are, I don't know how to say that number. 13.3 thousand.
Yep.
Yeah, companies in the USA, and then we have 8.55 thousand companies in New York. And then I didn't find the exact numbers for Poughkeepsie or Kingston or Mount Vermont, but that's what I have for now. So marketing and sales. I'm planning to market my business through social media, word of mouth, billboards, flyers, email marketing, and influencer marketing. And the sales will be made through the website, Instagram shop, and via email. The underlying magic. Well, I believe that, I want my business to be used to bring awareness to other businesses that I believe in, like nonprofits. Najera is a company that, is partnered with another company that are focused in helping the sustainability area. So I believe that the world needs that right now and in the future. So I want to use my knowledge and what I know and my resources to help those companies move the world to a better place and help each other. Yeah, my team, well, it's just me, myself, and I. Hopefully in the future, I am thinking about asking Mike. A lot of people have Mike as their advisor. I don't know if you will have time, but yeah, I'm also thinking about asking Ronald Surella. You guys might know him. He's a great guy. So yeah, they ask use funds. So as I said, I want to rent a studio big enough where I can have like lights bigger than this, sound, cameras, backdrops, and then if you can move to the next slide, you guys can see, like, I want to have something like this. This is like my dream. Right now I'm only offering like marketing services, but I want to offer this space and create a safe space for creators to come and network and be creative on their own. And of course, if they need help, I'll be there, or I'll hire someone else that's more creative than I. But that's what I would love to do eventually. All right, so 4P impact. Digital creators, brands, businesses, and artists will come together and network and just get to know each other. And I will, I guess, guide them in terms of their marketing plans and campaigns. And then the planet, I want to help brands bring awareness to environmental issues and in a creative way. And then place, I want my business and the community around it to be a safe place and trustworthy and respectful place. And then profit, I will be making profit by renting the space to other clients and as well as making money through marketing campaigns and communication services and PR. So eventually I would love to expand and rent a bigger place and probably have different locations in New York, Gibsy, Brooklyn, or Florida, because I've never gone to Florida. So I eventually would love to go there. Yeah. Next, please. So yeah, that's it. You can contact me if you need any marketing services or any advice. I'll be here. Can go to my website. See, I have a different name for my website. See, I'm undecided yet, but that's what I have. And you can follow me on Instagram. I've been trying to create some content on Instagram because I think that's like for me is the base where I can start and grow. Instagram and TikTok are blowing up, so I'm gonna try to take advantage of them. Yeah, that's it. Any questions? Any comment?
Flor, has been intern with GCSEN, student impulse communications, marriage, master's communications, plus she got her citizenship, all within a space of a few months. And Flor has been an amazing storyteller for us and helping us learn this new media storytelling world. And she was really nervous about presenting today. So, and it was almost like, I think I'm gonna pass. So tell me how you feel now compared to maybe for a few days ago before your moment of obligation.
Well, I just kept thinking like I'm not ready. I don't know what I want with my business, and that made me even more nervous because I thought I was not gonna be able to talk about what I wanted or what I was thinking. But I feel better. I mean, I still see your eyes and they're pressuring me. But overall, I think it's a great experience. And I had a chat with Mike and I told him that I was thinking maybe I'll do it next time. But then as him and I were talking, I had a second moment of obligation. And I was like, I need to do it. In my heart, I knew I needed to do it. So here I am now. I still have the dollar he gave me, and I would love for you to sign it. And I'm gonna frame it and put it on my desk.
And if you have to spend it, I consider it.
I don't think I would. No.
I don't think you'll ever have to spend it for the rest of your life.
I wouldn't want to.
And in my office, there's a U.S. dollar and a Bolivar Real dollar from Venezuela. And if anybody's interested, I can explain to you inflation or deflation, because you now need 300 billion bolivars for $1. So the big thing is, I'm so proud of you for working through this, number one. Number two, part of Theos, which you talked about, and Flor is not technically a social venture bootcamp graduate from Wheaton, but she is a GCSEN SE 101 course completer. So she's technically in the club, if you will, of Club Theos. And so there's a couple of things. One is in our first graduating class of GCSEN, Nicole Hewitt, Chris Hewitt's wife, Chris will be catering today. Nicole has one of the largest art and production digital media studios in the Hudson Valley in Poughkeepsie. In particular for, it's called Artifact.
Oh yes, thanks for that.
Spark Communication. So everything that you put up on the screen, they already do.
I have to
And
use it.
you have to connect with them.
Yeah.
And
I followed on Instagram.
Yeah, so you'll be able to do that. So this is part of what we hoped about today, was just resurfacing obvious connections that can have value and identifying new ones and new ways that can have value that for your own business and to make good things happen. So Chris is going to cater today. He's going to cater lunch and dinner through the Tilda's Cafe in the Hudson Valley Current. His wife is probably she's merged 3 nonprofits. It's probably $1.5 million to $2 million budget now, and you need to like connect with them for sure. And then there's 3 co-working spaces now in Kingston. It's actually, one is called Co-work. Another one across the bridge in Rhinebeck is Co. And the newest one is a membership, like an upscale WeWork called Barn Fox. And so we've got 8 businesses, or I think it's up to 10 businesses in this room that will need to tell their story. And someone will need to be able to do that for them or help teach them.
Yeah.
So you have a tremendous amount of marketing potential here.
I wish I had more hands. Yes.
I wanted to ask, so basically, would you be, like, the creatives would come to you, like, to just do their own thing also, as much as, like, be connected with businesses to work for them? Question mark?
Yes, that's, see, like I'm still trying to figure out everything. But yeah, I like creators and artists will come and they would use my equipment to create their videos or photos. And if they need like assistance with the tools, I'll be there, and I will eventually hire someone else that's more experienced. And on the side, I also want to continue doing marketing services, marketing campaigns, social media campaigns, influencer marketing campaigns as well. So yeah,
say that you're more about the business side of marketing rather than the creative side? Like kind of like consulting and giving like advice on how a company can grow and like I guess get more exposure?
Yes. Yeah, I'm like more on the advising side of the business. But I love being creative too. Like I took one class in photography and I loved it and I wish I had done more. If I had a chance to change my major, I'd probably do more on the creative side. That's why I went to marketing and not stay only with PR.
It just something to think of in the long run. Maybe getting like a photographer collective, and then or getting like a art collective, and using Najera studios to kind of funnel like their art out, and maybe set up like a studio where people can come in and see their art on display.
Yeah, I mean, I guess we can have different days where people have their own arts shown to the public. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, so like, I know this is like, you're still like figuring out and stuff, but about the you want to help brands, right? And like, so you're just like putting them in connection with the creatives that come to your space already, kind of, right? Or like,
Yeah, they will. I mean, I'm sure they will eventually meet. Like, I would love to have an event where I invite all my clients and do like a networking event, yeah, or relational event, get to know each other. Yeah, I'm learning a lot. I'm learning a lot about that just by talking with Mike, because we were talking about networking, but it's more about being relational with people, and like becoming their friend, and then become your friend, and then you can use each other, to succeed.
Yeah. So, are you mainly kind of just, you want a space, you want creators to come, make art, make things, and like, so that's for them, and then you're building connections with them, and are you going to be marketing their work? Or are you just going to be helping them like get their work out there also?
I mean, if I have a big network, I will eventually, or would love to market their own stuff, and like be a safe place where they can come for help and guidance. You see it a little bit in my workshop when I explain it a little more.
Yeah, I think let's get right into that because we've got 15 minutes till our 12 o'clock lunch break.
Okay, yes, let's do that.
So let me get back to where I was.
I'll get rid of that.
All right.
Yeah, thank you. And that's a quote for all of you. Read it, take it. Okay. All right, so Popolo Studios has a workshop, well, 2 workshops for you, but the other one will do it quickly. The first one, actually. So the first one is target segmentation workshop. How do you define your target? So target segmentation, for some of you that don't know about it, is when a brand selects specific groups of people based on their gender, age, location, characteristics, and financial status. So there are 4 main terms that brands need to learn about or just keep track of. The first one is psychographic, and this one focuses on qualitative traits from a customer, and this is where brands dig really deep into someone's characteristics and traits. So some of the things that brands need to pay attention to is lifestyle, opinions, values, interests, personality, attitudes, and social status. And then some of the questions that brands can ask is, if a customer likes product X, would they buy product Y from the same company? And then that's another question that they can also ask. Next one. The second term is behavioral. This is where companies, brands dig deep into a customer's purchasing habits and interactions with the brand. Some of the things to pay attention to: occasions, loyalty, time management, behavioral patterns, product or service usage, habits, and activities. And then one of the questions would be, what specific occasion do your customer tend to prefer / buy your X product? Next. The third one is demographics. This is customers based on age, race, ethnicity, and gender. Some of the things to pay attention to: occupation, marital status, political party status, race, religion, living status, if your subject is a homeowner or renter. Some of the questions to look for: what is your occupation and what is your marital status? The last one is geographics. This is where brands just focus on the customers, where the customer lives, their location. Next one. So you some of the things to pay attention to: city, state, country, population density, economic status, zip code, regional climate, and then one of the questions that they can ask you: what state do you live in? All right, so all of you got this paper, right?
I will. You want to go through it, and I'll share.
Yes, not yet. Yeah. Mm-hmm. So, yes, all of you got it, which is great. So the second workshop is know your audience. Once brands or companies or small businesses know their audience, they need have picked their audience. They need to know them, and like know them a lot more than this is what you like or this is where you live. So next. So I want to ask you, what is the best tool to know your customers and build an audience? I'll give you 2 seconds to think about it. 3. Does anybody have the answer or would like to go? Ervin. Sorry, C? E. Okay. Anyone else? Yeah.
I think between like D, B, and C, like, so the reason I don't say social media engagement is because like sometimes you like people follow random pages and they don't necessarily want to buy from you. They just maybe think your products are pretty.
Right. That's a great point. The reason why I added social media engagement is because people or customers tend to interact and buy from a brand a lot more if brands interact with them back.
Yeah.
And like you're supposed to answer in social media, brands are supposed to answer their comments or direct messages within the first 2 hours. So it's like everything is so fast, and if you're not on top of your messages, it's like you don't really care about your customers.
Can you share your correct PD experience? Like just in that, you know.
Yes, I can do that. So when I was at my corporate job, I was there for like 3 months, and I had to be on top of social media 24/7. It was like I couldn't breathe, and that was my first moment of obligation. I decided to leave it because it was not like I went to school not. I don't know how to explain it, but like I went to school and like I tried to learn as much as I could, and to me it was like I don't want to do this all day. I want to be more creative and be more flexible, and I feel like I don't have time for myself, and like I want to be able to help the world and yeah, help the people. So yeah, we had to answer comments all the time, like every second, and we had like 20,000, 30,000 followers. So it's not like I was lazy to do it. It was like I I needed a break from that, and if only one person cannot do it. We need a team for that. So it is recommended for brands to have more than one person to two people to be on social media if they have 10,000 or 100,000 followers, or just people that are interested on them. Yeah.
Would you get like in trouble if you did, like, say you got a comment at like 2 o'clock in the morning and you didn't answer by like 4 or 5? Would you get like disciplined or something?
No, but I had to. There were moments where I would get comments, like I would get comments throughout the night, but I had to wake up early, like 5 a.m. to answer them. And if I didn't, my supervisor would be like, "It's been 3 hours without you answering." And I'm like, but I woke up, I came to work, I needed to eat, so it was really like no time, no break, and one person cannot do it all. Yeah. Okay, cool. So if do any of you have any answers for this, or you want me to tell you the answer? No? Okay.
What's the answer?
For me, the answer is all of the above. All of them can help you know your audience a lot better. So yeah, take advantage of those tools. So I want to, with this worksheet, I want to just, I guess, help you understand what a focus group does. And if you were to use it for your business, then you can do it. So what is a focus group? It is used to gather people's opinions, ideas, and beliefs on a certain topic, services or products. So this is different than knowing someone's characteristics and traits or location. This is a lot more like in their opinions and what they believe in terms of like a product or a service or a brand. So next one. So I'm gonna use an example brand, and it's Uber. I'm pretty sure most of you have used it at some point in your life. So I'm gonna be the Uber person, and I'm going to be asking you questions. So next one. So let's see. I'm gonna give you. How much time do you have?
About 5.5 minutes left.
Okay, I'm gonna give you 2 minutes to answer this, and then we'll go over them, and then we can go from there.
Great.
Yeah.
2 minutes.
2 minutes. All right. I only answered 2 questions. All right, guys. So let's answer. Well, right, my friends.
Hello, everybody. Let's focus up. We got another 4 minutes before we're done. So let's give it Flor our last bit of attention before lunch.
Yeah. Okay. So normally in a focus group, companies or brands will choose, once they have their selected group, they would gather them in a group in a room, just like you guys are. I mean, you guys are not my target market yet, but I won't. Never mind. I'm Uber, so you guys are my target market. So there will be a person that's going to be asking the questions, and then there will be a hidden person that's in the audience observing the target market or the audience. So some of the initial questions you or businesses can ask are, what are your general feelings about Uber? And then you guys can tell me. Can you guys tell me? One feeling, 2 feelings. Yes, Ervin.
Way too expensive.
Way too expensive?
Way too expensive.
All right, that's interesting. Okay.
Not ideal if it's available in like the suburbs, like it's not convenient.
That's true. Okay. So like I will have my friend here, and they will be taking notes as I will be asking questions. So that's so interesting that you guys think it's expensive, because I lived in the city, New York City, and I thought it was so cheap and efficient, because whenever I would ask for a taxi, they would be really high. Like their prices would be really high.
No, but this is great. It's kind of like, just to build on this comment, it's useful if it works, not if it's kind of in a very dense area. But I'll just give an example. Coming here this morning, I booked a Lyft, which is more or less the same thing.
Yeah.
The guy just didn't show up, and he was like 15 minutes away, so I paid double for the taxi guy who was there because I wanted to get here. So if you're in a not dense area, you get in trouble.
Yeah, I definitely see what you guys are saying. But yeah, this is one of like the first questions that someone from Uber or a business can ask their audience, and then that business can like make changes. What can Uber do to like bring the service to more suburb or urban areas, or like the mountains where there's sometimes no service. So yeah, like next slide, and those are other questions that brands can ask to their audience, and then improvements and dissatisfaction questions, and then can you guys tell me what are some of the weaknesses that Uber has? I mean, I know you guys told me already, but like some of the specific ones that you think.
So I know, personally speaking, since I have to take Uber from Kingston to Albany and then Albany to Kingston and come back, it becomes exponentially more expensive the farther it is, to the point where I feel like the metrics for structuring the price gets extremely insane, especially since they do it based on distance rather than time it actually takes.
Okay. All right. Any other thoughts?
Driver biases. I know one time when I was living in Rhode Island, it was in a low income area, and I actually got one of my friends he got an Uber. He was on his way home, and I was waiting outside with him. And as soon as the Uber saw us, I can't say if it was based off race, but based off the area I was looking in, I don't know. As soon as he saw us, he drove away. So definitely driver biases.
Right. Okay. Okay. I have one. I lost it. Anyone else? No?
Okay, I think that's our time. Flor, is there any
Alright.
closing comments you'd like to make?
Not really. Well, yes.
How much would your marketing workshop be? For an hour?
I think it depends on. Well, right now I'm like doing consulting too, but eventually I would like to have a group of like one person from one business, and then just have a group of people, and then I want to teach them how to do marketing. I don't only want to do marketing for them, like I also want to teach them how to do marketing. So like this was me trying to teach you how to do a focus group. Of course, there's a lot that goes into it, but I only have so much time right now. Yes.
So wait, you want to teach your clients?
Yes, that's another thing that I was thinking about. Like, see, I'm all over the place.
If you teach them, then do they just leave you alone? Like, do they just?
No, I mean, I would like to like have like these kind of workshops offered as well, but we can like for some companies that don't have time to send someone to learn about marketing, then I'll offer my business, my business, my services to them.
Great. Well, thank you, Flor. Thank you.
So we're just going to take a 5-minute stretch break, and then we're going to go right into our luncheon center, and we'll have lunch served at approximately 12:30. Okay, so we'll start.
Thank you to all our digital.
So this is Mike Caslin, CEO and founder of GCSEN, with author and storyteller Amy Wu. We have students from Wheaton College, from SUNY New Paltz, from Marist College, from graduates of Cornell and Pace and Lemoyne College and St. Peter's. And they're all here to kind of help each other succeed within this framework of social entrepreneurship. And I thought it would be a great enrichment for us to hear kind of Amy's journey as it relates to her own career and as it relates to the importance of food and sustainability. You know, in essence, Amy has this book. For those of you who haven't gotten your book, we will have a book signing right after her presentation and fireside chat. And then I'm going to kind of read to you kind of just a key element. But basically, this is, you know, kale. This comes out organic kale. But I had another piece from my garden, which I'm not adept at all in raising kale. And my kale leaf was about this big, you know. And so this is what happens when you know what you're doing and have the right principles. And I also was kind of organic farmer this spring because I kind of bought a small kale plant from Seed Song Farm and planted it and didn't touch it except talk to it a little bit and water it. But the amount of devastation, pest devastation of that leaf was amazing. So I just wanted you to see that getting this done is nearly a miracle given everything going on. And Amy's really been a specialist in helping us all understand that. I wanted to just read from her book, which is just some wonderful, some powerful words. I marveled at the amount of time and investment it took to transform soil from subpar to healthy. It takes years with a tremendous amount of science, research, knowledge, and money. After a season on a farm and overseeing my own garden, I commented to a good friend, I think I'm too old for this. This is really hard labor. Indeed, seeding, planting, mulching, weeding, harvesting are very difficult and take a tremendous amount of physical stamina. There's no single formula for growing beautiful fruits and vegetables, but it requires precision in light and temperature and many other factors. And Mother Nature can change things instantly. Although there was no single aha moment for me, I became aware of how much agriculture and innovation are intertwined and how they depend on each other. And the word in Chinese for crisis consists of a character for representing danger and opportunity. The women innovators who shared their stories saw an opportunity and took advantage of it. Some moved across state or even across countries. Upon reflection, this is not surprising, for many are pioneers in their own right. They were the first in their family to receive an education in the US, the first to attain multiple higher degrees, the first to achieve leadership at companies or organizations. It takes chutzpah to forge one's own path and to break past barriers. Now, we had a number of conversations this morning about barriers. Be they cultural or financial, women and minorities have been historically underrepresented in ag and tech industries. This generation of startups led by minority women is seeking to solve agriculture's problems with tech innovation. They have a broad range of diverse backgrounds and have shared numerous commonalities. And they share the following: passion for changing the world for the better through their technology, a passion to show big problems with impact, a desire to give back and create a community of like-minded people, a desire to get away from corporate politics to a more merit-based environment, and to be able to execute better on a vision, and a passion for creating something new and innovative that others have not done or been able to do. Simply put, they've taken the ball and run with it. The question now is whether investors and growers would welcome their innovations with an open mind. So Amy, thank you for making the time to come over from the Farm Hub, one of the most amazing R&D events and experiments going on here in the Hudson Valley. That's great. Thank you for making the time. I know your time is very limited given all your meetings, but yes.
Yeah,
So,
it's great
welcome.
being here, and this is something very new to me today. I'm first of all honored to be here. Secondly, this is my first actually fireside chat since the pandemic, you know, so this is exciting. It's like a bit of hybrid, like, you know, I'm here and yet I'm also on television watching myself. So you'll have to excuse me if I'm kind of like looking there, kind of taking everything in as well. And that was a great introduction. And I didn't realize that the kale bookmark was actually yours.
Yes.
For a second, I thought I had left a piece of kale from my own garden in there. Because I'm also new to gardening and farming myself. I don't come from, an agriculture background at all. Nobody in my family, as far as I know, actually farms. I grew up in the suburbs of New York. So I was born in Philly, but my family left for New York when I was really little, probably 2 years old. And my father is a professor. He teaches medical students and dental students. So he's still teaching. He's been there in the college now for 40 plus years. So I don't come from a farming background, and so I guess it's a bit of a surprise to me myself how my career, I ended up reinventing. As I recently, actually over the weekend, went to a high school reunion. I'm not going to date myself today and say what year and all that kind of stuff, but it was a reunion after 20 plus years. And somebody said to me, and my teacher was like, it's amazing how you reinvented yourself. And I never thought about it that way because I don't have the background. My background is as a journalist. I started in journalism accidentally when I was in middle school. A teacher gave us an assignment to write a letter to the editor and at the local paper. And I wrote a letter to the editor about Earth Day. And I thought that I could make a whole career out of it after they published the letter. And so my hobby during high school was writing letters to the editor. I probably wrote about 100 letters to different papers. And then I discovered that I could do a whole profession as a journalist. So I spent 20 plus years first as a journalist, investigative journalist, and that took me all over the country, the world. It was back in the days when people were like assigning people to places and you would get in the car and drive around to the actual destinations. So agriculture didn't find me until 2016. When I was sent, I got a phone call. Well, to make a long story short, I was headed down the path of actually being a professor. I decided to change careers somewhere around 2014. Because as you guys might know, how many of you read newspapers still? Raise your hand if you, this is actually a higher number than I usually see. I usually get nobody raising their hand. The newspaper industry has been diminishing into digital. Like a lot of people, like myself, I get it from my mobile phone. But so I was thinking I have to reinvent myself and turn careers. And I had an opportunity to do a PhD program in journalism at the University of Maryland. So I said, yeah, I'm going to reinvent myself and become a professor of journalism. Well, what was interesting is like I did the coursework, but I quickly discovered that the writing was not my kind of writing. I'll be really honest, I was a little bit bored by it, actually. And I really wanted to get out in the world again and actually interview and talk to people. And it's not to say that professors don't do that, but it was just a very different kind of career path. So at the very end of that program, that 2-year of classes, I had this fork in the road. And the fork in the road was, do you want to get your committee together for your PhD? And the answer should have been an enthusiastic yes. So I sort of said enthusiastically yes, but it didn't sound very enthusiastic. And I actually tried to put together a committee for my dissertation, but it was really hard putting together this committee. A lot of things just didn't fall into place. Somebody wasn't answering the email for like 3 months, and I was like, there's not much of a committee. And then I got a phone call from a paper in California, who somehow they got a resume through a friend of a friend, and they were like, do you want to be our editor here at this local paper in near Fresno? And I'm sharing this story to kind of share the idea that you don't know where life leads you. But I did know in my heart of hearts that I really wanted to do this, because I was like, I've never been an editor of a local paper, and I think I really want to like take on this community. So I said yes. And then I decided to take a leave of absence, which is what you're supposed, I was told, yes, take a leave of absence, don't say you quit. So I took a leave of absence from that program. And I also had friends and family in California. So I moved cross country. And indeed, it was this little dusty town in Fresno. And some of my friends were like, Fresno's a terrible place. Why are you living there? How many of you know Fresno or that area? You know, oh, okay. Are you from that area? Or From Nevada? Okay, yeah, so from the West, it's known for its crime, high crime, at least at the time. It was known, like you would see helicopters flying about and there would be cops. But I really wanted to write about this community and dig deep. So I went there and I covered Reedley and Parlier, cities of 15,000, mostly underserved communities where 90% was agriculture and field workers. And then I dug deep into the community, and I'm gonna kind of fast forward a little bit, but I ended up doing investigative pieces where they got me into a little bit of trouble, let's say sometimes with the local government, and I won some awards along the way. And then I got a phone call from an editor from USA Today Network. They had 2 papers, one in Salinas, one in Visalia, and he said, do you want to come and cover local government in Salinas? I had never been there before. But the theme here is that I said, oh, I'd never been there before. I'm going to say yes. So I just had this intuition that I really should cover this, local government, agriculture. So I said yes. And I got there, a city of 150,000. And
Steinbeck country.
Steinbeck country, though, I should say that's right, yeah. Because John Steinbeck was born, raised there, wrote a lot of novels there.
Yes. Yes, and was nurtured in the newspaper industry as well.
Absolutely, he was a journalist. So I got there, and the first thing that struck me was that number one, I knew nobody there. I had no connections there, but everywhere I drove, there was like a big lettuce field. I would make a right turn, a left turn, and there would be like a lettuce field right there. And I'm a pretty voracious consumer. I like to eat though. So I increasingly said, oh, wow, interesting. Everywhere I traveled, I saw Salinas, California, lettuce from Salinas. But I noticed in going to meetings, there were not a lot of women. Visibly, I did not see women. Visibly, I did not certainly see women of color in leadership positions. And then in 2017, after I had started to get my feet wet a little bit, I listened when I went to the meetings at the local government. They kept saying, we really want to grow the ag tech sector. This is the mayor and then the people above talking. We really think this is important for our local economy. And in my mind, I was like, what is ag tech? I have no idea what ag tech is. So agriculture and technology is the combination between a marriage between ag and technology innovations to help farmers. At the time, I didn't know that. And then they just also launched this big accelerator downtown for ag tech startups. So there was a new executive director there, and I walked in there, and I just again noticed not a lot of women, not a lot of women of color, certainly. And then timing is important because a friend of mine forwarded me. She was in the journalism world. She said, the International Center for Journalists is looking for stories about minority women business owners. You should apply, I think. So I didn't know if there were any women in ag tech, but I applied anyway. And that's interesting because usually you're supposed to have the story in hand and then apply. I actually didn't even know if there was anybody to interview, but I applied for this grant. And I said, I want to profile women business founders in ag tech. And I got this grant and they were like, go for it. And I was like, oh man, now we have to go look for them. I didn't tell, the grantee that, but I was just like, oh my gosh, so now I get this grant. And I have no background in documentary filmmaking as well. So this is all to share with you that you don't need the background sometimes, you don't need to have the history, but you do need to have a curiosity and maybe a little bit of intuition that this is something good to go with. So I hired a videographer, a young man, and he and I went to different conferences, ag tech conferences in Silicon Valley and Salinas, and we looked around and we started to see oh, I see a woman there. She's like a woman of color. Let's walk up to her. So that's what we started to do. We started to hunt for women founders in ag tech. And at first, it does take a bit of bravery, and I didn't realize this until later on, but I would walk up to strangers and literally be like, we're doing this story. We want to profile you. You look like you are founder. And some of them would be like, no, I'm here as a friend, but you might want to talk to this person or that person. I got a lot of closed doors and a lot of people who are like, I don't know if you're looking for a unicorn. Somebody jokingly said, I think you're looking for a unicorn. And that's like a phrase in Silicon Valley. for something really unusual. But I think one trait that I do have that I see in the women entrepreneurs that I ended up interviewing is persistence. I see creativity. And I think looking back, it took a lot of creativity and persistence to keep forging forward and saying, I'm going to find these profiles and these stories. So I ended up connecting with one woman, Pam Marone. She's all the way in Sacramento. She's probably in her late 50s or 60s. And it turned out she was actually
in Sacramento, for those who don't know California well, it's not like the next town over from Salinas.
Right.
It's like the other end of the state.
It is the other end of the state, You're right. And it's pretty far. And somebody said, call up Pam. She had launched a company called Marone Bio Innovations in 1996. And it's a public company. It's actually on the NASDAQ. But what was interesting is like she said, yes, I'm the grandmother to some of these women. I'm mentoring them. I'm advising them. Who do you want me to connect you with? So she ended up connecting me with a few of the women. And there I got 4 women in the original documentary in 2017 who shared their stories about why they launched ag tech companies, why some of them moved cross country to start this. So I'm just going to stop there by pausing and saying that a few threads of my story is that number one, didn't have any background, don't have any history. So I had a lot of folks who I think were thinking at the time, why is this woman, in Salinas, she's not in agriculture, she comes from the big city, like what does she want, Second thing was I was pursuing a story that didn't exist at the time, sort of, because there were nothing written. And I think maybe some of you I know a lot of you are entrepreneurs yourself, maybe pursuing routes and journeys where maybe now people don't see it, but you feel it, deep inside that this is something. So I felt like this is something going to happen. Ag tech is going to grow. Women are going to be a part of this, but this was 6 years ago and it wasn't there. But I think going with one's intuition is really important, even if other people don't see it. And then thirdly, I think I was really persistent to the point of being annoying to some people. Like I would call up, Pam and thank her. And I would say, hey, do you know of anybody else? And like one phone call leads to another. And I always followed up. I think that was another thing that I learned as a journalist, though, is that a good part, like 90% of what happens with follow-up.
And that's what we were talking about as a life skill, that, at GCSEN, we work with, people who are retiring soon, boomers, down through millennials, Gen Zers. And there's different ways of looking at what happens when you reach out, and there was a time, believe it or not, that business existed before email, before text, and actually required a phone call and a phone call follow-up to the mail that was the letter you typed on an electric typewriter. And so one of the things that Amy and I were talking about at breakfast the other day was the importance of like not assuming just because you take that one effort to go out that you're done. Like never finish until it's the end of the pin or end of the cycle.
Yes. Yeah, that is probably a huge theme of what I found to be really helpful in going forward from there and probably throughout my career was that, and I think it was really learned from being a journalist from an investigative journalist, because I don't know if any of you in journalism or have been in journalism. Yeah, so maybe you can relate, but we would, in the old days, we used to pick up the phone and call or find, maybe even sometimes occasionally stop at the person's house and knock on the door. And, but I think that was ingrained in me to follow up. So I followed up with phone calls. When someone gave me a business card and said, just call me like next week, I would literally pick up and have it on my calendar that next week I was going to call them. And sometimes they'd be surprised by it. They'd be like, oh my gosh, you actually called me. I'm like, you asked me to call you. Yeah.
I publish livelihood and I have 2 million voices in my briefcase right now because it's still very relationship based. I have to stop by and talk to them about the invoice.
Yeah, exactly. It's still very relationship based is another, you hit it on the nail is what I still really, really believe, that despite all the different kinds of technologies that have emerged, which have been really helpful also. It's still the, follow up, the face-to-face. And I think follow up is a big part of it because people then know, okay, you're serious about this. Like you're not going to give up on this, are you? And why aren't you going to give up on this? So why didn't I give up on the story? After the documentary came out in 2017, I found that I had another skill, which I didn't actually know about before, because when it's screened, I actually pulled together an event at the Western Growers Center for Innovation and Technology. So it was a screening, but my boss said, Amy, I have no time to do like an event. So if you want to do an event, you put it together. You pull up to the event together, and then I'll put up some $200 stipend for you to buy Martinelli's apple juice. I still remember this conversation. So I said, I'll do it. And that's the theme again. I said, I'll do it. It's fine. I'll put together the guest list. I'll invite the people. I'll show you the guest list. And it turned out I invited local government folks, policymakers, people from community colleges. And most of them didn't know anything about women in ag tech. They were just fascinated. They were like, yeah, we'll send somebody or we'll show up. So 60 people showed up that evening. And I had kind of put together the solo woman show. I called up the women in the documentary, said, please come up and be our panelist. I'm going to be the moderator. I had never been a moderator before, but I said, I'll be the moderator. You'll be the panelist. We'll screen the film. We'll have networking afterwards. You'll get to meet a lot of awesome people in the community. And they all said yes. So they drove from different places in the state. They showed up and we screened it and everybody was silent. And they were just like, wow, we didn't know that there were women who are creating innovations for growers. And some of them were farmers in the audience and they were like, oh my gosh. And then the women looked at each other and they said, I didn't know she had a company. And then they said, can you connect me with these women? Like, can you give us their email? So from that first event, I think I found another skill is that connecting people and networking became, I now looking back, I'm a connector. Sort of like a plug, except for not just like a plug. I mean, it's really a valuable skill to be able to connect people and say they fit in here. These two people could be good together here. Let me introduce these people. But from that event, I did 50, 60 events in the past past 4 years where there were gatherings of women founders. And I wanted to highlight them, not just myself, because I thought, my skill is in telling the stories and being the connector, but I love it when I can see people in a room talk to each other and shake hands with each other and say, hey, let me follow up with you on that. So what's happened 5 years later is a lot of the women, I probably interviewed now 60 plus women, some of them show up in the book, and they collaborate with each other sometimes. Others have connected with investors. Investors have called me up sometimes saying, I want to talk to that woman. Can you connect me with her? I want to meet more women in this field. I've been happy to make an introduction to folks. And I feel a lot of happiness when they have success. One of the women who's in the book, Fatma Kaplan, with Ferreira, she's in Sacramento as well. She used to be a scientist and a PhD. She still is, but she turned corners when she was frustrated with how slow the academic world worked. And she was like, I'm taking my innovation elsewhere. I'm going to get my funding elsewhere. And she ended up recently she's been really on a roll. I think she's gotten like 2 million or 3 million in funding recently for her company. And I have a lot of happiness when she says, oh, it's because a few years ago, you also connected me with this person and that person. So I guess I'll take a pause there and say that follow up, like Mike and I, right? We're talking about over breakfast, and also connecting people is a real skill. It's not just like, some people in the past would be like, oh, you're just like introducing me. And now I realize, no, it's not just an introduction.
And we talk with the students about, as emerging business leaders, you can live a life of scarcity. Where it's like, I got to have everything. If you have it, I need it.
Yeah.
Or abundance.
Yeah.
And that it seems that your abundance philosophy has kind of opened up more people to be helped and to help each other and to help you. And there's also a quote that I came across decades ago see thou a person diligent in their work, and they will stand before kings and queens and leaders of the world, not mere mortals. And one of the things that's impressive with Amy is, her diligence and her abundance has brought her to be recognized. And part of the reason why you're here in Kingston and Farm Hub is your ability to kind of walk in multiple worlds. So you're with some of the a family, the Buffett family, that's one of the most influential families in the American economy, if not the world, and they care about ag. And the fact that they would find you is just, how did that happen? That's amazing.
I don't know how things happen sometimes. I'm going to be really honest because I have my career path and life path has always been, I do know that I do have a lot of people in my own family who plan everything from A to B, B to C, and that's fine. And somehow it's worked out for a lot of them. But I have always kind of been more of a philosophy that I'm going to explore. When I was much younger, I would say yes to everything and it would take me to these different places. And sometimes it would be a dead end, but I never felt like it was wasted. So how I came to the Farm Hub, I think was actually through my project. I cannot confirm that, but I would say that the documentary came out, and then what happened was a friend of mine then, after she saw the documentary, said, well, now you can put that in your pocket and say awesome and move on to another story, right? And that's what journalists do. We move on quickly. But it was weird. Now I can say weird that I just continued on this path because I saw a lack of, I saw that storytelling can make a big difference in people's lives and increase awareness. My own newspaper said, Amy, you're not now going to write about ag tech because we're tired of ag tech. We're going to have you write about cops and robbers now. And I was just deep inside, I was I don't really think that's my passion. And I saw these other stories and I was I have to take a shift. So rather than trying to fight, the top and say, we need to have more ag tech stories and agriculture stories, which I tried for a while. I decided I was going to find another opportunity. And I did leave, after 20 plus years of being in the newspaper field, I said, that's enough, because I said life is rather short and I really want to be able to pursue something that I have some passion in. And I also felt this is a good time through the filter of women and sustainability. And again, that intuition, the timing is good. I had no proof. So what happened was I decided to go freelance, and I was sent back to Poughkeepsie. I was sent to Poughkeepsie from the same company to cover the environment, and it wasn't happening. And then I decided to resign, actually. And then I said, I'm going to still pursue From Farms to Incubators. I'm going to pursue the book. I'm going to pursue the art exhibition. I should say that there is an art exhibition with us as well that ended up showing up, but I'm also going to freelance. So I did that. And then I got a call, to join a nonprofit organization called the Farm Hub. And, again, I really feel like things in life are not always an accident. I think it was probably meant to be, and it probably started with my interest in agriculture and technology. But I do communications at the Farm Hub. How many of you are familiar with the Farm Hub, by the way? Few hands. So it is a nonprofit. We're still, developing. So I would say that there is not a lot of outreach. That's probably why not a lot of folks know what is there. But philanthropic, most of the food is donated actually back into the community. There's education and research as a big component there. I should just give a shout out and say, please check out our website because I do the website as well. And I also use my storytelling skills with the social media and so forth. But yeah, I think that's what led me to the organization. And Mike, I still feel like the storytelling though that I've been doing has been able to translate over though. Yes. Even though I left journalism, I think it's very much used at the organization. And I think it's because journalism has changed as well. 30 years ago, if somebody did this, they would be like, you went to the dark side. I don't think everybody's here is too young to actually know what I'm talking about, but literally, like, your colleagues in journalism would point at you and be like, well, she went over to the dark side, and they have this look on their face like, wow, she sold out and she went into public relations or corporate communications. But the world has changed with Google, Facebook, and everything. You can be your own publisher now. Any of you interested in publishing, if you have the skills, you have the technology has become a lot more accessible. You could start your own local site now as well. So that's how I ended up officially leaving journalism, and I think reinventing myself with that. And then the third part of this is I decided from farms to incubators needs to continue. I said, I want to keep telling the stories. I also said there's a business opportunity here. And that's kind of where I'll take a pause, because I'm not a business major. I am not an economics major. I'm a history major. My skills are in content, actually. So when I had people come to me at events and saying, don't you think you should do something with From Farms to Incubators and have it, people would start calling me up, your organization From Farms to Incubators. And I'd be like, what are they talking about? I'm not a company. I'm not a nonprofit. It's me, But they would say, so at your organization, do you have somebody? And I'd be like, well, it's me. What do you want to know?
So you're in your startup discovery mode.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
So I've had some of my friends now in this world of entrepreneurship say, you could create a community out of this. So that's where it's now at, is we have the content. I have the content, the book, the movie, the connections, but I'm trying to decide now, I'm at a crossroads where to kind of take that next. Nonprofit, content, so yeah.
It's going to be a discovery.
It's discovery, yeah.
Every year we have a social entrepreneur in residence with GCSEN who does their business venture development alongside our students and our adult learners.
Oh, wow, that's fantastic.
So it might be something we talk about.
That's great.
So we have lunch. We have a guest speaker for lunch, Chris Hewitt, who will host us in the other room from Hudson Valley Current and Tilda's Cafe in Kingston. What I'd like to do is just give a chance maybe for a informal networking and I call it friend gifting now instead of networking, and give yourself the gift of a new friend. And so there's a number of folks that would like to make sure they get a book signed by you, and then we'll start to filter in for some lunch next door. Okay, so let's adjourn to make sure you get your book signed, and for informal networking, and then Chris will have you welcome everybody in the other room in about 5 minutes. Okay.
So, all right.
Thanks, Winslow. Thanks for inviting me to the Global Center for Social Entrepreneurship building and talking to these wonderful people. I was one of the first graduates in Mike's high impact social entrepreneurship class at Marist College. And I'm a social entrepreneur since I was maybe 5 or 6. I've been starting businesses. I had my first one that was making money when I was 10, just selling notepads around my neighborhood because my parents owned a print shop. I'm a 3rd generation printer, and I started running my first press when I was 12 years old. So my dad would take paper scraps, turn them into pads, and I'd go door to door and talk to people and build relationships in my neighborhood and make 10 cents or more at every door. When I was 12 and I started getting into printing and publishing, that's when I became very interested in journalism. Mike mentioned that I'm the editor of Livelihood, but I'm actually the publisher. The publisher hires all the people and pays all the bills. But over time, I've been the editor, the distributor, the writer, the photographer, and every job in the publication and in the restaurant. The saying for that is being the chief cook and bottle washer. So over time, Mike taught me how to be a social entrepreneur who can build engines and start new businesses, because as I see something slow down or not succeeding, I could build an engine that helps prop it up. So when I started my training at Marist with Mike and Tony DeMarco, I had a nonprofit called Hudson Valley Current, which is a local currency that keeps money local and strengthens Main Streets. Since 2014, over 700,000 currents have been exchanged, and every single one of them stays in our local economy because they're not convertible. They can't leave here. It makes the circulation of our dollar have a multiplier effect that strengthens Main Streets. So I had already started that nonprofit, but I was running a separate publication called Country Wisdom News, It was all good news about community, land, and the home. I discovered that those three things are what we all have in common. And I discovered that by being a gardener, working with bees, getting honey, making maple syrup, working with soil and enriching the soil. In a way, being in relationship with Mother Earth. That taught me that what we have in common is what we want to read about. And when in the 90s, early 2000s, we heard the saying over and over that print is dead. I believe what was actually dead was the bad news and us getting sick of being told that the world is horrible and that everything's falling apart. We have more in common than we have that separates us. And so Country Wisdom News revealed this beauty that's all around us in the flowers and the birds and nature, the trees, my ability to garden. I actually took care of Mike's property for some time. And that was the first time I met Mike. And he realized you're not just a guy who shows up with a rake and does raking. I really love Mike's quote about being diligent. If you're diligent in any work, you can be a hard worker anywhere. Not that hard work is the most important thing. I'm learning that now about colonialism. It teaches us that you work hard till you're dead, and then maybe you'll get pie in the sky when we die. But we have to appreciate each other and relationship. And so I'm also building love into my communication and relationship into our exchanges. And so that was a slight sidetrack. Mike helped inspire the fact that I was doing too much. I'm running a for-profit publication and a nonprofit local currency, and my nonprofit board kept criticizing my work on the for-profit. Like, why do you keep working on that thing, even though we reach 20,000 readers every month? And the nonprofit had no audience. So Mike realized and helped me put the pieces together, combine them, do something bold, something Mike calls reciprocate first. And I loved what Amy was talking about, how she's a connector. And for a long time, I thought I needed a percentage of that connection. I wanted a little bit of money for connecting people. But Mike taught me if you reciprocate first and not have any desire for payback at the beginning, something better will come to you that you weren't expecting. So now I reciprocate first on everything. We feed people every week out of our restaurant, and we reveal abundance everywhere we go. But I'm getting ahead of myself because I just mentioned a restaurant. Mike taught me I have a publication and a nonprofit local currency. The local currency is a driver of our economy. It will keep money local. And the publication is a traditional for-profit model. We sell advertising, and I would take local currency for any ad. What I learned 3 years ago is since we started the local currency, this has become the backer of the currency. Because if you had 1,000 currents, you can always buy an ad for me in here. That means we guaranteed the currents. Even though there was 400 members taking currents, you might go to a store where there's a new worker and they say, I've never heard of it. And the current experience is ruined for you. It can happen like that, where one time someone says no and you forget about currents. So I realized this was the driver of the current while I was in Japan at a conference about local currencies. That's when I started Tilda's Kitchen. I realized if this is backing the currency and it's marketing, many people need marketing, but everybody needs food. So we started a catering company 3 years ago while in Japan. It started taking off with jobs like this. And thank you, Mike, for all of your support over the years. Because Mike sees that engines need to be built with community and relationship. And when we support each other a little over here, and then I support Mike next time, and that keeps happening, now Dave steps up, and Winslow steps up, and the whole team steps up. So now Tilda's Kitchen is a nonprofit. It's a project of the Hudson Valley Current, which is the umbrella organization. And it says community-inspired global cuisine. Because we didn't want to open a beautiful restaurant in Midtown Kingston and gentrify our whole neighborhood. So we've learned to embrace and engage the people who live in the neighborhood by learning about their recipes and their culture. What do you want to eat? You know, if you come in, what would you like to have? So we developed a panel of 6 chefs, and that helped us develop Asian, Latin, Caribbean, and creative American choices on our menu every week. We also have special dinners every Friday, and tonight you'll experience a very special dinner just for this group. So Tilda's Kitchen is not a restaurant. It looks like a restaurant, but we're building a new system, which Mike inspires everywhere he goes. He helps people think differently, change the way we're doing something a little bit. And soon my restaurant, quote unquote, which is actually a nonprofit community kitchen, could be free all the time. And how do you do that? By thinking differently. Right now, I have a campaign called 25 to Thrive. I'm going to look for 25 people who can give me $1,000 to pay for tables in advance. So if you walk in and you get a burger, the price might be $3 to $12. You choose. I've been at cities like in Ithaca recently where I got a bunch of coffees with people and they said $17 to $30. I chose 30. So other people will choose 17. So now The Hudson Valley Current has the local currency, it has a publication, and a community kitchen that are the primary engines that are moving current. Before COVID, in February, we were averaging 40,000 currents exchanged every month. And in March, we saw it go to 0 currents exchanged every month. This is a separate topic, but I'll bring it up briefly. One primary reason to have a local currency is to see recessions coming and to protect ourselves from recessions. When we saw the movement of currents go from 40,000 every month to 0, we knew the recession hit before the national media announced it. And we prepared for it. I called Mike, I called our allies, and we said, what are we doing about this recession? I naively thought the current was going to save the world and just lock up our economies and say, we don't need to produce everything everywhere all over the world. We know how to produce things. And Mike is here taking his time with Phallic Technologies, learning how to produce things. I believe the future of our economy is making things ourselves, whether it's food or tools or rockets or engines. Mm-hmm. And with advancing technologies and materials, it's all possible on the local level. And so growing up in a Sicilian household allowed me to have the word abundance in my life. Instead of saying cheers, we would say abundanza when we would drink. And so abundance was always in my home, even when we struggled, because it's relationship and food and good times that can share abundance. And then people feel that abundance and they spread it too. So now the current is not only keeping money local, strengthening main streets, but it's revealing abundance. And that is helping counter the scarcity mentality that Mike mentioned. Because scarcity can not only be involved in millions of dollars, like I just introduced 2 people, I'd like $10,000 for that introduction. That's still scarcity mentality, but also it's a scarcity mentality when we think we can't enjoy ourselves or go on vacation or have enough to eat. Because if we garden together and plant together, support each other and cook for each other, then we change the way we see scarcity versus abundance. So I'll end on the note of abundance because I love to share and I love to eat with people. Thank you. Thank you.
So Chris, wow, 6 summers ago we were together.
Yeah.
And we were just starting the idea. And you were in a certain place and space in your business and in your entrepreneurial life. Where are you now? Like the journey that's been. Like I remember coming into your office for the livelihood, and you had a wonderful desk that was completely piled up, and you were writing and creating and teaching and leading and doing it, and then you slowly built a team, you slowly tested multiple models, and you're in better shape than you've ever been. You're stronger than you've ever been. You're on fire, and you're attracting some serious levels of support. When I say serious, that's like not $100, millions of dollars for his ideas are starting to come. So just wondering about that.
Sure. It is amazing to see how we can grow so much in 10 years, 5 years. My kids, it felt like they were just born, but my son is going to college next month. And so 18 years flies by very quickly. But it's hard to believe it was 6 years, Mike, because at that time, I was hell-bent on getting people to understand the current and what the current is. And so I always explain what money is. People would say, what's the current? It's money, and here's how money works. I quickly discovered, or actually it took me 4 years to discover this, people don't know what money is. So then I was explaining what the dollar is to everybody, and it's not my job to explain what the dollar is. It's my job to explain what relationship is and what exchange is. So not only did my businesses shift and pivot with Mike's help, but with a variety of mentors, and always reach out for help, always reach out for questions, because mentors are all around us. And the more we embrace them, the more we can be versatile with people who support us. But I think the biggest shift in the last year, which I think COVID helped bring a lesson to me, and I think COVID brings many lessons, that the current is more figurative than literal. It's not $1. It's not just a buck. The current is a stream. It's a movement. It's a way to get into something. And when we can get into the current together, that's when we trust that it's an exchange mechanism. Because if we just think it's money, money has so much baggage as being evil, the root of all evil. People use it for manipulation and oppression and horrible things. But that's not the money. Money is a tool that humans invented. And so we talk about exchange and getting into the current. And sometimes we need to dam the water a little bit so we can whirlpool and collaborate. Sometimes we need to rush. Sometimes we need to pool. And so the figurative current is much more helpful for our organization. For me, not to always feel stressed out, like I might have a heart attack from raising so much money all the time, but no, get in the current and relax into the moment, because really life isn't about work, it's about enjoying ourselves.
So I have a question in terms of, so I know you said it's not, like a buck or like a dollar, but I know how, like, with the dollar being a fiat currency, governments can change, the governments can change the value based on inflation, money printing. How does the current react to some of those changes? And let's say I buy this for $1, and then tomorrow, Jay Powell decides I'm going to print out, 300 billion more American dollars. Does this retain its one-to-one value, or does this now become, deflated?
Well, the IRS requires us to have one current be worth $1. So essentially, it is a buffer. You can pay for anything you would get with the buffer. Out of the 400 members that accept it, if I would typically charge $20 an hour for something, I would charge 20 currents an hour. So the national and international economy can affect the current because it has to be pegged to $1. But you can't buy currents. So if you are a millionaire because your family passed down wealth because they were copper miners and destroyed a whole mountain, and you became a millionaire because you inherited it, you can't buy current wealth. You have to earn current wealth, just like everyone else. And so you come into the current economy by earning it with goods or services or through labor, just like dollars. You can't ever say, well, where do I buy these dollars? And you can't ever say, where do I buy these currency, earn currency? And so that's different, because some local currencies, like in Great Barrington, you can buy Berkshires. I could bring $10 to the bank and I get 11 Berkshires back. So you get, I think it's a 5% earning that you get on all your dollars. So if you bring $100 to the bank, you get 105 back in Berkshires. But then you can turn your Berkshires back into dollars as a storekeeper, and then those dollars leave our economy again. So the Berkshire to me is a token representation that I care about my economy. I'm going to spend locally for a while, but it could leave soon. The current can never leave our economy because you can't purchase it with dollars. So that means it's not convertible to the dollar, but it's pegged to the dollar. In an extreme situation, if the recession ever became a depression, which is inevitable in any economy, we can depeg from the dollar. It will be illegal, but I say this reservedly, that if we had to do something to save each other and our economy, we would depeg the dollar and still make bread 2 currents. In World War II, you couldn't buy a loaf of bread with a wheelbarrow full of Deutschmarks. And my friend from Germany told me, no, Chris, it was worse. It was deflating so quickly that in the morning your wheelbarrow of bread, your wheelbarrow of Deutschmarks to buy bread, but by afternoon it can't. So you need even more. It was deflating by afternoon, So in that case, we would depeg it. Currents would still buy bread for 2 currents. The dollar couldn't. And that's an extreme future situation that I hope doesn't happen.
Any final questions for Chris?
I know there's more because local currencies are a lot to think about, and there's a lot of details to them. The IRS requires us to do a lot to be legal. So if you have more, feel free to ask me.
Great.
Thank you.
With that, hello, Zoom attendees. We are back. We have Farough. Is that how I say your name? Yep. Awesome. Love that. So you're going to see your presentation pop up on the screen in front of you. Once I turn on the TV and share the screen. But essentially, your presentation is going to pop up in front of you. I'll scroll through it. You got this. Perfect. So, take it away.
Good afternoon. Hope you guys are all doing well. My name is Farough. And before I start, I'd like to give a brief background on myself. I was born and raised in a small country called Mauritania in Western Africa. I lived there throughout my childhood. Then I had an opportunity to come up here. That's where I went to Nevada. I lived in Nevada for approximately 16 years of my life. Then a few years ago, like 2019, I had a chance to come up here in New Jersey. That's where I stay. That's where I go to school. 2019, I had an opportunity to go back to Mauritania and visit there. There, with my own two eyes, I saw like young little boys and girls struggling to find like opportunities to get efficient food. That's why I took it upon myself to create this project, Ariel Forward, which is a nonprofit organization. So like you might ask, where is Mauritania? Mauritania is located in the Sahara Desert, bordering Morocco, Senegal, Algeria, and Mali. It's known to be one of the driest and poorest countries in the world, with roughly a 9 to 10 month drought season, with a 2 to 3 month rainy season, typically this time of the year when it rains. So therefore, the main problem is the lack of affordable resources and the high poverty, hunger, and malnutrition rates. For example, as in the year 2020, there are over 130,000 January, just the month of January, there are over 130,000 cases of young little boys and girls suffering from malnutrition. Another issue is the lack of like trees in this area. This is causing desertification and deforestation rates surrounding the environment. So therefore, my business idea consists of 3 major functions. Number 1, to help reduce the malnutrition and hunger rates, providing a stable lifestyle. Number 2, it will provide a lifestyle for people seeking like jobs depending on foreign regions. And number 3, it will benefit the environmental aspects, reducing climate change issues. So therefore, my business project will like design an agricultural turnkey for where we build and operate efficient farms for buyers, where each farm will come with a solar and wind power energy in order to pull in water closer from the ground. Each farm will also come with a vegetation area, along with sheep and cows, depending on the likings, and milk production and butter production areas. As we use the vegetation area to be sold with affordable prices to communities. And they also come with the biogas production area. As for the biogas production, it is aimed to help poor families cook with their meals instead of cutting down trees, which not only will hurt the environment, but also hurt their health in the longer run. We use to operate it, it's pretty simple and easy. You use cow manure or cow dung, converting it into biogas energy. It can also be used to fertilize soil, as it's used to be a rich organic fertilizer. The benefits of biogas: number 1, it saves money as it costs very cheap and easy to install. Number 2, it saves the trees and the environment. And number 3, it produces a rich organic fertilizer. So our strategies: we're going to use social media platforms such as Facebook, radio stations, and like WhatsApp to communicate and spread our business. As for the competition, I believe this country is known for its poor environment. There's not many competition, I should say, since there's more demand for resources than there is competition. This is because of the lack of capital, water, and federal government initiatives, since this government is basically corrupt, I should say. So as for the financial calculations, on the right-hand side, you see our calculations. Typically, we need $6,000. That's what we're asking for to run the company. And on the left-hand side, you see our yearly projections of like our yogurt sales and stuff like that. Okay, to summarize, this project has potential as its number 1 goal is to help those in need. That's the number 1 goal of this project. Also, I'd like to wrap this up with a short quote. My quote is, "This is our world, a common world. Everyone should feel a common responsibility." This quote goes to show a struggle in a small country in Europe, in South America, in Asia, or in Africa. It's a struggle for all of us, as we're all connected. Also, I'd like to end this presentation with a short question. My question is, as human beings, are we happy or satisfied with our life, knowing that there are people in need living in third world countries who have issues to access basics, which is clean, proper food and water in order to just function? As I believe this and climate change are the number 1 issues we face today.
We will now open the floor to questions from our digital audience and our in-studio audience.
So Farough, today, first of all, thank you for coming upriver from Jersey City.
Yeah.
It's great to have you here, and I'm thrilled that you can stay the day, and hopefully we'll be able to really really support you over time. Number one. Number two, thank you for your vision in this great challenge and humbling undertaking. I'm curious about which came first to you, kind of the biogas solution. How did this whole idea germinate for you? And what year are you in at St. Peter's right now?
Right now I'm a rising junior, so next year I'll be junior.
So you got 2 years at St. Peter's, and it'd be great to get things rolling, towards this vision. Yes.
Yeah.
So tell us a little bit about how this came together.
Because it came together my summer vacation 2019. I went back, and that's where I saw a lot of opportunities and stuff to do for this country. And first it came to biogas production. That came first because I saw there's rarely any trees in this area. This is causing droughts because you need trees for water. So I said you might as well use the biogas production and instead of cutting down trees, use that to cook up food or to fuel fire energy.
Do you have an idea of any biogas producer or manufacturer or source of a solution yet?
Currently, not yet.
Okay. No. Okay. I mentioned to you one of our students, one of my early students from Farough, Charlie Nichols, founded Sun Culture for the same reason in Kenya.
Yeah.
That it was the diesel fuel costs that were destroying subsistence farmers. And so he came up with solar-powered drip irrigation system. So I hope that we can get you together with Charlie for starters.
Yeah.
Do we have any questions from our digital audience? Okay, we got another one from our in studio.
So I think it's a really interesting idea. I think Mauritania is definitely a super underserved country. So I think any projects there will be, positive if you just take up some initiative. I would say that you can look at models for biogas generators and biogas space. Because this is rural, right? So most of the areas where you're envisioning this would be implemented would be rural.
Yeah.
India has a lot of social enterprises and other organizations that have actually built these. So I wrote a case study when I was doing my dissertation on one of these. So I'll share that with you from because. But yeah, it can potentially be even a pretty nice income generating business if done right.
Yeah.
So I think that's quite good. During your trip to Mauritania in 2019, did you actually go to some villages?
Yeah, I went to the villages. Yeah, I went to the villages and everything.
And what did you see? What stood out when you went there? What made you say, hey, wait a second, this is something I can help address?
Because personally, it stood out their habit. Half of them they worry about a meal to meal. For us, we'll say we can our breakfast is guaranteed, our lunch is guaranteed. For them, they have to worry. If they eat breakfast, they have to worry about lunch. Not focusing on school, they have to worry about lunch or dinner.
And I guess how does it compare to the capital? What's the infrastructure like in Montreal? It's what's it like? Because I imagine it's hard to get around.
Yeah, right? I say not sure they have it a little slightly better, but end of the day it's still the same because it's still the same. Because there's fairly poor people in Knoxville still.
Okay. Is there a single site that you want to start and test something with?
Yeah, I think I have a site I want to start first and see if I can spread it more. Yeah.
And I would say, I'm sorry, if I may just have one more follow-up, is you have a family connection, right? So I think from what I understand of Mauritania, having a family connection where you start would probably be a good idea. So the site you're thinking about, you have some connection to it or some kind of relatives you could work with?
Definitely.
Okay.
Awesome. So one last question, and then we will close it out. Yes.
Hi.
So considering that it's a corrupt government, right?
Yeah.
Is there any way to engage them to support your initiative? Maybe make them look good, but some way to support a future-facing idea like yours?
That sounds really good. Like if that's possible, like I'll definitely do that. I'll definitely do that because like that sounds really good. So like getting them involved to help. Yeah.
Well, it might make them look good.
Yeah.
As
Definitely.
well as you look good.
Mhm.
So it's like, how do you create that resonance in you?
Uh,
Thank you for sharing, by the way.
Yeah.
Really like the idea.
Thank you very much. All right, so now we will go to our first digital presenter. That would be Heather Rotman. Hello. I have to put you up on the big screen and then mute all this stuff so that we don't get any weird feedback loops. But when I do that, I will let you know.
Okay, sounds good. Hi, everyone. My name's Heather, and my social venture is called Resilient Minds, a Kindness Initiative. So what is the, oh, sorry, this is kind of in the way. Okay, that works. So what is the purpose of this social venture? This social venture will serve to help at-risk groups while simultaneously promoting kindness and community service throughout school districts and communities. A space will be created where at-risk students can A, share their stories, B, gather support from other students, and C, come together to give back to the community. And two community service endeavors in particular that I would like to focus on will be gathering kindness narratives from community members to share on a blog type platform, as well as gathering stories from and helping to provide meals and care package items for individuals living in the homeless community. My goals and objectives are to create an after-school club within middle and high schools for at-risk youth, to perform community service endeavors within the community, to create a resource bank for teachers and parents to gain education and insight about how they can better help their students, to collect kindness narratives within different communities, and to help provide resources for individuals living in the homeless community. By January 1st of 2022, my goals are to have 20 to 25 students involved, to have partnered with 3 to 5 schools, and to have raised at least $500 in donations. And this organization will serve to help both at-risk students as well as community members to feel happier, more supported, and to feel an improved sense of emotional wellness, self-love, and happiness overall. This organization will serve to help at-risk youth as well as community members to gain support of friends and allies. And I'd really like for students and community members to feel and truly internalize that they have a purpose, that they're important, and that they have the power to make a substantial impact on other people's lives through simple acts of kindness. So who is my population and how do I plan to do this? My population will be at-risk middle and high school students, and then of course middle and high schools in general. I'd like to start locally in communities such as Massachusetts, Rhode Island, New Hampshire, and Connecticut. And then eventually I'd like to expand nationally. So, and then long-term, and then also individuals who are living in the homeless community. As far as recruitment goes, I'd like to call middle and high school students and ask teachers as well as parents to nominate students who they feel could benefit. And I'd also like to set up booths within communities to speak with and recruit individuals into this program, and flyers as well as website info, a website link with info will be available. So how do I plan to do this? So commitment, community, passion, and purpose. This organization will fulfill its purpose with the help of individuals who have a passion for impacting and bettering other people's lives. And the financial aspects of this organization will be possible through both the sale of kindness merchandise as well as donations. I also plan to partner with already existing organizations that have similar mission statements. So organizations that are impact-based and serve to help at-risk youth, such as the NAN Project, which is an organization that works to promote mental health awareness and suicide prevention programs for young people using a peer-to-peer model. So as you can see, this is my revenue and cost breakdown. So in the top left corner are my products for sale per month, times how many I expect to sell. Below is additional income that I expect to receive. And on the right-hand side is monthly costs that I'll have, times how many I figure for each product. And then I believe I'll be spending approximately $33.60 on each student per month for 1 out of 25 students, as I added the journals plus office materials and then divided that by the total cost. So position roles. will be non-salary to start, and then eventually I'd like to be able to have enough money to be able to provide stipends and create a small team with salaried positions, just to thank people for their work. So interns, team leaders and members, psychologists will be really important, photography and media, and then someone who can work on social media as well. And students as well as volunteers will be there for both presentations as well as community outreach and projects. And that concludes my pitch. And then my next set is my demo.
Hi, Heather. Wonderful progress on your presentation.
Thank you.
It's getting more and more specific and more, we've been talking since the camp in 2017, I think. And I can see it coming to life now, which is beautiful.
Thank you so much.
Could you go back to your revenue and expenses?
Yes, one moment.
And
sure.
So go to present. Present in the top right corner next to the share. Other corner. Screen, like the entire screen.
Oh.
All the way to the far right.
You share this share. Is that visible?
Nope. We're still on MVP demo.
So if you move to the far right on the screen, Heather, you'll see
where it says
present, and save or share.
This right here. Wait, sorry.
Other end, other side of the screen. Yeah. Click back now. Use the arrow keys backwards.
Okay.
Yeah.
There we go.
This is wonderful because you've really started to zero in on ways that people can join you, right? In promoting kindness, stopping bullying. And if you had, as an entrepreneur, what's your instinct that people will buy most or embrace the quickest? In the story I told you about Ben and Jerry's, in the booklet, they thought rum raisin would be their first major seller, and it was a disaster. And it was vanilla gas that really put them on the map towards becoming an $800 million company. So if you were to look at your products for sale, what do you think will be the best seller this fall? And
Definitely.
Why? Totally got it.
So I think the t-shirts and anything kind of in that realm will probably be a bestseller. I just feel like t-shirts in general are a really great way to promote different important organizations, and it's a really easy way for someone to show their support. And there are so many different nonprofits and businesses that have their logo and their name on t-shirts, and people will often buy them to support and just show their support. So I think probably t-shirts will be the bestseller.
Avoid the feedback.
Yeah. Heather, do you think you'll source them locally? Do you think you'll make them yourselves? Do you think you could actually have a t-shirt making, a community building initiative?
That's a really awesome idea. I hadn't even thought of that. I had figured that I would make them locally. Like I would probably, have some help with designing them by someone who knows a little bit more about design, graphics, and then sort of make them in bulk. But I do really like your idea about sort of coming together, or maybe even the next part that I'm going to talk about with my demo, like maybe kind of using that as one of the activities that we can do to kind of impact the community. And I don't know, something like that. I like that idea. Thank you.
My last comment, before I forget, a Threadless T-shirt company out of Chicago. Threadless T-shirt company has been case studied twice by Harvard Business School. They have about 20 full-time people. They have 500,000 members, all dedicated to limited edition T-shirts.
Wow, that's awesome.
So you might be able to take models from that and adapt it to the Kindness Collective, so that maybe you start to have design competitions for the T-shirt. But definitely, Threadless T-shirt's been featured on YouTube as well, and we need to take a look at that.
Yeah, that's a great idea. Thank you so much.
Do we have any other audience questions from the physical audience or the virtual? All right, Heather, if you would like to go into your MVP demo, please. And you're good to go whenever.
Okay, great. So, hi everyone. My name's Heather, and once I have a team established for this social venture, I'll be including pictures of everyone as well as like hobbies on this slide. But for now, my name's Heather, and I'm 26 years old, and I am the creator of Resilient Minds, a kindness initiative. In my free time, I really enjoy being outdoors. I love nature, the earth, animals. I feel blessed to have a tremendous amount of love and support in my life. And I graduated from Wheaton College in 2017 with a degree in psychology. And my idea for this social venture started when I was 13 years old. The reason I chose to major in psychology is because I absolutely love community service. I love helping others and I love kindness. And being able to make an impact just makes me feel really happy and good. And I genuinely believe that the smallest acts of kindness have the power to change the world and change someone's life in a really significant way. So, what are my objectives for this social venture? My objectives are that students will be able to attend weekly groups, hangouts, and support circles. Students will be able to partake in and help come up with ideas for weekly impact kindness projects and community service endeavors. Students will be able to share their stories both in other school districts and communities as a way to improve their confidence and happiness, as well as reach and recruit individuals who are struggling, as well as supportive allies. So, why is this so important to me? What inspired this idea? So, when I was in middle school, I was bullied for a disorder that I had at the time called trichotillomania, which is an impulse control disorder that caused me to pull out my eyebrows, eyelashes, and scalp hair. Resultantly, I had bald spots and was missing my eyebrows and eyelashes. Kids would bully me and mock me in the hallways and classrooms, and all of my friends at the time started bullying me too. So, resultantly, I became very depressed and anxious and was just really struggling with low self esteem. So, I started skipping school, I was failing classes, and eventually I switched schools and as a way to get out of that school. And initially, I still really struggled with social anxiety and depression and wasn't doing well in classes. But then one day, I had a realization. And that realization was that I could either continue to let what I'd been through knock me down, or I could use what I'd been through to help others who are struggling to ensure that they didn't have to go through what I had. So I chose the latter, and kindness and community service became both my feeling of purpose and my feeling of passion. And for my first kindness project, I decided to write everyone in my school a kind letter. It wasn't a very big school. There were maybe 50, 60 of us. But seeing how much these letters meant to my schoolmates made me feel a happiness that I just hadn't felt in a while. After that, I became hooked. I started getting involved volunteering everywhere I could, and suddenly I was just feeling happier and bringing failing grades up to passing. This is when I came up with the inspiration for this social venture. So, this brings me to our first journal activity. Hearing my story, I'm sure many of us can relate. While we all have different stories and experiences, I think all of us can recall times in our lives where we were hurt or where we were going through a challenge that felt difficult to get through. So please take this time to reflect on the following prompts. When I go into schools, I'll be giving students journals and asking them to write and reflect on each of these questions in teams. However, for the sake of time, if everyone could please pick one question to focus on, feel free to either write down your thoughts or just think about them in your head. So the following questions are, please write down a time someone made you feel sad or anxious. How did you react and how did this impact your life? Please write down a time you made a mistake and hurt someone. How did this affect them? How did it affect you? And did you do anything to resolve the situation? Please write down a time someone made you feel happy. How did you react? How has that impacted your life? Or please write down a time someone did something kind for you. What did this mean to you and how has that impacted your life? And if there's one person who would feel comfortable sharing their answer out loud, that would be awesome. And anyone's welcome to share their answers in the chat as well.
So I will ask the in-audience group any answer one of these questions. Heather, is there a specific one you would like for them to answer first? You also
Whatever, anything you guys would like to answer is fine.
And can we have like 2 minutes, 3 minutes?
Sure. Yeah, absolutely.
seeing some engaged faces in our audience now. Anyone feeling brave? All right, take another minute or so. Okay, feels like not that long, but that was actually a minute. So, anyone feeling brave?
If not, no worries. We can just move on.
Yeah, so hi Heather. I first just want to say I've been a junior consultant with GCSEN for 2 years, and I've always heard your name, but we've never actually met. So I just want to introduce myself and say thank you for sharing your story. It's super inspiring, and I thought that for years now, but just never got the opportunity to tell you.
Thank you so much. It means a lot to me.
I answered the question of writing down a time someone made me feel happy, and it actually happened at GCSEN's boot camp. When I was presenting in front of the class, I had gotten word that one of my friends attempted suicide, and it was a devastating point in my life. And a few minutes later, one of the students came up and it's getting to me now thinking of it, but one of the students came up and told me that I'm going to be really successful and to just keep being myself, and that really just impacted my life in
Wow.
ways I can't explain.
Wow, that is so beautiful and powerful. I'm so sorry to hear about your friend, but I'm really glad that you had that experience. And it really, I think, kindness makes such a difference. So, thank you so much for sharing that. So obviously, some of these topics can be really difficult to speak about, but it takes a tremendous amount of courage to write and reflect on prompts. Thinking about things that are difficult that have happened in our lives. So when I was struggling, it was kindness that really helped me to regain the happiness that I'd once lost and to just feel a genuine sense of purpose again. I genuinely believe that a small gesture of kindness can make a tremendous impact and transformation on another human being's life. So now, going off of this, what can we do to make an impact? How can we make our world kinder? Please take a moment to reflect on and choose one of these questions to answer either by journal or in your head. When I present with the students, I'm going to have them thoroughly respond to each question, but for the sake of time, I'm just focusing on one is okay. So the questions are, how can we make our world kinder? What can we do if we see someone treating someone else unkindly? How can we help someone who is feeling anxious or sad? And what can we do if we hurt someone's feelings? Is there one person who would feel comfortable sharing their answer out loud? And anyone's welcome to share in the chat as well.
We got a raised hand here, so.
What we can do when it hurts someone's feelings is being accountable for it. I know if somebody tells me I may have said something or done something to them, I really try hard to be accountable. And I really hate when people say, I'm sorry if I made you feel this way, because if I'm coming to you and I'm saying I'm hurt by your actions or words, you did make me feel this way. So a genuine apology and actually being more intentional with your words, Paul, because we're human. We're humans, we make mistakes, we deserve grace, but be accountable.
Absolutely. Yeah, I couldn't agree more. Thank you so much for sharing that. It definitely does make a difference to just be accountable for our actions and recognize when we hurt other people's feelings. And like you said, we're all human, no one's perfect, and definitely important to acknowledge that. So thank you for sharing. So that leads me to our daily kindness activities. So each week in the schools, I'll be asking the kids to brainstorm activities that they can do each week to make an impact, just to make someone's day a little brighter. So while I know we don't have time to write full letters today, the activity that I've chosen today is writing kindness letters. And I'd love to give everyone a minute just to think about who you would like to write a letter to, as well as write or brainstorm a line or two now, just that you can include in the letter. And then I encourage everyone who's interested to finish up these letters at home. Kind words truly have the power to brighten another person's day. And letters could be to a friend, to a relative, or even to someone who you don't know well, but feel could use a little joy in their day. I personally, I save every card and letter I receive, and they just mean the absolute world to me, and are just something that I really enjoy looking back on, and they just bring a lot of joy into my life. And then if anyone does decide to do this activity later on at home, please feel free to contact me if you wish. I'd love to hear how it goes. I love to hear I'd love to hear any feedback, and I love hearing stories about acts of kindness. So if everyone wants to just take a minute to think about who you'd like to write a letter to, and then maybe write a line or two, just as a beginner, and then if you'd like to finish it up later, you absolutely can. I think we'll move on to the next section. The reason that I chose writing letters for this impact project was just because when I was really struggling, it was writing letters that really helped me to regain a lot of the happiness that I had lost while I was being bullied. So, as I mentioned before, each week I'll be brainstorming ideas with the kids for weekly impact projects. So these three ideas, both me and my sister came up with. She came up with like two of the three of them, and we brainstormed together. So the ideas are planting flowers in communities just to make a community a little brighter, painting and handing out positivity rocks to brighten people's days, as well as baking for the community. If one or two people would like to share any ideas that they have aloud, I would love to hear them.
Is it mic on?
Yep, it's on.
Yeah. Hey, Heather, while you're talking, we have a local entrepreneur artist who basically is a botanical graphic artist.
Oh, wow.
She draws, for the Bronx, the Bronx Arboretum, national ranked collectors, and
Wow.
she actually has an online course called Wendy Hollander's Draw Botanical. And in essence, she's not limited to one classroom. And seeing this one slide made me realize that maybe you could do an after-school program, like for hundreds of children.
Yeah.
And like not have to, drive from the YMCA in Barnstable to the, Cape Cod, Hyannisport Community Center, back, up to Provincetown, out to, Sagamore Bridge, you know what I mean?
Right.
Like 7 hours.
That's an awesome idea. Yeah, doing like a virtual to reach more people.
Connect you to Wendy Hollander, and you can learn from her. She has tens of thousands of art students online now.
Wow, that's incredible.
Because of her innovation off of the virus.
Yeah, that's incredible. No, good for you, Wendy. That's incredible.
There's something else. There's another project, at least I know it in Maine. It's called the Big Buddies Project. Essentially, what it does is it pairs high school students with middle and elementary school kids until they become high school aged or middle school age, or they feel that they've aged out of the program. So, are peer mentors something that you consider?
Yeah, absolutely. I would love to collaborate with as many different organizations as possible, and that sounds really cool. Just the collaboration aspect of that. So I'd love to, kind of see what they're about and definitely like reach out. Thank you for the suggestion. So does anyone have any ideas for potential impacts projects, big or small? Everything makes an impact.
Just leaving the mic on so that anyone can.
Another idea, Heather, might be is if you have farmers markets, markets on the Cape, and it might be something where there's obviously probably 20 to 50 vendors in each farmer's market who are all stressed out about trying to sell their stuff.
Yeah, definitely.
Where you go around and just give them, either a kindness balloon or some type of thing with your logo and with your company that lightens it up a little bit. because even if it's super hot and sunny, they're going to be stressed out. If it's raining, they're going to be stressed out. They're trying to get to their customers. And it might be something where that puts you inside a large number of communities.
I love that idea so much. I think that's a really great idea. Thank you so much. I love that. I think that's awesome, and it's something I think that could really be done anywhere too, like you said, like just locally on the Cape. That's really cool. Thank you. All right, so we'll move on to the next slide. So,
can you hear me? Hi, Heather. Yes, just another.
Hi.
My daughter is going to camp, and the rocks looked really nice. Maybe you can explore kind of like local camps, especially now in summer, and ask for 1 or 2 hours that you can come and paint with the kids. And then that kind of kindness rocks. I think it would be wonderful.
That's an awesome idea. I'd love to collaborate with camps. That sounds really cool. Thank you. So, what will the impact of this social venture be? What are the anticipated and hopeful results? So creating this organization has been a dream of mine for a really long time. And I'd really love to reach students and community members and just help others to internalize and believe that not only is it possible to refine happiness and fulfillment after going through something difficult, in my case, bullying, but there are many things that someone can go through, but that also we all have the power to touch and save lives through and make a substantial impact just through simple acts of kindness. So students will learn to better cope with challenges and obstacles, which will lead way to feeling more happiness, confidence, and self-love. Students will feel more empowered, feel a sense of purpose, and know how much they matter. And students will create positive and supportive relationships, friendships within the group, and mentors who they can turn to. So at the end of each presentation, I'll be administering surveys to ask for feedback. I want to make sure that this program reaches and impacts as many people as possible. So student and community feedback will be really important. And additionally, if anyone has any feedback that they'd like to share with me, please feel free to reach out. I've included my contact info, and I really appreciate you all listening to and participating in this MVP demo. So thank you so much.
Let's go, Heather!
Thanks, Kyle. You're the best.
And so now, anyone have any final questions, comments, concerns for Heather? Or are we all?
Yes, I have a comment. So Heather, thanks for sharing your story, and I understand you're 27 graduate. So thanks for sticking with it and bringing your product to market. I just wanted to answer one of the questions you asked about what would, excuse me, what would make the world a kinder place. And I think if we all bring to market what we all presented so far today, plus probably what's going to come, the world will be a kinder place. But if we can implement all of what we're talking about here. So again, thanks for your work and sharing your story.
Thank you so much for your kind words. That really means a lot to me. And I couldn't agree more. You all have such incredible ideas and are already making the world a kinder place. So thank you. That's very, very true.
Any closing comments from our studio audience? All right. Thank you, Heather.
Thank you guys so much.
Hey, awesome. So how's everyone doing? Sorry, hang on, let me mute that. Okay. So I'm in a little bit of a different position than everyone else here. So I'm more of a family business that I did not build. It's been around for 25 years. We can go to the next slide. It's a puppy store called Puppy Love. And now I'm in the position of they're sort of entering the next phase where they want to shut down and then move kind of to like a more modern model of going straight from the breeder to the customer, which hasn't been done before. But just to give you guys a background on what currently is existing. So Puppy Love, they're the top rated in Connecticut, over 25-year reputation. And how they've really done that is they just really treated everyone right. They took care of the dogs, treated the customers right, took care of the breeders and the employees themselves. The current setup is the only really marketing. I mean, they have a massive Facebook page of about 15,000 people. But on top of that, the only thing that's done is you could see a little bit here, photos of each dog comes in and then it's put on a website. And then in terms of the current pipeline, it's dogs from Captiva Kennel, which they own, they've built themselves, and a handful of other breeders they know. Dogs come to the store and then it's sold to the home. So if you want to go to the next slide. And this is what's going to happen next. So it's already in the process. It's going to be the dogs from our kennel, and we're going to start small. Eventually, we want to expand. It just has to be done carefully and ideally all over the nation. We're going to start just ourselves and 2 other breeders just in Connecticut and directly to the customer or the client home, sending it home. There are a few major challenges in this. The first is in, this is a big step, right? So right now, changing the whole pipeline, to so to speak, of the dogs, kennel to the dog, it's picked up right now in like a luxury transport, all brought at once to the store. Once we have possession of it, you know, the dog, it's taken care of, it's given the shots veterinarian. In order to remove all of that, we got to keep control of the same quality, make sure it's transported individually, and it, you know, changes the whole ball game. Also, in terms of marketing itself, once you remove that physical location, we still need to be able to build up the trust, you know, relationships with the people. So we do have an extensive marketing plan. The only thing we're missing is the content, which is why this presentation is so bare bones. We've already paid the videographers. We're lined up to have interview vets, go out to the kennels. We're going to do full sort of guided tours of the kennels. Each dog's going to have its own video. That's all in progress. In terms of my challenges too, the reputation, again, they've kind of established the values of treating the people right, customers right. Their processes in places that also now had to be switched currently. So the current setup, it's going to be on the website. You find the dog, you can only put a deposit down. Then you're going to get a call from someone, maybe me. It's going to go over all the information of the dog. If they do want it, then they'll get a separate invoice. There's tons of paperwork, sort of, I don't want to call it trainings, but dog information that has to go over, signed off, that we're establishing a digital version of. And then there's also a lot of changes to the pricings itself. So right now, these dogs, they cost about $3,000 to $6,000 in the store. Now, the cost of purchasing them will be the same, but the reason the changes in margins are in the store, a lot of costs for the building itself, employees, and to take care of a dog for 4 weeks with weekly vet checks. All that's going to be removed, but the transportation itself is going to skyrocket because it's no longer, you know, grabbing a litter at once in a fancy vehicle and driving, you know, a couple states away. It's taking one bag at a time, hand delivering it in good conditions. And that's the biggest challenge we're working on right now, actually. And if you want to go to the next slide, this is a picture of the current kennel that we've used for the last 15 years. And if you want to go to the next slide, this is what we're dealing with right now. The one on the left, we're building a brand new one, was taken about 6 weeks ago. And this one on the right was taken yesterday with a much higher price tag than it's expected. So obviously there are big delays. So my uncle's actually out there right now figuring that out. And if you want to go one more slide, I think, yeah, just the biggest pieces of what we're still working on. All the social media and content, it's ready to launch. I mean, I think the go date we're looking at is the 20th to start putting the content out there and start the social media, because it's a big step to switch over from a trusted working, you know, store that's doing like 700 dogs a year, great reputation, to switching that trust over to a fully digital platform. It's not something that can be glossed over. We're ready to go with the filming. And then the transport figuring out is the biggest issue, because there are companies that do it, but I don't have a good feeling about them. So I think we're going to pay a premium over what they're doing and setting up our own delivery, puppy delivery, so to speak. All right, that's really the general. Does anyone have any questions at all? I know this was a different format then, yeah.
I have a question. I know Mike Jenner likes to go first, so Mike, I'll give you the honor if you have your questions ready.
Open the digital, and then when you are done, we'll go to others.
Okay, so my question for Kyle is, what's the benefit? I may have missed it. What's the benefit for switching to this new model versus what you're currently doing? For example, if your profit margin is currently 50%, are you expected to be 75 or higher? What are you going to save, or what are you going to gain by going to this model?
Yeah, so it's not really a monetary drive. It's more just the changing of the times. So back when they opened, when I was actually the year I was born, there were very little stores in the state. They were one of the first. they made a very conscious decision early on to start doing things the right way, treating people right, because everyone hates a pet store owner. A lot of the whole industry as a whole does not operate above board. So, and they did, and now it's just it's been open 25 years. The political climate's changing, and it's just time for what technology could do. Just take the store out of the picture, stay ahead of the game, so to speak.
We are now opening the floor to the in-person crowd. So I think Flor is the first hand I see.
Yeah. So I think I heard that you are planning to use a premium platform to push out the content to social media. Is that what you said?
So when I used the term premium, that was more in terms. So actually, the process of getting the dog from the breeder at 8 weeks old directly to the person is somewhat of a challenge. So we're not inventing this model, right? Breeders do sell dogs to people across the country, but the current, I don't like using the word delivery method. It's companies, it's not always done the best. And it's, right, so if something goes wrong, it's our name. You can't just point the finger and say, oh, Waggy Wheel is his fault. So I think we're looking at just, a more expensive solution that we have more control over. In terms of the social media, it's Facebook, Instagram. We're going to do some TikToks too, but that's mostly just of the dogs. The idea is to lead it all over to the new site where we're going to have like kennel tours. Each dog's going to have like its own profile. I can go over this with you later in more detail if you want, but it's most of it's set up. Yeah.
Thank you.
Kyle, I have a question. Approximately how much time are you able to or plan to devote to this project weekly? I know that you've just taken on another job. How does that factor into your work week?
Yeah, so I think the reason why this is a different situation than the other. So this isn't my business, right? This is my aunt and uncle. So I am like, if this was my business, I'd be out there in Oklahoma right now finding out why the kennel's not being built. So I'm really owning the technical spot. So I mean, the plan is for me to switch out full time. I don't really love my current job. I was on the election that ended, so now I kind of took the first. I have to pay the bills. I do technology solutions engineer, but yeah. So my role within this is the media, the marketing, the whole technical pipeline, and then switching over all the processes to digital, so to speak. Does that answer your question?
Well, I was actually yeah. It answers what you're doing. I was asking about the actual amount of time you have to devote, or what your commitment to time is, or how much time you'd like to be spending each week.
Yeah, enough to get it done. I mean, so I have a limited role. It's not too much time because once things are digital, it takes care of itself.
Waiting for steps to get done on your family side?
Yeah. So I need to actually be delivered the content that kennel has to be finished building. Yeah. I don't have any action items right now. Like the website's entirely built. I'm waiting to actually put content in the space. I need to get a go date. We've already paid for it. The videographer going up to Connecticut to interview the veterinarians. And then yeah, the pieces of the pipeline just need to be filled in essentially.
At a potential challenge, or are you confident that they are working at the pace that they need to go?
So there's not really, so it's a little bit up in the air. So actually they wanted to close the store in August and I told them not to, because you can't, if you close the store and then go straight to this, it could completely fall apart. I think a slow transition is the best. But things are running, so they don't really have as much of a fire under their belly. So it's happening. The 20th is the next day where I think the next milestone is going to be hit. I'm hoping to get the content up and running that day, and then it's going to be a slow transition, hopefully.
I'm sorry, Zara? No. I just had to unmute it. So you're good now.
Yeah. Hey, Kyle.
nice development here. I think there's still a lot to figure out.
Mhm.
And a couple of things. One, your timeline to transition. Is this like a 2-year or 3-year runway where you hope that you can be full time in 3 years? And what revenue do you need to be full time? Have you thought about that yet?
Yeah, no, so we have talked about it. So I have, I guess, a higher paying job right now. So on the specific numbers, so the store right now does 720 dogs a year. Once this new platform hits 300 dogs a year, I'll be able to switch full time and make what I'm making now in like my tech field. In terms of actual transition, it really just depends how it works, right? If we launch and then, you know, the trust is there and people start purchasing directly from the site, I mean, if it's working, I think the store wants to be closed in like a month or two. It really just depends how much time we need to transfer over.
Is there, just as maybe, you know, politics went through a leap from kind of retail consumer politics to digital media politics, in particular under President Obama, you know, where they one of the first to really embrace social media, new media. Do you feel that there's is there going to be a gap between, you know, the emotional in-person purchasing and this almost one step removed purchasing cycle, or do you think they're all the same?
Yeah, no, so that's a very good question. So right now, the only photos, right? It's just that like 3 little prong photo on the pillow. People see it, come and play with it, then get attached and purchase the puppy. You know, we didn't invent the model of going online, buying a dog or adopting a dog. But if you look at what's currently out there, there's no in-depth connection. So a big part of this is building that trust and that connection, which is why we're doing like the profile of each dog, the video tours. We're going to have specified, you know, content for each dog so people could come on, get that attachment like digitally, so to speak, and then they'll have that dog to them at 8 weeks old, which is what's healthiest for the puppy with the mother for 8 weeks. So yeah, it's one of the biggest challenges to answer your question.
I have 2 things at once. Mike, could you rephrase that question, please?
Yeah. Could you talk about the social mission because of the loss of puppy life related to people giving the adopted dogs back, et cetera, et cetera? Yeah, it was pretty profound.
Yeah, that's something I spoke about with you, which is actually something I've spent a lot of time trying to fix. I mean, right now, this is, you know, just about taking a business that's not mine and, you know, bringing it to the next level. But yeah, we have a big dog problem in the United States. So I think it was either 3 million or 8 million a year we put down. So all these adoption events, you know, even if you throw an event, you adopt 60 dogs, it doesn't fix anything, right? You just import more from the Bahamas or Europe where they're just running free unneutered. There's essentially an unlimited supply, right? So the only way to actually fix it is to start lowering the supply. So free neuter and spadings for stray dogs, shut down the puppy mills who are just releasing, you know, the dogs that they can't sell into the street or dropping them off at shelters. You need kind of like a freakonomics strategy, so to speak, to, you know, reduce the amount of dogs that aren't have a home in America, basically.
And the other compelling thing you said from the impact of the virus was the large amount of adoptions and then a large amount of returns of the adoptions.
Yeah, it was actually gross. So we called it Dog Again. And so COVID-19 actually so there were a few big things that hit the puppy industry. 2008, you know, the recession, people couldn't afford dogs anymore. A lot of stores went out. And then during coronavirus, so we called it Dog Again. Every single person wanted a dog. Adoption centers completely ran out. Stores completely sold out. And you'd actually think this would be good for dog stores. But what happened was most of them in Connecticut, tons of stores actually went out of business because people were so desperate for dogs. They found out where the dogs were coming from, just offered them double the money. So this goes back actually to why Puppy Love's still there, always treated people right. Normally there are about 60 to 80 dogs at a time. They had consistently about 8 to 14 during COVID, while other stores had none because they always treated the breeders right. They protected their relationships over 20 years. So when things got tough, they were still able to get their dogs. And then also something else to put in is they kept all their employees on payroll. You know, like 8 dogs, my uncle's owned more than that at one point. He could have done it all himself, you know, saved, it's a $40,000 payroll monthly. He kept everyone employed. But now what we're facing too, it's really sad, is record number of dogs are being returned to the shelters because now COVID's over, no one wants their pet anymore. So a lot of dogs that got adopted are now back in the shelters.
Well, kind of a transitional question, you know, whether, you know, the store potentially be closed in a month. And in some ways, the good news is that it doesn't really matter. If it takes more than a month, that's okay, because it is functioning the way it is, and it's just a question of when and how to transition. But, you know, the question of where your customers come from, you know, if they're finding them because they've been driving by the store for 10 years and then they want a dog, and how quickly they could transition, or whether there's a whole new set of customers that would appear for the online store. I'm just questioning whether 1 month transition is actually realistic, but on the other hand, it doesn't necessarily matter.
Yeah, I think it's going to be much longer. Yeah, so from a financial perspective, everything is functioning now. And in terms, so yeah, they are a staple of Danbury. And then if you draw a big circle, their customers, most of them are within 100 miles, but then their reputation, they do like get celebrities from California or much further states that do come in to get the dogs. But there is an online presence, right? So there's a Facebook community, 15,000 people. It is active. So it's about just transitioning that. We're going to start in Connecticut where they're a staple. That also simplifies the delivery issue, because at first we'll be able to start doing it ourselves until we can get a more, you know, trustworthy system set up. And then we'll build from there. Where they know, just Connecticut first, move to New York, Massachusetts, and then, you know, expand slowly. Baby steps.
It seems like there's two separate customer bases here, and it almost begs the question, should you get rid of the store if that is a funnel for customers? But maybe that's just the modality, that the direction that you want to go.
Yeah, so I think part of it is that, you know, they've been doing this a very long time and they want to switch. But the other part is, so stores themselves are they have an expiration date. So California has already banned them. So to take a step back, political group, not going to say where it's coming from, is so focused on the adoption and then all like how many dogs are put down, that the target for that has been put on the puppy stores instead of going after the puppy mills and regulating breeders, which are running free. So California's already banned puppy stores. New York's put laws in place that's going to run them out of business within the next few years. And Connecticut's in the heavy political climate where they're deciding what to do. So, you know, rather than keep fighting a political battle, the next step is just, you know, breeders, completely controlled pipeline, which we've already done with our store, but just to remove the store essentially. Keep it breeders, quality control directly to people.
So so those were my questions and good answers. So I'm impressed, Kyle. Bravo.
Thank you.
Kyle, I think it was the boot camp in 2016 or 2016, right?
Yeah, you labeled me a founding student, which I used to get a few job interviews.
Put that on your resume.
Yeah.
So from 2016, you had bio lids. You saw the future on plastic coffee cup lids and the need to reduce that waste stream. You then saw search engine optimization. You got President Biden elected and also helped the Democrats win the state of Georgia. And so you're like a tech wizard, you know, political mover and shaker. And again, why give all this up, or why pivot, or why make this decision? I guess I really want to hear your why, for why this matters so much to change your trajectory. And I think you're working for a more than little startup tech company right now. Can you share the name of that company?
Yeah. So to take a couple steps back, so I've been running around now. Actually, it's all in Wheaton. I traveled nonstop. I made it to 20 countries. I've been starting with GCSEN. I've just been 2016 going nonstop for 5 years now. I was involved in GCSEN, few different ideas that never really. Some of them failed immediately. Some of them made a few $1,000s and then never took off. I did. Everyone has to do a year in sales. I was in EMT, which I reprised during COVID. I stepped up. I was on the election coding. Now I'm, just a corporate job. It's TransPerfect. They do translations. They have like 60 offices. They're $1 billion company. If you look behind me, I moved in very first apartment I own. I'm 26, renting. I just signed a contract, finally setting down. I'm moving in 2 months from now, my very first condo. So, it's part of it's maturing a little bit, not bouncing around as much. And in terms of puppy love specifically, I grew up in the store, right? My aunt opened it the same year I was born. They don't have kids. I am like the next generation of it. And I worked on it consistently. I was working there through college. It's just, I know technology, and then I'm the best tech person who understands their business. There's no person who knows technology who understands puppy love more than me. So I'm well suited.
Fantastic.
Awesome job, Kyle.
Thank you.
Kyle, when can we place an order?
If you want a dog, you can drive out right now, but I'll text you. The timeline's not up to me. I'm not in the pilot seat.
All right.
Hopefully 3 months. Hopefully 3 months.
Kyle, we got a couple more questions. Well, just one right now, but Mike's one more. Flor?
Yeah, I just wanted to ask, how many dogs do you have now? Like, maybe you mentioned that and I missed it, but I'm just wondering.
Yeah, I own, right? You mean I own, or how many are in the store? I don't own any right now. I had a few growing up. I'm actually trying to adopt one. So as soon as I move into the condo I'm buying, I'm already approved. I'm just gonna grab one.
And how about in the store?
So a normal pre-COVID, anywhere from 60 to 100, just depending on time of year. And then those dogs, they come in at 8 weeks, and then 99% of them are gone by 16 weeks old. A lot of factors take place, but we always make sure that happens. During COVID, it was about 8 to 12. I think it's back up to 30 right now. Actually, I'll check for you. I can text you. Things haven't fully stabilized since COVID, if that's what you mean. Yeah.
Can we visit the place?
Yeah, tell me in advance, because actually, it's starting around. So it used to be just an open store, you show up, but since COVID, they did appointment only, and it turned out to be amazing. There's no, students walking in. So if you tell me in advance, I'll get you in, put you on the list.
All right, I will. I'll bring my dog.
All right.
She's vaccinated, so it should be okay.
All right. Do we have any final questions for Kyle? All right, Kyle, thank you so much. This is great. Okay, hello everybody. It is technically 3:06, so we're a little late. But this is Zara. She will be presenting for Crave Infused. Zara, take it away in 1 second.
Sounds good. Sounds good. And I guess before you start, just to ease minors and maybe to get like alive in here, I'll do what I like to call the GCSEN lion roar. So take a deep breath and just roar your heart out, okay? It's gonna help me right now. So roar! All right, let's get this going. Okay, so
I got to pin you too.
thank you.
Make sure that we get everything right. All right.
Sounds good.
All right, hit it.
Sounds good. So my business is called Crave Infused, and Crave Infused is a plant-based lifestyle brand.
Here, I'll let you.
So Thank you so much. Crave Infused is a plant-based lifestyle brand that I started in 2019, and it's all about spreading the power of plants. So, my founder's story is I grew up with the privilege of knowing how powerful plants can be, and as I got into my adulthood, I realized that number one, it is a privilege, and number two, not a lot of people grew up with that privilege. And this man right here, this lovely gentleman, this is my grandfather, Edward Salmon. We were in Jamaica for my great-grandmother's funeral, and he was just picking some callaloo. And in 1998, he came down with prostate cancer. And instead of going the traditional route, he's really big into Christianity. His pastors told him, hey, you know what? For whatever reason, I'm feeling that you should go a plant-based route and not at least try it first. And he did, and he did 3 months of a juice fast, and the doctors noticed that his tumors were shrinking. And then after 6 months, his tumors were completely gone. And like I said, that was in 1998. It's now 2021. He is 89 and thriving. So to me, that again is a privilege because in our household, we started to eat more healthy, realizing how powerful plants could be. If it was a medicine for my grandfather, then maybe it could be a preventative medicine if we grew up eating just healthy. So that is my why. And for me, Crave Infused is all about spreading awareness about how powerful plants truly can be. And a problem that I noticed, something about plants, number one, is you'll see in my videos, I do have some hemp or cannabis plants a lot of the times while I'm just cooking regular plant-based foods. And one, that's to destigmatize cannabis as just another plant. And number two, I wrote my political science dissertation on cannabis is legal now, an in-depth study on what the legalization of cannabis means for cannabis businesses, business owners, and the marginalized minority disproportionately affected by the war on drugs. It's a long title. But in that research, I ended up working for a dispensary, and what I noticed was the majority of the clients who were coming into the dispensary were people who were over 50. They usually had chronic conditions, whether it be HIV or cancer or Parkinson's. That was the majority of our clients. However, the cannabis food, at least the consumables, it catered as if it was catering to a recreational market. So one, it's overpriced. If you have to use it for chronic illness, then you're thinking upwards of $300 to $400 a week. Insurance doesn't cover that. And number two, if you're using it again for a chronic illness and you can't eat sweets, it really stinks because most of the products at medicinal dispensaries do contain sugar in it. So that's when I started to think, all right, how do I merge the two? And that's also part of how Crave Infused came about. So I just wanted to show that video real quick, just a short snippet. So you can see what's typically, you could honestly go to any part.
Let's go here.
Sure. So typically in the cannabis industry, you see a male, typically a white male, who is younger and who's, again, catering to a recreational market, not really catering to a market who may actually need this to survive and thrive. So with my videos, which it's age restricted, so I'm sorry.
We got this.
Okay, cool. Hopefully. Yay, okay. Entertainment purposes only. So my videos that I like to post, I usually keep it good. Is there sound on anything?
Yeah, I can pull up sound. Let me unmute myself.
I also like to keep it plant. Well, it is all plant-based. So if you do have a chronic illness and you are using cannabis or just plants in general and you're just trying to learn more about how to combine plants to help you, I want it to be digestible for any consumer market, especially if you are over 50 plus with a chronic illness.
So I'm going to play this video.
Mm-hmm.
Great. I got to turn on my sound
Olive
too.
oil using the strain Cannatonic.
This is CBD infused olive oil.
At 20.75% CBD and 1.91% THC, Cannatonic is an amazing strain to use to treat pain, muscle spasms, anxiety, and a whole host of other physiological and psychological symptoms. Cannatonic and really any CBD strain is a really good option for new or older cannabis users because this strain does not produce any psychoactivity or produces very little, if any. So this is a really good strain if you're just starting out in cannabis. All right, so first things first, we're gonna wanna decarb our cannabis. What that decarboxylation process does, it's gonna maximize our potency, bringing us the maximum effects of our cannabis. It's gonna maximize the pain relief, maximize the potency, and just maximize our happiness. So definitely a process you wanna do. All right, so whether you decarbed your flour in an oven or you used Ardent's Nova decarboxylator, next you're just gonna wanna place that flour onto a clean surface. All right, once that flour is placed on that clean surface, you're just gonna wanna finely grind it between your fingertips. You don't have to use a household grinder or an herb grinder. Your fingertips are fine. All right, once you're all set with your grinded bud, we're gonna get ready to infuse our CBD flour into the olive oil. And to do that, we're gonna start by bringing the base pot for our double boiler to a boil. All right, now that your water has come to a boil, make sure to turn your stove down just a notch. We're gonna turn it down to just about medium-low because we're about to get ready to infuse our CBD. So now we're gonna take our freshly grinded decarboxylated herb and just pour that all into the olive oil. As you can see, I'm using a makeshift double boiler, but if you are using a double boiler that came in a set, you shouldn't have to worry about your plant material falling in the water, but I'm just being extra careful here because, you know, sometimes you gotta do it yourself.
All right.
So I ended up making my olive oil pretty low dose at 7 grams of flour per 2 cups of extra virgin olive oil. So if you need a higher dose, I would definitely recommend using about 7 to 10 grams of flour per 1 cup of oil and seeing how that turns out for you. And after about 45 minutes of consistent stirring, your CBD infused olive oil will be all set. All right, for your last step, you're just gonna wanna use a cheesecloth to separate that plant material from the olive oil. I obviously do not have a cheesecloth, so I used a strainer. I mean, it's the same thing. You're just not gonna get as much of the THC and CBD content, which this is mostly CBD, so CBD content. But hey, still medicine, still plants, still great.
This actually specifically, this patch I gave to my dad because he had pulled a muscle that summer and he had just rubbed it instead of using Tylenol daily, which was what he was doing. He started rubbing it on his back and that really helped. So I usually use my family.
All right. You want me to?
Oh, you don't have to go through all that. And then
Okay.
this is
so my
1 second. We're gonna switch back the audio sources, which is such a pain. Good. You should be all set.
all right. So if you don't mind just going back one slide. Thank you.
Does this one? There we go.
Maybe it was the other side going back.
I think we're just going forward. I'm gonna be real.
That one.
This
Yes. So here's a picture of my Body Butters jarred, and this was taken about a year ago, and I've been working on the recipe. So over the past year, that's pretty much what I've been doing is trying to get my premier product, you know, at a point where I feel comfortable selling it, and it's something for the past 2 years actually I've been using daily every day. I have some right here that I'll ask you all not to like sample because this is my daily body lotion. I should have brought a sample that hasn't been touched, but you are welcome to smell it. And I just want to say, when I first started making these, I could not leave it in the car without it melting. However, I left this in the car and I just picked it up, got it out of the car an hour ago, and it didn't melt at all. So, you know, I have been experimenting and trying different, you know, recipes out, and I'm really looking forward to getting the product, you know, out there into the world, into market. But, you know, sometimes it takes time. Of course.
So how have you been experimenting? You've just been you started with the recipe, and over time you've just been changing it?
Of course, yeah. So I started with just a simple body butter recipe, and I infused the CBD. So how I infused the CBD, initially I was using the actual plant material and infusing it into coconut oil. However, I did some customer surveys last summer, and you could actually still see the material, even though it didn't maybe affect how it felt. You could still see the material, like the plants in it. So I switched over to concentrated forms of CBD. So it's like a smellless, sticky thing where you heat it up and then you pour it in and you make a body butter just how you would normally make body butters. So I've just been, honestly, Google Academy.
Okay.
And
but you've been also like, I assume, like keeping the recipes as you've been evolving it. And it seems like it's a mix of kind of your own experimentation and customer feedback.
Yeah, customer feedback was very, very, like, I feel like when you put your baby out into the world, it's like, I'm scared about the feedback, but honestly, the majority of the feedback was positive, and the negative feedback has helped me to grow stronger with my body butters and as an entrepreneur. So yeah, yes.
Picking up on how are you
recording?
Yeah, so you're writing this down and keeping some kind of a diary of sorts, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
How? What does the diary look like? What kind of information is on there? How scientific is it?
Yeah, so my Crave Infused journal, I just have a journal, to be honest, where if something works, then I'll keep it. If something doesn't work, for example, like I was saying that they used to melt after it got to a certain temperature, so I had to do my research and see what plant-based material would actually help it to reach a level where it could stay out into the sun and reach 90 degrees and not melt. And that is actually, I'll give you my secret. It's called arrowroot powder. So arrowroot powder is a natural thing that you can put into food. It's actually, you could eat it if you wanted to, but also body butters to help it not melt. Yeah.
Actually, Zara in the Caribbean, they do use arrowroot for babies when they're younger to their formula as a thickener and fiber. So yes, it's used in the Caribbean a lot.
I did not know that.
Yes.
Can I make a suggestion?
Of course.
It's costly, but probably worth it. Buy a scientific notebook that has a carbon copy.
Carbon copy?
Yeah, you know what checkbooks look like, right?
Yeah.
And you know how checkbooks sometimes have the carbon copy?
Yeah.
I'll forward you one.
Yeah.
I bought one recently. So
There's scientific notebooks that have that as well. And start recording everything scientifically. You can go on YouTube to see how to keep a scientific notebook. And you put all of that in there because it will confirm. If in your diary, you can do something today in your diary, you can go backwards in the diary, you can change things or add things, which weakens your claim, or when you present your findings to an investor, to whoever, when they're doing a due diligence.
Yeah.
It's much stronger to have a scientific notebook with this kind of carbon copy ability.
Yeah.
But they're not cheap. It'll cost you a couple $100 to buy large bound. They look like legal notebooks. That would be very helpful, especially.
Could you just explain why the carbon copy becomes a great? I don't understand the credibility.
Because if you, then you have two copies. You'll be able to, you can pull off the main copy, you can pull up the backing, the carbon copy, you pull that out, keeping the original.
Yeah.
And you put that in a safe place.
Exactly. Yeah, that makes sense.
And yeah, also there are ways of typing information into the notebook, signing across seams and things like that, dating things in a certain way, compacting the information so there are no empty spaces in between. Things to do to show that the timeline of discovery, let's say.
Yeah.
And that'll help whenever you want to protect IP. It'll help when you want to validate what you've done to an investor, doing due diligence. And since you have the carbon copy, you put that away somewhere in a sealed envelope, dated, signed across the seam. So if anyone runs off with your ideas, you can show that it was you who had the idea originally.
That makes a lot of sense. Thank you.
It's kind of a down and dirty way.
No, but it makes sense and it's helpful.
And Zara, if you could stay back there, that would be perfect. So yeah, we'll keep going. I'll get back to my position. All right.
So yeah, this is just on the next slide is just more images of me creating the body butter. That was about a year ago. I changed up the recipe a bit since, but when I started, it was like so not good. So I'm honestly happy. Like the pandemic really did help me to like, all right, I don't have to get it all done now. I don't have to get it into product within or get it into sales within 3 months, because when I launched, I was like, all right, I launched August 2019. By December 2019, I'm gonna have my products in a market in Whole Foods. That didn't happen. So honestly, I really appreciate the time, the mentorship, just people around me who just emphasize that entrepreneurship, it's a journey. It's sometimes a decade or decades long journey. But as long as you're taking it day to day and you keep it going, that's what's important to me. So.
Let's try it. All right, 1 second. There we go.
And this is just my YouTube channel. I have about 87 subscribers now, so a little bit more than that. And you don't have to play that video. This is where I would like to be next. Bethany Flea Market. So as you can see, it's only $10 to enter. The Bethany is the town that I grew up in. They have an annual flea market. And that's where I really want to start. For me, Crave Infused is a plant-based lifestyle brand. I'm starting with body butters, but it's not where I want to end. I believe think big, start small. And this is I don't want to say starting small, but this is my starting point. Like this is my barrier to entry. And I'd like to see how the broader community thinks about my body butter. So as far as my target market right now, my target market is honestly just the people within my community who are able to afford maybe a pricier body butter because they care about it. They care about their skin. And also, I like to call the demographic, to be honest, rich hippies, because there's a lot of them in my town. So yeah, that's my demographic. And this is just a little bit about me. Zara Salmon, the founder of Crave Infused, and what I've been doing over the past, since I started in August 2019. So one, I want to spread the power of plants with everything I do within Crave Infused. I'm currently in the testing and development stage of the premier product, which is our CBD infused and non-infused body butters. And then I also make the online videos, which I actually hired a videographer to help me out with making the videos, because it was getting to be a little bit too challenging for me to just do myself. I graduated the fall 2019 SEG Business Incubator. I was actually on a panel at Brown talking about different levels of cannabis, where I actually got to sit with the founder of this product, Nova, and I was on the same panel as her. And that's where I want to just slightly mention imposter syndrome. In your entrepreneurial journey, sometimes that can happen. But again, keep going, because it happens. And all the opportunities that you get, you deserve. So, don't second guess why you're getting certain things in your life. I was the presenter at the 2019 Connecticut Cannabis Conference. where I did a small demo on how to make body butters. Customer surveys, that was last summer. The Collab Accelerator, Collab New Haven, that's a business accelerator in New Haven. I did that April 2020. Collab Groundwork, I did that May 2021. And then most recently, which I'm really excited for, was I participated in this program we have in Connecticut called Entrepreneurship Decoded. It's a 6-week program. You attend all 6 classes, and then you could apply for a grant. So that would, if I get it, which I'll find out by, I think, either the end of the month or next month, then that will be the first business grant for my actual business, Crave Infuse, and I've used that to get my LLC. So I'm hoping to get that. And then this is just some pictures of my pitch party and my actual launch. My mom, my parents have been very supportive. So this was like the Crave table, and then you could skip more pictures. We actually were neighbors and coworkers, and we would talk about just like starting cannabis ventures and stuff like that. And he's got his started, so I'm really proud of him. Like, these are just people in my life who have been very, very supportive of what I want to do. So, and yeah, that's the grant application. So, yeah, I submitted, and that is Crave Infuse. Thank you.
Something that came to mind, and maybe you've already done this. So, virtually, of course, during the boot camp this year, Michelle, we met.
Michelle?
You should meet her. So Michelle is essentially, she was part of the boot camp and the launch program. She's actually my doctoral student at my last school at Pace, and she is an advisor at the University of Connecticut's Small Business Development Center. And so she basically works with businesses like yours and helps them get funding in the state of Connecticut. So I will connect you guys because I think this is it sounds like you would be a perfect match for the kind of thing that she does.
Thank you. That'd be wonderful.
Yeah, I think we'll open the floor up to questions and comments unless you have the MVP section of your. Okay, so.
So how many unit? Oh well, first of all, congratulations, Zara.
Thank you.
From your Aphrodite's Cafe.
Yes.
Of an affordable vegan cafe in food desert communities.
Which I still definitely want to do.
Someday.
Yes.
That's beautiful. Yeah. And then you went from there, from that idea, which brought you to kind of an internship and a year at Social Entrepreneur Greenhouse, which is great. You competed in the pitch competition at Wheaton.
Yeah.
You also were an intern for GCSEN, a junior consultant. How has your kind of entrepreneurial executive mind changed? If you can look back and say, starting back at that first class and how your journey where you are now.
Honestly, I think being more patient with myself, like I kind of mentioned a bit, I had an idea for a business. Actually, 1 month before I started GCSEN, I actually had the idea for Crave, but I just was nervous because of the stigma surrounding cannabis, so I didn't want to do it with GCSEN. So I feel like, 1, I'm more open about what I want to do because people are more receptive to it, and 2, just more patient about the journey because there's definitely been times where I've been doing maybe too much or I put too much on my shoulders or whatever, and then I just crash and I feel miserable. And I can't continue working like that. So definitely my approach to work has changed. And the best way to get work done most efficiently for me, that's where I'm kind of at now, like learning that.
Great. Pablo?
Yeah, thank you. What part of Connecticut are you in?
I'm Bethany, Connecticut, so that's right near New Haven. Right outside, yeah.
Where's that in relation to Middleton?
Middletown is about 40 minutes away. That's where Wesleyan is, right?
Yeah. Okay. I know someone that's building out they're converting a big warehouse space or something like that in Middletown.
Really?
Half of the space will be offices for startups and stuff like that. The other half will be agricultural ag tech spaces.
Yeah.
Yeah, and so that could be someone. It's a group of guys who are architects and such. So they could even be potential investors or small investments that you're looking for.
Yeah.
And maybe a little bit of space to actually produce. Are you doing out of your kitchen?
Yeah, right now I'm just doing it out of my kitchen.
If you wanted to go to the next step in like not professional production, but let's call it professionalizing production equipment.
Yeah,
What does
for
that
sure.
look like and how much does that cost?
I would love to get a commercial like kitchen space because once you do, like you're saying, once you do go to broader audiences outside of my hometown farmer market, they want to make sure that what they're putting on their skin or ingesting in their body, they want to make sure that it's being produced in a space that's clean and is up to code, and a home kitchen is not that. So right now, I just use a 10-quart crock pot, so I'm not sharing the tools with like any food products, but ultimately I would love to be able to afford a space where I could just...
What does that look like? What kind of equipment goes into that space?
Honestly, right now, the crock pot is fine. That's the crock pot and just, that's it. Yeah, the mixer.
So something for the infusing and something for the whipping.
Yeah, it's just a crock pot because I just throw the ingredients in one pan and then off my Nova decarboxylator. So yeah, just those three things.
Great. Could you show that for the people on Zoom?
Yeah. So this is the Nova decarboxylator, and when I talk about like Crave Infused, I do like to talk about this because something that's important to me in my business is packaging and then also supporting brands that support me. This is a Black-owned brand out of Boston owned by Chanel Lindsay. So I definitely like to give this a shout out when I can. And all it does is for concentrates or cannabis flower material, you pop it in here and it goes from turning like, normally you want to be able to eat cannabis flower and feel any sort of effect. Once you pop it in here, you can put it in for 2 hours, and then if you were to eat the kind of cannabis flower just raw by itself, you would definitely feel that effect. So that's what that does.
So Zara, just building off of what Pavel has said, so if you were interested in creating product that was made in a coated kitchen, prior to purchasing a coated kitchen, you could rent a coated kitchen. There are commissary kitchens for rent where you could get all of your materials ready. You go there for an hour, 5 hours, 10 hours, create your product. It has from an official coated kitchen, and you can state it as such.
Really?
And
I didn't know that.
That might be a way for you to take your next step.
To start out, yeah. Because another thing is these body butters clog the sink. And my mother does not like that. So I also need to find a different space. That's another reason I'm looking. Yeah. If I'm not paying the bills, it doesn't matter.
All right. Do we have any? Oh, yes, we do.
So like other than your awesome YouTube channel, you might have talked about this before, but how are you like marketing this product and letting consumers know where to get it, putting it out there, things like that?
So right now, there's actually nowhere that I'm marketing it. I have my social media channels, which is Instagram, Facebook, YouTube. But during the pandemic, I definitely experienced burnout a bit. So I just needed to take a step back and stop announcing what I had planned to do. Because when I didn't do that, I would get really frustrated and kind of just was like, So once I actually am ready to sell, that's when I'm going to start putting the marketing rollout out again, and it would likely just be through my Instagram. And right now I'm working with a videographer, so we have two videos. One is a CBD capsules videos, and another is a CBD, I think actually THC peanut butter infused video. So we have that in the background, and I'm just waiting until I can do it the way that I want to do it. I don't know. I guess when I have more time for it, I guess, which I'm hoping will be soon.
Are you planning on like making like a website type of interface so people can go and purchase it online?
Yes, 100%. I actually have the website right now. I just don't have it out to people. I'm working on trying to like design it and stuff.
Are you looking at any other kinds of medicinal herbs?
Right now, I only know more like about cannabis and hemp. No other medicinal herbs, that I feel comfortable talking to people about. And I would overall, I want it to be a plant-based lifestyle brand. Cannabis is just an aspect of the brand. It gets a lot of questions, but I just want it to be another aspect of the plant-based lifestyle.
Going back to your grandfather, I'm wondering, you know, if this is features, benefits, and wonderful solutions. I'm wondering if you could also position around what are the top 10 health issues for demographics? You know, like, okay, it's high blood pressure, it's cholesterol, prostate cancer, it's boom, 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 boom. And if you kind of look at it from the pain point, where your grandfather could theoretically could have been on like 7 different medications, like all sorts of other stuff, right? So there might be a way that you could take, for example, I just had to switch physicians because of switching healthcare coverage, and there was like an intake form where there's like 90 different things, like you would have this, like boom, 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 like, you know, an entire page of all these different ailments. Fortunately, you know, I didn't, but I couldn't believe how many ailments there were that they were trying to assess. You know what I mean? So I just wanted to make sure that maybe that pain point, that ailment, it's just like with the GCSEN, we've experienced more embrace from college students when we talk about their pain point, which is an internship or a resume builder.
Yeah.
Not so much a 4P social impact, scalable social venture that changes the world at the first hour. Right?
For sure.
So that's think about that there might be ways that the body butter might affect X. Like you can start with X, body butter is the solution.
Yeah.
You know, and then the chronic pain, the vegetable. I mean, imagine I think you can have probably a $10 million business just in olive oil infused CBD for knee pain for tennis players or whatever, all those type of things.
For sure, and I would love to work with some, because I have no experience in actual science as far as I guess medicinal healthcare and stuff like that. I'd love to work somebody who could actually approve those statements. So in any of my videos or anything, that's why I say, yeah. That's why I say for entertainment purposes only, because I don't want to claim anything, that could get me in trouble, so yeah. But I definitely agree. I'd love to work with somebody who can say that for my brand.
And just to kind of build on that, so it made me think, one of the big emerging global health agendas, traditionally global health, obviously it's over in the last year and a half, but before that, there was a lot of focus for years on things like malaria, AIDS, and TB. But I would say about, 3 to 5 years ago, in global health, there was a big shift towards what are called NCDs, non-communicable diseases. So essentially cardiovascular health, diabetes, cancer, respiratory diseases. Those are probably the 4 big areas. And that, again, if you find that science person to work with, that's another kind of an angle, because there are things that we talk about here in the US in terms of treatment, but there are also internationally, there's the whole NCD agenda, non-communicable disease agenda. People are always looking for, let's say, alternative treatments, right? And that would be one interesting avenue.
It is, for sure. And I feel like that's how it started, was my grandpa, he decided, my father was calling my grandpa selfish for not going the traditional route. And for me, I think to each their own. You have to listen to your body, whether it comes on to what you consume or what you choose to treat yourself with. You have to listen to your body. My grandfather, he was listening to his body, and it worked. So I don't want to tell anybody, hey, always use a plant-based diet to cure cancer, because I don't believe that. But why not at least eat healthy, to try to prevent some of these diseases?
And just to be frank, I mean, part of the reason we have an emergence of the NCD agenda is that in many emerging countries, emerging economies, a lot of those diseases like malaria and TB, they're starting to fade away, which is great, which is great news, which means people are living longer, right? Which means that they get more of these chronic diseases, but they may not have access, for instance, to the kinds of pharmaceuticals we have here. And people here in the US don't have access because of cost, insurance, and all of those things. So I think it's a really interesting angle. So yeah, really, really interesting.
Thank you.
So, any questions from our digital audience?
Yes, I have a question or comment. So thank you, Zara, for bringing this up and or presenting on it and removing some of the stigma that our society has on this product. So in our community, we say, let your food be your medicine, let your medicine be your food, right? So a couple of questions. Do you plan to have additional products other than body butters? And then do you also plan to have products with infused, say, the THC version of it versus just the CBD portion of it?
Yes, for sure. Thank you for asking that. Yeah, I'm starting out with my hemp consumables license, which is about $350 in the state of Connecticut. So that would give me license to sell my body butters, but it will also give me license one day to sell consumable food products with hemp. And it is more pricey because right now they call it the wild, wild west of cannabis. It is more pricey to get into THC. So right now, just out of legality purposes, I don't want to get into THC right now, but this is why I'm starting Crave Infused, because one day I definitely envision a future where it's destigmatized, and when I'm able to afford it and when I'm ready, I would love to get into the THC market. Yeah, for sure.
So as a follow-up then, I mean, you and I, we started the initial conversation, but we didn't get into, so I'm learning more of it through today's presentation. So let's plan on reconnecting somewhere down the line. And then as far as where the THC comes in later on, I could know some potential grows in Caribbean islands, once things get fully legalized, and then how to expand and do different things. And my daughter's also interested in this industry. It's not from me. I don't know where she got it from, but so at some point, let's connect.
I would love to talk to you about it, and I bring up my mom a lot because our brains are very similar on the entrepreneurial end, and that's a blessing and a curse sometimes. But that's what she wants to do as well. She wants to actually have she doesn't smoke cannabis. She's never smoked cannabis ever. She's very against it. However, she sees the profit of it, and she doesn't thinks it harms people if they use it in the right way. So she wants to do a bed and breakfast in Jamaica specifically because we're Jamaican. So that's the think big.
And I could absolutely help with that. I know a few farmers who would love to get their distribution in the right places and have to worry about certain things. So definitely there could be a connection there, and keep the dream big.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that, Sean.
You're welcome.
Do we have any final comments from our live or virtual audience?
Yeah.
All right, we got one more.
Well, I think it was very, very nice. And I was wondering if you wanted to share a little bit about why it was very nice.
No.
I know you mentioned something related to business. That's why.
Yeah, I was just talking to Flor earlier. Like, I believe, again, in the think big thing. Start small, think big. And for me, I envision Crave Infused to be a cannabis luxury brand. But however, I would like that nonprofit angle. That would be a separate venture, so I won't even get into that. But Crave Infused specifically, I would love for it to be a plant-based luxury brand. So wherever I go and when I talk about Crave Infused, I want to dress the part. So that is why I'm dressed like this.
That is excellent. We have our final presentation of the day, being David Cagan. I will let him introduce himself. But yeah, so let's get started. Second. You ready to advance to the next slide?
So hello everyone. Thank you. Thanks, Mike. Hello everyone. My name is David Cagan, and I would like to present to you an idea that I've been incubating in my mind for many years, and I call it common sense business skills development. It's gone through a number of different iterations. But I have never actually brought it public. So this is the first time I've ever given a pitch about it. This is the first time I've ever brought it to people for feedback. So I'm a little bit nervous about it. I will start, it occurs to me that it might help for all of you if I give you just a little bit of history, just a little bit of a biography of myself. In my 20s, I was an elementary school teacher. I then, first I went to Cornell University in art history. I love art, but it never became a career for me. I started teaching in the elementary school system, and I taught in New York City. I then got a master's in early childhood education, but decided that I wanted to experience business, and I moved to the Hudson Valley, and I worked and managed a bookstore. Then I worked in an e-commerce company for 11 years, and I worked my way up to become the chief operating officer there. And then I started getting involved in nonprofits, and I worked for the Local Economies Project here, which actually launched the Hudson Valley Farm Hub, which Amy Wu is a part of. And worked for the Hudson Valley Current, which Chris Hewitt is a part of. I feel like I've been reliving my life today. And now I feel very lucky to be working here with everyone at GCSEN. And I love business and I love education. I have to be very honest. Entrepreneurialism is not an easy thing for me. The idea of starting my own company is not easy. I have been consulting, however, in business, and I have a handful of clients over the years. And this is a way that I'm hoping to kind of take this maybe to a new level by introducing some of my own thinking on an aspect of business development. So I call it common sense. So now my founder story. I grew up on my mother's side. My mother was a Mayflower baby. We go all the way back to the 1600s coming, and I have many members of my family on my mother's side who were very intellectual, very academic. For example, Eliza Wright, who's considered the founder of life insurance. I am related to the famous Samuel Sewall, and who was one of the judges of the Salem witch trials. And I was also, and my grandfather is Sewall Wright, who is very well known in the field of population genetics. Well, just to give you a sense of how this affected me, I had a lot of trouble kind of getting myself down to earth. I guess the way I would put it is I really did not have a lot of common sense. And one story I like to tell about my grandfather is that he was once talking to a class on genetics to his students, and he reached over to erase the board, and instead of picking up an eraser, he picked up a hamster and started erasing the board. And it's a sort of this classic absent-minded professor. And my father also was a professor, and I loved him dearly. But I growing up did not have a lot of common sense. I did not have a lot of, I wasn't in touch with myself, and I had a lot of trouble sort of grokking just the world on a daily basis. So I had an education, but not a lot of common sense. And so there's a little Dilbert slide just for fun. And next slide. I went in search of common sense, and I did it through a number of avenues. I studied a lot of spiritual traditions. I did a lot of meditation, soul searching, Tai Chi, things that would try to help me get into a more experiential place. And it was very helpful, I have to say. And then I started thinking about how to integrate that with the other side of my life, which was growing in business and developing and becoming a manager and all of that. So I started, so inside of me, there were these two sides, and I was trying to learn how to integrate them. So the problem I experienced, and the problem I think that maybe many other people also have, not everyone, but many many people, enough that I think that this could become a viable way to find customers, to present workshops, is that education is that the goal of education is typically focused on higher thinking, and that's wonderful. But many people like myself could use a little dose of common sense, and the question then is, how does one get that? So the workshops that I would like to present are practical tools for developing common sense. That includes experiential learning, attention skills, self-awareness. Slide. And I threw in this market slide because it was part of the pitch formulation, but I don't know how important it is. There are a lot of people that are involved in business. I gave a number in Ulster County. There of 177,000 people, there are 18,000 companies. There are, of course, even more employees. I think there's about 50,000 people that are employed in Ulster County. So there are a lot of people that are involved in business. And my guess is that those that are interested in, that there are enough people around that if I can present my workshop in a viable way, in an engaging way, then I should be able to, have a sizable market. So here's my MVP that I'm presenting, and then I'm going to talk specifically about what common sense is to me and how I would like to teach it. So that my MVP, that my product that's going to enable me to get in front of a public, make some money, and get feedback is a series of 8 workshops over the course of 8 weeks. People will pay $15 an hour for their workshop, which I think is reasonable, $120 for the workshop. If I had 10 participants and if I was spending $30 in expenses per workshop, I could earn $960 or $96 an hour. I think that's reasonable. I think it's doable if I can engage people to sign up. And of course, there are a couple of added benefits. One is I can make some extra money in addition to consulting, but also those are people that might ultimately want to become clients, which was also part of my thinking in the way I developed this. And then finally, it's a way to get feedback, which is what the MVP is all about. So the competitive advantage that I think that I bring is that I think I have some unique ideas. They're not my ideas personally, but I think that they're ideas that I've learned and developed that I think could be helpful, that are unique in a business setting where people might have a sense of how to get more common sense. But I'm hoping that this can give them some real tools. I also feel that I am a friendly and supportive person. I have the heart of a teacher, so I think I provide that as well. And I also feel that this approach would be very compatible with all the other forms of business training that we have, whether it's GCSEN or an MBA or a university. So my goal, Mike sort of put me up to this, and he did it in a very offhand way, which was just beautiful. Just one day we were having a meeting, and he said, "So you're going to do the MVP too, right?" And I was like, okay." So I committed, and then I didn't have to even pay you $1. No, I definitely recognize the value, and so I'm doing it, and now I'm going to go ahead and step up and say that I'm going to look for a venue this fall and advertise, and in the winter I'm going to try to hold these workshops. Believe me, I literally deleted this slide earlier this morning, and I was like, no, I'm going to leave this slide in. so there it is. So I'm not asking for money because there's really not a lot of cost here. What I'm really asking for is feedback. So thank you so much for listening and allowing me to present. So we could do a Q&A now, but my hunch is that you're probably all asking, okay, so what is your approach to common sense? But does anybody have anything they'd like to say right now?
I mean, I like the analogy, you know, of the $120, 8 weeks. You know, it's cheaper than Bikram yoga, and it could have more equal to or greater than you know consequences or impacts. Like, so I think drawing that investment comparison, it's like, you know, 4 cases of beer, you know, 3 sessions of Bikram yoga or common sense, right? And so I think if you let people know that they're already spending that money in different ways for their life, maybe this is not like such a unique thing. Like, it's not like you're driving to Farough to have to do like an entire weekend away for $700 or something. So I would just say the first thing that came up was helping me as a consumer care how I might be spending money already and making a better choice of that fund, you know, use of funds. I think, you know, there's that, you hit on kind of the experiential learner versus the abstract learner, and it might be something that can be brought out more. We can talk offline on that.
Well, that's what I'm hoping to do.
Yeah, good.
Great. Sorry, Sean, 1 second. Yeah, go ahead.
What's the aha for people that are your potential clients to realize they don't have common sense?
Well, that's a great question. And I think what you're asking is, how am I going to engage people to take the workshops? And so I guess to answer that, what I'd like to do is I'd like to give you the second half of my presentation to describe what common sense is to me. And then maybe I can get your help to figure out how to engage people to you know, take that bite.
Great. And Sean?
Yeah, so mine was along the same lines of wondering what his definition of common sense is, and so how do you define it, one, and then since it's not so common, how are you going to find it to give to other people?
Yeah, and good. So yeah, so that's the second half of my presentation.
Great. Let me get back to my position. Great. So whenever you're ready, David.
Okay, so common sense. So what is it? You know, I think we all have some sense of what we think common sense is, and I think there are probably some people who might think, yeah, I've got a lot of common sense, and maybe they could use more. There might be other people here that are thinking, you know, I don't have a lot of common sense. So in some ways, I'm looking for people who need help in this area, just like I did. And in another sense, I might be looking for ways to maybe get people to maybe take an interest in seeing how much common sense do I have, and asking that question of themselves. So what is common sense? So I'm going to begin with a particular premise. This is just the premise I developed for this pitch deck. I think there's a lot of ways that I could go about describing common sense, and also a lot of ways that I go about teaching it. So this is a work in progress, but I thought I would just begin with this route. And to say that common sense and higher thinking are sort of two sides of the way that we experience life and take in information and process information. So the higher thinking, that includes abstract reasoning, critical thinking, idea generation, question and concept formation, and a lot of other things. And it's really important. And I went to college, and I am really thankful that I had that. I'm really thankful that my father was a professor. I have a lot of gratitude for that. And yet I felt that there was something missing inside. And so I think common sense is also very important. Now, when I make this duality between higher thinking and common sense, you know, I don't think it actually exists. Okay, so I don't want to give the impression that, you know, that they're two totally different things. I think they're interrelated, but for the purposes of what I would like to offer, I'm trying to distinguish the two. So when you think of higher thinking, you think of scholars and authorities and experts, but you know, there's also that other side to these higher thinkers. As, you know, that they're lost in the clouds, or they're the absent-minded professor that I told you about, my grandfather. You know, oh, the pie in the sky, and they're just kind of, you know, thinking these thoughts, and they're not really down to earth. And some of the some of the ways that we might describe common sense are down to earth, or someone who has good instincts, someone who's got street smarts. Farmer's wisdom. There's something, it evokes something, not exactly sure what, but it evokes something. So we also, I think all of us here who are, I believe everyone here is in college or has been in college, but whether or not you have, I think that we probably all agree that there are a number of ways to develop higher thinking. I'm only naming just a handful. Reading. Just 9 months ago, my daughter started reading voraciously, and I am thrilled. You know, she's just taken off. Academic study, contact with teachers, with people who have been studying, who have been developing critical and abstract thinking, and all the other aspects of higher thinking, to help engender and spark and engage and change our level of thought. And of course, that requires discussion. It requires contemplation, writing, debate, all of those things. So then the question is, well, so how do you develop common sense? So I'd like to tell a little story, and this is sort of maybe combines a little bit of higher thinking with a little bit of common sense. So when I was about 8 years old, I was having a conversation with my mother, and we were just standing there together, and for some reason the question 49 times 2 came out. I can't tell you how that happened. So we were talking about 49 times 2. She said, "Do you know what 49 times 2 is?" You know, and I was just standing there. Now, I could have sat down and done the mathematics, you know, so I could have got 2 times 9 is 18, carry the 1, 2 times 4, 1 is 98. And now I can do that in my head. I can actually visualize it just as many of you can. But at that time I couldn't. So my mother said, well, you know, 49 times 2 is a lot like 50 times 2. I was like, yeah. And so what's 50 times 2? Oh, well, 50 times 2 is 100. Oh, okay, yeah. And 49 is just 1 less than 50. So if you do that twice, it is 50 times 2. 100 minus 2 is 98. So it's kind of a, so the light bulb went on because I was able to see it. And I was able to follow her along right there, just in a conversation without using any pen and paper, and it was fascinating. Now, having said that, I wouldn't say that suddenly the light bulb went off and I was just off like a rocket. This sort of incubated inside of me, and I kind of started asking myself, okay, so what's the difference between, you know, a critical reasoning based and then just sort of seeing the whole? Like, how does that happen? Okay. So back to the question, how does one develop common sense? And of course, I think there are a lot of ways to develop common sense. And I think there are a lot of great professors in the classroom that are teaching people not only higher thinking, but also common sense. And I think it goes hand in hand. If I'm looking at a spreadsheet, a financial spreadsheet with one of my clients, I'm going to shift back and forth. I'm going to ask them details about their expenses, and then I'm going to ask them to just see the whole quickly, and so that they can kind of go back and forth and use both parts of their brain. But I have an idea on developing common sense that I think is very foundational, and that is that common sense is experience-based learning, and it begins by using your senses. Now, this is the approach that I'm taking, and it involve a number of workshops to flesh out, but I'm going to do 2 quick exercises for you. But I would argue, and it's based on experiences that I've had and teachers that I've had, that the way to develop common sense is to begin by becoming aware of your senses. So I'm going to do two practical experiments with you. We're gonna do two little things together. But first, I just like to talk a little bit about this idea of common sense as it relates to the senses, because the senses are such a powerful tool. The 5 senses that we have are such a powerful tool. For example, in seeing, there is something about the eyes that gives us clarity, that is involved in perception, involved in insight, even when it comes to thinking. That's what I'm arguing. And then in hearing, you might hear the sentence, oh, that sounds right. That sounds right. Okay, or that rings the bell. And I just threw in be heard for Shanai. Unfortunately, she's not here, but I threw that out for her. And then with touch, touch is obviously part of sensitivity, and touch is part of intuition. You've all heard the saying, what is your gut telling you? And sometimes if I'm talking to a client, I might ask them a specific question, or I might just say, well, what is your gut telling you? What do you want to do? So these are the two sides. So, yes, Flor, you have a question. Sorry.
I just have a comment. Ariel and Shanai are actually on Zoom.
Oh, Shanai, yes. Shanai, that was for you. If you're driving along, I put be heard on there. Okay, thank you, Flor. So, in addition to using your senses, the capacity to connect to your senses is also the capacity to use your senses. And so using your senses is the ability to collect and focus your attention. And so what I'm proposing is that the secret to developing common sense is to pay attention. And I think it's so funny that in the English language we say pay attention. Hey, pay attention. Well, imagine if you could have anything that you wanted in the world, but if you just had to be able to pay for it. And then I said, and guess what? You have that money on you all the time, and it's your attention. But you have to pay it. If you want to get something, you literally have to pay attention. So you have to choose where you want to put your attention. You have to choose maybe who you want to give your attention to, and then you pay that attention, and that can give you the results of enormous things. So my MVP is Common Sense Business Skills Development Workshops. And this is an example of an 8-week course. It's not fully fleshed out, but it's just some thoughts, and I've got a lot of thoughts, and I'll continue to develop that. So this is a work in progress, but there's some examples of some of the things that I would cover. And now the first, so now I would like to present 2 techniques for you to demonstrate how I would begin working in these common sense workshops. And the first one is connecting to your senses. So if you folks are amenable, I'd like to lead you through this exercise. So I'm going to sit down just like you are. This exercise was literally taught to me, and I practiced it for many years, and I can tell you that it had a profound effect in my life. In fact, I started learning some of these techniques at the age of 33, and I can tell you that before that, I literally could not go through a single day without sort of wondering, what's it all about? What am I doing here? Why do I feel like I'm not performing and focusing on my job? Why do I always feel like there's something missing? And these techniques, they changed my life, and I guess that's why I'd like to teach them. So this is the beginning. So back to the first.
Private. 1 second.
So this is the beginning of attention, is to connect to your senses. So I'm just gonna, it's a kind of a meditation. So I'm just gonna ask you to relax your body and just in your chair. You can close your eyes if you'd like to. And take a deep breath, inhale, and then let it all out. And then just scan for tension. Feel if you have any tension in your shoulders, your jaw, anywhere. Just take note of it and relax. Sit comfortably, sit upright. And now feel the weight of your body. And feel the temperature of the room with your skin. Feel your feet touching the floor. And sense your clothing as it touches your skin. Sense the seat of your chair and the back of your chair. And now listen to the sounds in the room and let the sounds come to you. If you feel your breathing, just allow it to be relaxed and continue in a regular way. If there are any smells, be aware of the smells. If there's any tastes, just be aware of the quality of the taste in your mouth. And if your eyes are closed, just gently open them and just take in the field of vision around you, not focusing on any particular thing, but just taking in the colors, just taking in the full field of vision without stress. And then in a few seconds, we'll bring the exercise to a close, and then we'll go on from there. So that's what I would call sort of the collecting your attention, coming back to a place of relaxation so that you can begin to be fully attentive. The next exercise that I'm going to share is a listening exercise. But before I do that, I just wanted to, if there was anyone who had any questions that sort of percolated while I was doing that, I'd be happy to answer them. Flor.
Yeah, so this is a question not while we're doing the exercise, but when you were sending, that's okay.
Yeah, that's fine.
So it just makes me think of, you know, there are some people that have a hard time concentrating or paying attention, like people with ADHD. So I'm just wondering how we could go about sharing this with them, or are you thinking about like hiring a clinician or something, or like speaking with someone that knows more about this specific problem with people?
Yeah. Well, it's a great question, and I think that I had ADHD as a child. I was always bouncing around. I had a lot of trouble concentrating in the classroom. I was often staring out the window. So I think I had a first-hand experience of it. These techniques could be used in a lot of ways. I mean, Winslow could use these techniques for Achilles' heel. They could be used by a clinician. I'm not a clinician and I'm not presenting it in that direction. So I'm not, you know, someone who might be in business, who owns a business, who's interested and would like to develop some of these skills, or they feel that they might lack them, or maybe they recognize that they have ADHD. You know, there's a wonderful program on YouTube called The Big Picture about dyslexia, and there are people on the program who say, you know, I had dyslexia, you know, including Gavin Newsom and Richard Branson, who said, you know, I have dyslexia, and they had to find ways to overcome that. And there are, I'm sure, people in business who have ADHD and they need to overcome it. So I'm there not as a clinician, but just to share these practices. And so they would be coming voluntarily to take part in this practice.
I've noticed that this technique, grounding yourself in your senses, is very similar to visualization exercises for success that are found both in business practices and commonly among professional sports teams. Is that kind of where this inspiration came from, or did this come from something else?
I learned these I think these techniques have been developed in every industry because, frankly, I think it's just very practical common sense. But I personally found them through taking classes in the Gurdjieff work and discovered it that way. But I think they're universal ideas.
Yeah, and going off what Flor said, with the Winslow, with the grounding techniques and what you're doing, I did. It was like a 6-week mental health program just to get things back in check, and that was something that we did like every class. And what I really enjoyed about that class was there were people from all different sectors of life, just who may have been like a CEO or who may, have been struggling throughout their life, but, we're all here because we're trying to, get our mental health great or better. And you don't know what anybody, like a label doesn't define what anybody's going through mentally. And like this technique, like it all got us quiet, calm, and centered and like ready to start, our program. So, yeah.
Thank you. So the second technique, which I'd like to share as part of this program, is a technique for listening. So what I'm going to ask, I'm going to describe a simple idea to use for listening, and then I'm just going to ask you all to sort of pair up and have a conversation. It might be to talk about your MVP. It could be to talk about anything. But what I'd like you to do is to practice a very specific idea. And the idea is that while you're listening to the other person, to focus on the sounds that they're making and not the meaning. So what I'm promoting is this idea that the meaning sort of rides the sounds, and that by focusing on the sounds, which is what the ear is actually made to do, is to hear the sounds, you're able to, there's a depth of listening that you can engage in. I'm not saying that this is the only way to listen or this is the correct way to listen, but just something to try and to add it to your bag of techniques and experiences. And there's something very interesting when you're having a conversation and you're focused on the sounds themselves, the sound of the person's voice, the pitch, the cadence, the raspiness, whatever it is, and then let the conversation just move along from there. So I'm going to ask everybody just to pair up and have a conversation for, let's say, 2 minutes, and then share your observations.
Ready to start again?
Oh no! Oh boy!
Okay, so that's 2 minutes, and so
hello.
That
has been 2 minutes.
Well, just let your conversations come to a close if there's something you need to say, but we're ready to reconvene.
That's not interesting. I'd rather drink over theater.
Honestly, I was actually down there and my best friend, and from the onset of my
So glad that you're
we were in South and she lives in another part of the so we got punched out of 5 o'clock.
Okay, so I'm curious to hear if anyone had any observations, if they felt that there was anything noticeable about if there was anything different. And is there anyone who had anyone who would like to share something? Yes.
Lucas has a lovely harmony with his voice. I really enjoyed it. Very pleasing.
Nice. That's great. Yeah.
We don't know one another, and so as we spoke, I became very conscious of how he's formulating thoughts and choosing words. So the cadence, the stops. Fall. He has a rather deep voice, so a sudden deeper resonance as he's collecting his thoughts and creating from that to speak. So what does that mean? I don't know. I imagine it would take more time. Kind of speaking with him, or just speaking with folks in general, and building up some experience to get a sense of what that might mean, and how I might connect with that, or what I might do with that in this extreme.
Well, one of the values I think of this exercise is, especially in a framework where there might be filters between you and the other person, that you might have preconceptions about the other person, or you might have a lot of ideas about what they're going to say. That by focusing on the sounds, it allows you to bypass a little bit some of those preconceptions, so that you can just listen. The idea is just listening fully. I know that for myself, when I'm doing this exercise, I have a greater tendency to wait for the person to finish. And when I don't, I'm like, oh, there was that idea, and there was that idea. So that's something I've noticed in myself.
I think Something I notice is I have a bad problem with interrupting when I'm really close to people. Like I always interrupt people, it's bad. But like when I'm getting to know somebody in this with this technique, just like looking in the eyes and really like wanting to be able to respond to what they say without having to ask, like, what did you say? So I guess trying to slow down my own mind and really focus on to what the person is saying.
Right. It immediately forces you to get out of your to distinguish between your own thoughts and the actual sounds that you're hearing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't, and the way Imran led the conversation and started our conversation, it helped me just flow out energy easier because the way he paced things, how he was relaxed, how he was engaged and curious, and just that kind of curiousness, and you know, he could really set a nice stage. And then I found myself listening to myself and how my sounds were, you know, for Imran to hear.
Which I found to be, I thought he might get a very kind of regular pattern, right, to his speech, which I hadn't noticed before, right? He'll tell you kind of sets up on this exercise.
So that's great. So you're two people that have known each other for a number of years, and it sounds like maybe you heard something new. Thank you.
I do a lot of international business, particularly with Japan, which is a very different and distinct culture. And it's a listening culture, good. But generally speaking, it's a Japanese person listening to Japanese person experience, right? When Japanese have a much more challenging time interfacing with Westerners very often. And so I'm wondering if this technique can assist persons of other cultures to listen and hear. I know that Japanese get hung up on words. They're trying to get content out of a person. And I've seen it. I've been living in Japan 20 years. I've seen when they're so busy trying to get content that they're not getting any meaning, or they're cheating themselves on the meaning. And I'm wondering if, I don't want to say it's a distraction, but it's almost a distraction to listen to cadence, to flow, well, and it rests the mind in the other areas. So you can hear meaning, and maybe you get a broader meaning. And I wonder if for people from high context cultures, this might be very helpful for them when interfacing with other people from, let's say, a lower context culture, like the US. Yeah, just a thought.
Yeah. Interesting. Yeah. And I guess my first response is, well, it's another tool.
Yeah.
So hopefully it would only help. But it's very interesting, and I think you raised a whole nother topic, which is, or something that I was alluding to, which is two different cultures trying to understand each other. There is a cadence, there's a rhythm, there's an expectation. There are some cultures in which interrupting is what's expected, and there are other cultures where that's an insult. So learning to become aware of all of that, I think, could be very helpful. When I first, the initial incubation of this idea, when I told to Mike, was actually very different. I was presenting it as a way for polarized groups to understand each other, to find bridges, to use common sense to find commonalities, which, because as human beings, we all have our five senses. And to be very honest, as I tried to turn that into an MVP, I was completely overwhelmed by that as a project. It just seemed out of my ken. And so I decided to focus it in a realm that I was a little bit more comfortable in. But I think that it could be used in a number of ways, and that's, you pointed that out as an example.
Wait, are you saying there's polarization?
No.
Yeah, I mean, just think about it for a moment, you know, like, yeah. I mean, yeah, so, yeah.
Honestly, it is a good idea because even in America, the way that we communicate, Southern style versus Northern style, like New Yorkers are just so rushed. Everyone in the South though is so slow paced. Hello, how are you doing? You know, so it honestly, even within our culture, like the American culture, it would be a good idea.
It's interesting that you bring up the North versus South debate because I'm from Portland, Maine, and it's a community where even if I don't know someone, they wave at me, I wave back. And it's interesting that New York and Kingston, people don't wave. They don't do anything. So it's again another cultural thing. When you've got a country as big as this, what community is dominant? What community and community values are dominant?
Yeah, I'd like to talk to you about delivery.
Yeah.
Right? In your presentation, you spoke of you have a market problem, right? And I imagine you're not ready now, but what came to my mind is that a company called Noom, Noom, as in Mary, and in essence, it's what Noom has is you have nutrition or diet goals, right? They are not doctors. They don't aspire. They don't propose to be doctors. You know, so in order to do that, you want to increase your vegetables. You want to do whatever. You kind of walk in the door having a sense of what you want to do with your diet, your exercise, and then all they do is they keep up with their coaches, and they sort of keep up with you. And I was just wondering on these things, like these techniques, if there can't not be an app that I'm going into a negotiation, I'm frazzled, I'm jet lagged, I'm kind of not in space, in my right space, and then maybe I get on an app and I go through that initial exercise and walk through that initial kind of centering exercise. And then maybe into, I know in about 15 minutes, I'm going to need to be listening because it's a negotiation, it's going to cost the company money. So then maybe we do that, and if it's kind of an immediate kind of app or subscription model that will let me jump on this and somehow center myself in a piecemeal fashion, maybe after going through the seminar, so to speak. And then as a business, greater market, greater accessibility, more usage. Noom, I checked Noom, it's $60 a month to sign up on Noom. And I guess you get a certain number of contacts or whatever. But I'm wondering if something like that might not be a model to aspire to at some point. Otherwise, you're chasing. You're constantly chasing people, right? You're getting in the door.
Yeah.
And that's tough. That's
yeah. Right. I mean, so to circle back to what Michael's original instinct, which is what I'm not sure if I understand your question correctly, Michael, but the question I have is, number one, how do I get people interested in taking the workshops, and then how do I develop it?
There was an organization that surveyed, 5-question survey, that take a survey about lifetime happiness, and then a small percentage of our survey respondents go to a workshop, and then a small percentage of those go to the next workshop, et cetera, et cetera. So it could be something that you start there and get people thinking about, grounding, hearing. When was the last time you heard somebody you loved? When was the last time you heard somebody important? This could be, you can adapt some survey questions
you can reach people by survey online or at different places.
Great. And it can be done online too. Great.
And I think a year from now, I can definitely see your workshop being in Omega Institute. Omega Institute is like a self-help, major kind of cool development center just across the bridge in line, right?
Or the new school downtown.
Okay, thank you.
Wait, not yet. I'm online. I have a question.
Sean, there you are.
No, so David, thanks for presenting this actually. So what
you.
you're doing and what I'm doing, I think we have a lot of similarities in our project. So I think we should definitely talk. So all of the different techniques that you're talking about, I actually practice some of those myself. And I'm going from doing a physical scientist, from being an engineer, to now doing a mental scientist, which is really no different from what I'm learning, right? So it's funny that you mentioned using our 5 physical senses. What I'm learning now in the mental sciences is we actually have, one of the lecturers actually said, anything you can find in a human being, you can find in a pig or a horse, right? It sounds harsh, but what he says is 6 things that separates us are our higher faculties, which are imagination, intuition, reasoning, will, memory, and perception. And if we use those things according to the law, then we can't, because again, my program is to teach success using all of this, what I'm talking about, plus the senses. So I think there's a lot of similarities, but then there's different, and I'm going to use music as well. So, but I think we definitely need to talk. There's a lot of stuff we could even partner or work on. But as you were sitting there, I was like, wait, this is very similar, but we're going about it a different way. Maybe even using different terminology, but at the end of the day, it's very similar.
Thanks, Sean. Thanks for sharing that.
I may have missed it. Who's your target audience again?
Well, the target audience would be people who are in business who are interested in developing their capacities. And so I'm trying to figure out how to articulate that. I know that it's helped me. I know that it's helped me just use my attention through my day to be aware of when my attention is being taxed, when I'm not paying attention, and all of those things. So I know it has a business application as well as many other kinds. I just have to figure out how to let people know that.
I just think that bringing it to businesses, like you were saying, and just different work environments would be so helpful, because burnout, I feel like more people are talking about their experiences with burnout, and now we're just figuring out how to avoid it. And I feel like your business model is how to avoid
burnout. So that's an idea right there. Thank you.
Or renewal, or how to inspire renewal, which is a fascinating thing.
Michael?
Excellent.
I think one thing that would be valuable from my perspective is to, if you put yourself in a vulnerable place and understand, what wasn't working for you? What was the pain? And then demonstrating, first of all, that's going to be able to enable you to associate with other potential customers or clients out there, because it's pretty universal. And then what you did to get it back. In other words, if you tell your own story at the beginning, not the founder story, but I was doing this and it wasn't working and I lost this and I didn't get this, and then I discovered this, and this is what got me to where I needed to be. And that's what I want to offer. So it becomes really tangible. I don't know if that tracks, but.
So not so much about my history, the history of my family.
The history's great, babe.
Yeah.
I'm just saying that I want to know what it's like, I didn't do this, and then I found this key or whatever, this insight, and so I went off.
Okay.
Cool. Where do I sign up for the workshop?
Yeah, same.
Wow.
Next week, I'll be back.
Another moment of obligation. So what we've had today is presentations of 13 different social ventures across the entire day. Now, for many of us who don't do this all the time, that's a load. That's a lot of energy flowing out. And I want to thank everyone who made time to be here, and also that committed to listening and to nurturing and supporting.
We talked about so many things to move the world to a better place. A need for more common sense and kindness, a need for more healthy living, a need for more historical understanding and civility, a need for more storytelling and communications, a need for more community between people and between pets, a need for more healing, a need for healing practices against suicide, a need to build back lives, a need to end starvation, a need to transform energy dependence, a need to transform capital behavior, capital flows, wealth and value creation, a need to have more food security, a need to bring technology to improve lives, a need for innovation, a need for more effective and bountiful trade, a need for more humanity. Now that's pretty amazing, especially with our population group that ranges in ages of college students to adults, learners, or young apart of all ages. What's interesting is we have a $20+ trillion economy, of which we spend, money. Each of us, we spend currency on food, clothing, shelter, transportation, entertainment, insurance, communication, community, health, and education. Many of those same areas we address today in different ways. So sometimes it's not having to do new things, it's seeing old things in a new way. Okay? And what we saw today was many, many wonderful insights as to how things can be better for the world. When we talk about, for GCSEN social entrepreneurs, it's social entrepreneurs who act with purpose for people, profit, planet, and place as a higher challenge, a higher accountability, a higher legacy. And this is something that really gives us great joy and great hope, because I got to tell you, around the world or across this country, there's not a lot of rooms today with 13 different approaches to making the world better and people caring enough to help each other towards that. There's a whole lot of other things going on. And I just want to thank Professor Chowdhury and Wheaton College for helping build this momentum wheel that Professor Imran's come down from the Boston, Providence area today. And we have, because of the work that GCSEN Foundation has done with Wheaton College and built the tools and tested them over 6 years, we now have students from SUNY New Paltz, from Marist, from Lemoyne, from St. Peter's, from all over and students from all over the world tuning in and people tuning in. So we're building something here in Kingston, which is a global movement for good, using, to the transference of kind of, I think, an increased craving for social and economic justice to a realization that social entrepreneurship can help contribute to that. So these are things that I think really, and the whole day, I think, started out of abundance, because the whole day started with 3 of our Wheaton social venture interns, who are undergraduates that were with us, supporting one of our alums from Wheaton, who was trying to get a perfect moment for her perfect venture to start. And we said, you know what, let's just try now. It will never be a perfect time. And the fact that we had our staff and interns say, yes, we care about Heather's idea for promoting more kindness and stopping bullying. We said, okay, out of the thin air, it was like, okay, in 6 weeks, Heather, we want you to present. Like, how are you going to do this for real? And then within a couple of days, we had like 8 other people that from the team was like, I want to present. So this became a happening as opposed to a kind of a designed experience. And I think we're at the stage now that a year or 2 from now, we'll have an entrepreneurial Woodstock. So where people will come here to set their social entrepreneur free. It's a dream we've had probably close to a decade. I don't think we can do it the same week of Woodstock, because it's when most people go back to college. That would I don't want to get into that issue, but I think we can do it, and I think we'll be making Kingston more of a destination for exploring how to make the world better through social entrepreneurship. We're very proud that this is beginning, and to have the ability to go out across the world today and bring people here and us out to the world is just a beautiful thing. So we have now, pretty much closing out, and we call it community GCSEN friend gifting. So it's a new word we're talking about this week, about the difference between networking, which somehow, back when I first heard it in Silicon Valley back in the 90s, it was like take a net and just capture as many people as you can and pull them into whatever world you want with their business cards. And somehow this never was as inspiring. Here, I think, we're built by gifting each other friendship around things we care about. And it's a wonderful thing. We will have a time to mingle and to friend gift now, and then we'll have dinner tonight at Tilda's Cafe on Broadway, which is farm to table, community restaurant slash movement builder sponsored by the Hudson Valley Current. The Hudson Valley Current, you see the sign up here, was incubated here for 3 years. And now there's 400 businesses using the Hudson Valley Current with each other. And this is our little product and innovation slash graduate windowsill. First of all, this is our hero, the hedgehog. This is our mascot. That anyone who pursues their social entrepreneur hero within is a hero to us. So that's Hero the Hedgehog. And we have a student of mine, a couple of students developed Idea Paint, which is this which is this whiteboard paint that's now sold all over the country. This is another student of mine from the Nifty Foundation, which I helped build. Jimmy Mack, whose first business was building BMX bikes, and now Jimmy Mack is a legend in the bike skateboard area with cool kicks called Union Square Shoes. And we have one of our donors has created an app called Digging Deep, which is to prevent high school and young adult alienation and suicide. And we also have Hudson Soil, which came out of here, which has been incubated for 2 years here, free rent, coaching every week. And now Hudson Soil is taking restaurant waste from Hoboken and Jersey City and turning it into organic compost and soil in 28 days and selling consumer bags now in Whole Foods in Brooklyn. So and then it just is a full cycle. And then the latest is our new teacher, Brandon, who's been an intern and teaching computer science and math. He made this himself, the GCSEN colors with a birdhouse. But most importantly, he's MIT Fab Lab certified. He's going to teach a whole new generation of young people how to change the world through making. So lots of cool things and we probably need more windowsills as the rest of the ventures today come to life. But thank you, each of you, for making the time. Farough, especially for coming up, never coming up river before in Jersey City, and bringing us to Mauritania, bringing us to the urgency of what it's like to be dying of hunger and to have failed political systems, failed food systems, but still have hope. Good. We have work to do. We have lots of work to do. So please enjoy your gifts of each other's friendship, and we'll probably leave here at about 5:10 p.m. to go over to Tilda's Cafe on Broadway. And the address is in here as well. Thank you. Thank you.